Good morning, and thank you so much for waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanette Francine here with you on this Thursday morning, or as I like to call it, Friday Eve. It is August 22nd, and we have a packed show for you on this Thursday morning filled with breaking news headlines, top stories, and live events of the day. We do begin this newscast actually taking you out to the windy city of Chicago, giving you a live look at 5:58 here on the East Coast inside of the United Center, the site of the 2024 DNC. You can see things are very quiet right now, but definitely a different sight compared to how it looked last night. A jam-packed arena roaring to life last night as Governor Tim Walz officially accepted his party's nomination for vice president. Well, now excitement continues to grow this morning ahead of Kamala Harris's big speech this evening. Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor is in Chicago this morning to explain.
Last night featured a long list of political heavy hitters and celebrities, but the man of the hour was Governor Tim Walz, who officially accepted his party's nomination for vice president.
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, a politician who had never used a teleprompter before becoming the Democrat VP nominee, was front and center Wednesday night addressing the DNC.
It's the honor of my life to accept your nomination for vice president.
Walz, playing on his humble upbringing, was introduced by some of his former students from his days as a high school teacher and football coach.
Tim Walz is the kind of guy you can count on to push you out of a snowbank. I know this because Tim Walz has pushed me out of a snowbank.
It was those players and my students who inspired me to run for Congress.
In his remarks, Walz talked about some of the things he and Harris want to do in office, including taking on big pharma and lowering taxes for the middle class.
No matter who you are, Kamala Harris is going to stand up and fight for your freedom.
Stars of the Democratic Party, including former President Bill Clinton and former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, also taking the stage Wednesday night.
When Kamala Harris is president, every day will begin with you.
And a celebrity so famous she's known by just her first name.
Let us choose joy.
Tonight, Vice President Kamala Harris will officially accept her party's nomination for president, while Donald Trump is in Arizona to visit the southern border and speak on immigration. In Chicago, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thank you so much for that detailed report. And we know today is day 4 of the DNC, the final day of the Democratic National Convention, taking place out in the windy city of Chicago with the theme this morning, a 4-hour future. That is the theme for day 4 of the DNC. And as we work to keep you informed this morning, we're going to check in now with our content partners over at Fox 32 Chicago, as they do have team coverage this morning, setting the stage for the final day of the DNC. We're going to check in with them now.
Plenty of sunshine today, and temperatures a little bit warmer. We had 72 Tuesday, 76 yesterday. I think we'll tag 80 this afternoon. Bright and sunny at 9, 67 degrees. Still sunny at noon, 75. Maybe a couple of high clouds out there at 4 o'clock, but a little bit warmer than it has been this week. Temperature at that time will be 79 degrees, maybe a 2 or 3 degrees cooler right along the lakeshore. It is early in the morning, but there could already be some problems on the roads. Let's check in with Gabriella Primus to see if we have any slowdowns yet. Good morning.
Good morning, Mike. You see my map here, and it's a lot of green. We have some overnight road work, though, that should be picked up right now at 5 o'clock. One's on outbound Dan Ryan near Marquette, on the Eisenhower as well, going inbound St. Charles Road to Wolf Road, as well as the area where I-80 and I-55 meet, but again, should be picked up very quickly here. We had one report of a crash, but it's not causing much of a slowdown at all. Outbound Stevenson near Harlem, seems like crews were on scene right away, and they were able to pick that up. All right, let's take a look at some traffic cameras in our system. One is on the Tri-State at Hinsdale Oasis. Things looking good over here, as well as just across the border on the Borman at Calumet Avenue. Natalie, Anthony.
It's been another night of protests near the Democratic National Convention.
Joni is live where demonstrators stormed an elevated CTA Green Line stop. Joni, good morning. What happened here?
Good morning. Well, that protest steered a little off course when it got to the Green Line stop here at Ashland, and that impacted travel. For the safety of marchers and commuters, that's where police moved in here at this train station. It was a large but not permit-approved march from Union Park to the Speakers Park north of United Center. About 1,000 people participated, peaceful, even family-friendly, sponsored by the group Coalition for Justice in Palestine, until one protester climbed a CTA support column and then got up on the platform. Police were there to make sure he and the crowd were safe. Police once again used their training in response, using bikes to form a wall, wearing their protective gear. It made it interesting, but not confrontational, like those first 2 days of demonstrations where police made arrests and secure areas were breached. Protest organizers say it takes action to get attention. So the last big protest gets underway this afternoon. The Coalition to March on the DNC will gather at about 3 o'clock in Union Park. They're holding a rally at 5 o'clock, and then that march will be on the move, scheduled for 6:30. Reporting live, I'm Joni Lum. Back to you.
Okay, Joni, thank you. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz headlined night 3 of the DNC. Walz introduced himself to the nation as he closed out the festivities last night. The governor accepted the party's nomination as VP alongside Vice President Kamala Harris at the top of the Democratic ticket.
And no matter who you are, Kamala Harris is going to stand up and fight for your freedom to live the life that you want to lead. Because that's what we want for ourselves, and it's what we want for our neighbors.
Harris is going to be the big headliner for the finale tonight, where she will formally accept the party's presidential nomination.
Former President Bill Clinton took the stage Wednesday night at the convention, and Clinton voiced his support for the party's presidential candidate, Vice President Kamala Harris, by calling her the only clear choice in the race against former President Donald Trump.
I know which one I like better for our country. Kamala Harris will work to solve our problems, seize our opportunities, ease our fears, and make sure every single American, however they vote, has a chance to chase their dreams.
Former President Clinton shared his reverence for the Oval Office and the election process that's currently underway.
There is one delegate from the north suburbs who is a teenager and is voting in her very first presidential election. Her name is Claire Sakowitz. She is from Northbrook, and she's about to begin her sophomore year at Northeastern University in Boston. Claire began getting interested in working in local politics while still in high school at Glenbrook North. After working on some campaigns, while still too young to vote, she met her mentor, State Representative Stacey Katzmule, about a year ago. The representative asked Claire if she'd be interested in trying to become a delegate. So she applied, learned a few months ago that she had made the cut as an alternate delegate.
I think one of the biggest reasons why I got involved in high school was I wanted to feel like I could make a difference in politics, but I was too young to cast my vote. And now it's feeling pretty amazing that I get to not only do both at the same time, but also be able to participate in such a monumental convention this year.
All right, at a time when many young people are pessimistic about politics, Illinois political leaders say it is encouraging to see young people like Claire stepping up for the future. We'd love to see it. All right, meantime, former President Trump held his very first outdoor rally since last month's assassination attempt. Happened in North Carolina. Trump, in that rally, blamed the Biden administration for Russia's attack on Ukraine, and he also blamed the Israel-Gaza conflict on the current administration. Trump told the crowd his administration defeated ISIS, secured the southern border, and protected Israel. The former president says the U.S. right now is on the edge of a major global conflict.
And we're very close to a third world war, and don't kid yourself, because they are laughing, but they're not laughing too much. You're a little worried about a certain person winning the election. We had some very good polls today. And if that happens, you're not going to have any third world wars.
A New York Times and Siena College poll shows VP Kamala Harris slightly ahead of Trump in the state of North Carolina as part of new security for Trump's outdoor rallies. You could probably tell in that clip right there that he was inside a clear box while standing at the podium.
You can always find coverage of the DNC on air and online. We're streaming all the important updates on security and closures, as well as offering political analysis of this big event held right here in Chicago.
5:07. Time to...
And we appreciate our content partners there. Fox 32 Chicago giving you a live look out there in the Windy City, 6:07 here on the East Coast. The sun not up just yet out in that area. but that's okay. We'll make sure to give you plenty of the live looks we get into our Live Now from Fox studio throughout the morning. And don't forget, right here on Live Now from Fox, as we continue our DNC 2024 Chicago coverage. That coverage will be live, unfiltered, and uninterrupted, especially those speeches, just like we brought to you with the RNC. All right, we're going to go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but when we come back, seeing how the DNC is getting some protests related to the Gaza war. The details when we come back with Fox News' Kevin Uretsky. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we continue with your top stories and headlines this Thursday morning. Amidst the pomp and circumstance of the Democratic National Convention, protesters angered by the ongoing Israel-Hamas war continue taking to the streets and parks around the DNC arena. While demonstrations Wednesday were more calm than Tuesday's, some voters are sounding off about Vice President Kamala Harris's response to the conflict in the Middle East. Fox News' Kevin Uretsky reporting on the latest.
Crowds of protesters continue gathering at sites near the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, ramping up calls for a ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war and for the U.S. to stop supplying arms to America's closest ally in the Middle East.
Chicago actually has one of the largest Palestinian communities in the entire nation. The Democratic Party will not get our vote if the genocide in Gaza doesn't end immediately.
Anti-war demonstrations in the Windy City have been ongoing throughout this week, with one Tuesday night that started outside the Israeli consulate, leading to dozens of arrests.
They showed up with the intent on committing acts of violence, vandalism.
Vice President Kamala Harris maintains Israel has the right to self-defense and is calling for a ceasefire after Hamas's deadly attack on October 7th. Still, some voters have mixed opinions on her positions.
I feel like she does a lot of talk, and then the next day the policy just doesn't coincide with her opinion the day before.
Meanwhile, family members of American hostages still held by Hamas say the time to secure their freedom is running out.
We urged anyone protesting, for the war to end, to protest Hamas to release the hostages, because that would most definitely bring calm.
Overseas Wednesday, Israeli strikes in Gaza killed at least 17 people. Egyptian mediators helping to broker the ceasefire say Hamas will not agree to proposals over concerns Israeli troops won't fully withdraw from Gaza. Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
Kevin, thank you so much. And again, those Gaza war protests in and around the DNC stemming from conflict in the Middle East, transitioning to give you a live look at the Israel-Gaza border here at 6:13 on the East Coast. But I can tell you all this morning, conflicts with Israel and Lebanon ramping up, giving you now a live look at the Israel-Lebanon border. And it looks like some plumes of smoke there in the distance. So I don't know if this is a missile strike that just happened, but we are definitely following this closely. Also getting some news in, some breaking news from our content partners at the Associated Press about some conflict out along the Red Sea with those Yemen Houthi rebels. Now at 6:13, we're going to go ahead and take our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. But when we come back, we're going to be joined by national security expert Ken Gray to break all of these breaking news headlines down as it relates to conflict in the Middle East. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are following breaking news this Thursday morning as it relates to conflict in the Middle East. Learning from our content partners over at the Associated Press, a French destroyer rescued 29 mariners from an oil tanker that came under repeated attack out in the Red Sea. Officials saying this today while also destroying a bomb-carrying drone boat in the area. Well, Yemen's Houthi rebels are suspected to have carried out the assault on the Sunyan. The attack, the most serious out in the Red Sea in recent weeks, comes during a months-long campaign by Houthis targeting ships over the Israel-Hamas war in the Gaza Strip, which has disrupted a trade route through which $100 trillion in cargo typically passes each year. Well, joining us live this morning to further break down this news alert, national security expert with the University of New Haven, Ken Gray. Ken, good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning, Janae. Glad to be with you.
Glad to have you. So no surprise here, the Yemen Houthi rebels suspected to have carried out this attack. They're saying this is probably one of the deadliest and one of the most serious attacks they've seen out in this area. If you could catch us up, because there is some confusion this morning if this attack is over cargo or if this relates to control out in this area, or maybe it's even both.
So this vessel that came under attack is a Greek-flagged oil tanker, the Sunyan motor vessel of Sunyan. It came under attack on Wednesday by the remote-controlled surface vessels and also by missile attacks, and it caused a fire on there. Wednesday, it was reported to be not under command. In other words, that there was no one piloting the ship at that time. The crew was too busy trying to fight the fire on that vessel. They have had to be rescued off of that vessel as the vessel continues to burn. In addition to the Sunyan, a second motor vessel, the Wind One, also came under attack by Houthis there in the Sea of Aden, also today. Houthis have not claimed responsibility for either of these attacks, but nonetheless, it is within their reach, and also the same type of attacks they've been conducting throughout this period of time. So again, the Houthis are still at it of trying to control all seas coming into the Gulf of Aden there and into the Red Sea, trying to limit the amount of shipping able to travel through the Red Sea and through the Suez Canal. So they continue to be a problem for this area.
Definitely a problem. I was going to say, do they ever claim responsibility? Like, at what point will they claim responsibility? I want to dig a little further, if you don't mind. We know that the Israel-Hamas war has, kind of disrupted trade in this area. Do you think that is leading to these disruptions with the Yemen Houthi rebels? Is this affecting their cargo and their trade and their income from what trade routes would have brought them?
So I think the main reason why the Houthis are doing these kind of attacks is that they are too far away from Israel to be able to take part in that war directly, but they want to take actions in support of Hamas. And so the easiest way they can do that is limiting the maritime traffic through the Red Sea, to affect this entire area and affect the world economy. I mean, after all, an awful lot of the economy travels through this area. It's a much quicker route than going all the way down and around the tip of Africa. And so the Houthis are able to hit far above their size. They're able to affect the world economy by limiting traffic through this area here. One would think that at some point that either the United States, the UK, France, or Israel itself will do something to reduce the capability of the Houthis. So far to date, they've managed to strike against some of their depots. The Israelis struck directly against the port there of Hodeidah. And so there have been attempts to try to limit the ability of the Houthis to conduct these attacks. But so far, the Houthis continue to be able to continue launching both surface vessels and also missile attacks on ships in this area.
Okay, now transitioning, as we know, conflicts out there in the Red Sea, not the only conflicts out in the Middle East, popping up. A live look at the Israel-Lebanon border. And, as we were going to the first break, I was showing how there were some plumes of smoke there in the distance, and you can kind of still see it if you look really closely. We know that a conflict is ramping up out in that area. What does ramping up look like? Because this isn't the first time this conflict has erupted between the two groups.
Yeah, there's been an exchange of ordnance across the border with Hezbollah throughout this conflict ever since October 7th. In fact, even before then, there was periodic exchanges of munitions across the border here. But nonetheless, the Hezbollah will attack northern Israel. Israel, in turn, will go and attack southern Lebanon. This has been going on throughout this period. However, the Israelis appear to be getting ready to ramp up this conflict here, opening up a northern front against Hezbollah. We've been saying that for some time now, but the Israeli intelligence chief has said that they are preparing to conduct the war into Lebanon. The IDF has been moving some of their forces up towards the border. They've been practicing crossing that border, going into southern Lebanon. The most recent attack that was conducted there of interest was that the Israelis did a drone attack against a vehicle moving around in southern Lebanon that contained a Fatah commander. And so this is the first Fatah organization casualty that I can think of that's been associated with this current war going on there in the Gaza Strip. And in this particular case, he was specifically targeted by the IDF.
Well, Ken, we know this time yesterday we were discussing those recent missile attacks coming out of Lebanon towards Israel. About 50 was reported. And then during that time, we saw the protest with the ultra-Orthodox Jews, just further showing how the manpower is kind of dwindling out in the area with Israel. What can we expect in the coming days? So many looming conflicts from Israel, Hamas, from Israel, Hezbollah, conflicts out in the Red Sea. People are kind of worried that maybe another conflicts might arise that people weren't expecting. I also forgot to mention Iran. We are still waiting on what happens with that as well.
Sure. So we are now 3 weeks past the attacks of against Fuad Shukr, the Hezbollah commander, and also the attack of Hania while he was there for the inauguration of the Iranian president. And so both the Hezbollah has promised to strike back at Israel, and the Iranians have, the supreme leader of Iran immediately said that they would strike back against Israel. So we are 3 weeks in without either one of those forces really conducting major attacks as they had claimed that they would do. Whether or not they will actually carry this out, we've seen Hezbollah launch numerous barrages of missiles, but none of those amounting to the type of attack that they were promising as retaliation. Iran, on the other hand, we've yet to see anything from Iran come in. Whether it's going to be a military strike like the one back in April, or if it's something else, we've yet to see that. I think that it's possible that Iran was since it was taking part in the ceasefire negotiations, indirectly, not directly, but the fact that it seemed to have gained a seat at the table, they seem to be more satisfied with that than conducting another April type of attack against Israel. So we will see whether or not they follow through with the supreme leader's promise to strike against Israel.
Well, Ken Gray, we always appreciate your expertise and your candidness on these breaking news headlines. We appreciate you joining us bright and early here on Live Now. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and giving you a live look at this hour at the Israel-Lebanon border. As Ken so eloquently put it, this conflict continues to ramp up this Thursday morning. Also giving you a live look at the Israel-Gaza border as the Israel-Hamas war rages on. Still concerned this morning as there are several hostages in Hamas captivity. 6:25, the time now here on the East Coast. Good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. We're going to go ahead and take our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, heading out to Italy following a breaking news headline out in that area. We have some updates as the rescue mission continues this morning for that sunken yacht out in Italy. We have the details when we come back in just 2 quick minutes. We continue with your breaking news headlines on this Thursday morning here on Live Now, learning that divers continue to search the wreck of a super yacht that capsized off the coast of Sicily this week. Rescue workers saying to the Associated Press they have recovered multiple bodies in their search for the missing, which included some titans in the tech and financial industries. Fox News correspondent Madison Scarpino breaking down the latest.
Divers recovering multiple bodies from the wreck of a super yacht off the coast of Sicily on Wednesday. Among those missing, British tech entrepreneur Mike Lynch and his 18-year-old daughter, as well as members of a team that recently helped clear Lynch in a federal fraud trial.
This whole incident is, I think, unprecedented.
Their ship sunk early Monday when it capsized near the port of Porticello, where it was anchored. Officials say they believe the vessel was struck by a tornado over the water when most would have been sleeping.
When you're at anchor, even if it's blowing with a storm in the Mediterranean, you rarely shut the whole boat down because nobody expects something like this to happen.
More than half of those on board escaped in a lifeboat. Military ships, underwater vehicles, and helicopters have been aiding divers in the search for victims. But rescue workers say the depth and position of the 184-foot yacht have made that process challenging. Investigators are now interviewing the survivors as they work to answer questions about how the ship sunk so quickly.
What's particularly surprising is that those vessels are built with watertight subcompartment. For the vessel to sink, especially this fast, you are really looking at taking water on board very quickly.
And in an unrelated event, Lynch's co-defendant in the fraud trial died Sunday. He was hit by a car while running in England. In London, Madison Scarpino, Fox News.
Madison, thank you so much. Now taking you out to Warsaw, Poland, where moments ago, India's prime minister and Poland's prime minister, they held a joint presser. We're going to listen in now.
Dzień dobry Państwu. Zapraszam na oświadczenia po spotkaniu premiera Republiki Indii Narendry Modiego I prezesa Rady.
Following the meeting of Prime Minister Donald Tusk with Prime Minister
Narendra Modi, भारत के प्रधानमंत्री.
Szanowna delegacjo, to jest bardzo...
Honourable Prime Minister, honourable delegation, this is a very important day for both our nations. We have the honour of hosting the Prime Minister of India just before the 70th anniversary of establishing diplomatic relation. 45 years after the last visit of the Prime Minister of the Republic of India and Poland, which took place in 1979. This is sufficient proof of the significance of this visit. Mr. Prime Minister, thank you once again for your presence here in Warsaw. It is undoubtedly proof of improving relations between our countries. It is important to the whole region, and it will not be an exaggeration if I say to the whole world, these improved relations between India and Poland. It is especially important to us that we could underline the traditionally good relations between Poland and India. There is no conflict of interest between our states. We have always understood each other well, despite geographical distance, despite different traditions and history. And yet it was history, as the Prime Minister underlined, and as I stressed during our face-to-face meeting, it was history that taught our nations to respect principles, to respect borders, territorial integrity, sovereignty of states, rule of law. The whole world admires India for an unwaveringly democratic nature of its government. This is not something widespread in that part of the world. Let me once again congratulate you another victorious election. That is a great satisfaction, and I know something about it. To exercise power in your country by the will of your nation, of your people, and not for any other reason. Therefore, Mr. Prime Minister, we have reasons for our own personal satisfaction. Today, we talked about elevating our relations to a strategic partnership. This is not just about a definition. This is not only about words. What lies behind this is our determination to cooperate intensively in many areas. We started by clarifying our positions on issues that spark emotions across the globe. I am very pleased that the Prime Minister confirmed readiness to personally engage in the peaceful, just, and fast end of the war. We are certain that India can play a very important and positive role here. This declaration is of great significance, especially that Mr. Prime Minister in just over 10 hours will visit Ukraine. We are certain that this visit will be historical as well. As concerns the exchange between India and Poland, we covered many areas. We spoke about intensifying cooperation in the defense industry. We have many shared possibilities for true synergy. Poland is ready to participate in the modernization of military equipment. We have the necessary qualifications, the companies, and the technical capacity. I am pleased with the offer of close cooperation, not just in the defense industry, in terms of military issues, but also technologies. India is a global leader in terms of artificial intelligence and using the latest developments in human thought, also in defense. I am looking forward to our close cooperation here. I am pleased with the invitation for us, Poland, and our entrepreneurs to cooperate closely with India. We will certainly avail ourselves of that invitation, especially that our military spending in Poland is to be channels to optimize our defense capabilities. I am also certain that our cooperation on energy transition will be mutually beneficial to India and Poland. Our Polish companies are invited to increase their presence in India in terms of green technologies, green energy, and also the more traditional forms of activity in this field. Poland has a lot to offer to India in this respect. I would like to thank for the very interesting offer put forward. We will certainly take up this offer. In the area of the agri-food industry, I am pleased with us reaching a speedy agreement on increasing the presence of Polish entrepreneurs in India and also Indian entrepreneurs in Poland. We will welcome this Indian offer. We also exchanged information. I informed the Prime Minister about our visa policy, and it was received with understanding, an understanding for Poland's new visa policy, which consists in restoring a certain order. As you recall, ladies and gentlemen, we inherited a certain chaos in the visa department. Thank you for your understanding. Our activities are by no means targeting India or Indian citizens. Indian guests will always be welcome in Poland, just as Poles are welcome in India. Mr. Prime Minister, today I have become more optimistic in our face-to-face talk, we exchanged views on the nearest future. We discussed global issues, not just in the context of the war, but also in a broader perspective. I am certain that the Prime Minister's commitment, that the engagement of India, of Poland, and of the entire European Union and Europe are the keys to sustainable peace in this part of the world. I am certain that you, Mr. Prime Minister, can play a very significant role, and we will be looking forward to the first effects of your involvement. Thank you once again. Welcome to Poland, and I hand over to you. I invite the Prime Minister of India, Mr. Narendra Modi, to take the floor.
Your Excellency, Prime Minister Donald Tusk, delegates of both countries, friends from the media, Namaskar. I express my heartfelt gratitude to Prime Minister Tusk for the warm welcome and wonderful hospitality accorded to us in the beautiful city of Warsaw, and for his words of friendship. You have been a good friend of India for a long time. You have made a big contribution to strengthening friendship between India and Poland. Friends, today has special importance for India-Poland relations. Today, an Indian Prime Minister is visiting Poland after 45 years. I am fortunate to have the opportunity to come here at the very beginning of my third term in office. I would like to express my special thanks on this occasion to the government of Poland and to its people. We, the people of India, can never forget the generosity you demonstrated in 2022 in getting Indian students who were stuck in Ukraine due to the conflict out of the country. Friends, this year we are celebrating the 70th anniversary of our diplomatic relations. On this occasion, we have decided to elevate our relations to a strategic partnership. Relations between India and Poland are based on shared values such as democracy and the rule of law. Today, we have also identified several new initiatives to give our relations a new direction. As two democratic countries, we must promote exchanges between our parliaments. In order to further expand our economic cooperation, we will work on involving our private sectors. Poland is a world leader in the area of food processing. We would like Polish companies to associate with the mega food parks being made in India. The fast pace of urbanization taking place in India is opening up new opportunities for cooperation in sectors such as water treatment, solid waste management, and urban infrastructure. Clean coal technology, green hydrogen, renewable energy, and artificial intelligence are also shared priorities for us. We invite Polish companies to join the Make in India and Make for the World initiative. India has had several achievements in the areas of fintech, pharma, and space. We will be pleased to share our experience in these areas with Poland. Close cooperation in the area of defense is a symbol of our mutual trust. We will further strengthen our mutual cooperation in this.
Innovation and talent are the hallmarks of youth power in both our countries. In order to promote the welfare of skilled workers as well as their mobility, a social security agreement has been agreed upon between the two sides. Friends, India and Poland have also been moving forward in close coordination on the international stage. We both agree that in order to face contemporary global challenges, reforms must be introduced in the United Nations and other international institutions, and that is the need of the hour. Terrorism remains a major challenge for us. Countries like India and Poland that believe in humanity must further expand their cooperation. Likewise, climate change is a matter of shared priority for us. We will combine our capabilities and work for a green future. In January 2025, Poland will be taking over the presidency of the European Union. I am convinced that with your support, India and the EU relations will grow further. Friends, the situation prevailing in Ukraine and West Asia is a matter of deep concern for all of us. India firmly believes that no conflict or problem can be resolved on the battlefield. The loss of innocent lives in any crisis is the biggest challenge for the entire humanity. And that is why we support dialogue and diplomacy for the early restoration of peace and stability. For this, India is ready to work with friendly nations to provide all possible support. Friends, in Poland, Indology and Sanskrit have a very old and rich tradition. A strong foundation of our relations was laid by a deep interest in Indian civilization and languages. I was fortunate to see a direct and vibrant example of our deep people-to-people ties yesterday. I had the honor of paying homage at the monuments erected in the memory of Dobry Maharaja and the Maharaja of Kolhapur. I am really pleased that even today, the people of Poland honor them for their benevolence and generosity. In order to immortalize his memory, we are going to start the Jam Saab of Navanagar Youth Exchange Program between India and Poland. Every year, 20 young persons from Poland will be taken on a visit to India. Friends, once again, I wish to express my gratitude to Prime Minister Tusk and assure him that India is fully committed to take relations with Poland to a new level. Thank you very much.
So that joint press are wrapping up out in Warsaw, Poland, with India and Poland's prime ministers. On the right side of your screen, keeping up some international headlines we're following. Some missile strikes happening out there at the Israel-Lebanon border as conflict looms with Israel and Hezbollah this Thursday morning. Also giving you a live look out in Italy as the super yacht wreck search resumes this morning. As we continue with your top stories and headlines, coming back stateside this morning to give you a live look out in the Windy City. The sun finally up, giving you a better view at that beautiful skyline out in Chicago. 6:49 here on the East Coast as we go to our final 2-minute break of the hour. But when we come back, hitting another top story we're following this morning, as today marks Day 4 of the Democratic National Convention, the final day. We will be checking in with our content partners over at Fox 32 Chicago after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, giving you another live look at the Chicago skyline, transitioning to discuss the top story as it relates to the Democratic National Convention. And we are learning some disturbing news this morning, reports of maggots being dropped in some DNC delegate breakfast items. Yes, you heard that right, maggots. We're going to check in now with our content partners over at Fox 32 Chicago to learn more details of this disturbing news.
The loop with details.
Good morning. We knew going into convention week that there would be some outside agitators trying to cause disruptions. We've already seen some of that this week, but what Indiana delegates certainly did not expect yesterday morning was a stomach-turning meal involving maggots. During the DNC, delegates from across the nation are staying in top hotels across the city, Fairmont, Chicago being one of them. But as Indiana delegates were getting ready to tackle day 3, a nasty discovery was made during breakfast.
Sometime right around 7 when the food was actually laid out, some protesters showed up and apparently they dumped maggots all over the food.
Chicago police and the FBI responded and say multiple unknown women entered the hotel around 6:45 in the morning and planted the unsettling surprise. In a statement, a spokesperson with the Fairmont Chicago said in part, the safety, security, and well-being of our guests and staff are our top priorities. Our team acted immediately to clean and sanitize the area, ensuring the event could continue without further incident.
The hotel staff did an incredible job, I'm told. It was removed, everything was cleaned, and they prepared new food.
Dave Crooks, former member of the Indiana House of Representatives and current 8th District Democratic Party chairman, says the disruption at first went largely unnoticed.
That's some of the nonsense we've had to put up with, but this is not 1968. This is 2024 Chicago. We're moving forward, and we've got worse things to worry about than a bad breakfast with maggots. We're trying to beat Donald Trump.
We're told that food was replaced so quickly that no one, thankfully, was able to consume it. Now, a very similar incident unfolded just last month at the Watergate Hotel in Washington, D.C., where a group of pro-Palestinian activists released maggots and crickets to protest Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's visit. It is unclear at this time what group yesterday's protesters were affiliated with. So far, no arrests have been made. Reporting in the Loop, Casey Cronus, Fox 32, Chicago.
And a quick programming note for everybody. Tonight, we are airing the Bears preseason game against the Chiefs on Fox 32 Chicago. Our coverage of that starts at 6:30. Now, if the game overlaps with Vice President Harris's speech at the DNC, we will show the speech in full on WPWR and join it in progress on Fox 32 once that game wraps up. Mike Kaplan, time to check back in with you on this day 4 of the convention. Sounds like we got another good one.
Oh, we do. Beautiful weather here, but you're talking about Kansas City, not far away from them right now. There are some showers and thunderstorms. Don't think they're going to interfere with that game at Arrowhead Stadium tonight. Fairly quiet weather regime for a big portion of the country. Of course, the Northeast still, parts of Connecticut and New York State dealing with the horrible flooding that happened a few days ago. Little bit of light rain tied to a low pressure area there over the St. Lawrence Seaway. But here you can see some of the thunderstorms that are roaming the Central Plains early this morning. Those will be decaying as they move towards Kansas City here later today. I think the weather for that game should be in good shape. Speaking of good shape, nothing going on here. Quiet. Later today, in about actually 3 hours, we'll get the brand new drought information. And I would not be surprised to see at least some expanding what's called abnormally dry conditions posted for much of Chicagoland, especially the northern suburbs. These are the current temperatures. May need a jacket. Look at that Aurora Airport temp, 48. Not much better at Kankakee or Waukegan. It's 53 at Chicago's Lakefront Midway, the hot spot with 57 degrees. 7-day forecast. Take a look at the heat wave on the way. It's a small one, but we do get into the 90s. We got 80 today, 84 tomorrow, 88 Saturday, a small chance of a shower or thunderstorm Saturday night, 90 on Sunday, 94 on Monday. I think temperatures tail off a little bit as we head toward the middle part of next week. It is 4:54. We have more of Good Day Chicago coming up after this.
Well, we definitely appreciate our Fox 32 Chicago team giving a brief weather hit as you might be in that area wanting to know how you need to dress today for the DNC. So we just brought that to you. But now 6:56 here on the East Coast, giving you a live look there at the United Center, the site of the 2024 DNC, beautifully lit this Thursday morning. And as we continue to bring you these top stories and headlines, don't forget right here on Live Now from Fox, live, unfiltered, and uninterrupted coverage throughout the DNC. Just as we did with the Republican National Convention, you will get all those speeches in full, again, live, raw, and uninterrupted. Let me give you this shot again, though, the outside of the United Center. And if you're wondering what it looks like inside, here you go. Calm conditions there. A jam-packed room, though, roaring to life last night as Governor Tim Walz officially accepted his party's nomination for vice president. Well, now excitement continues to grow ahead of Kamala Harris's big speech, which is expected to happen this evening. Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor joining us live in Chicago with the latest.
Last night featured a long list of political heavy hitters and celebrities, but the man of the hour was Governor Tim Walz, who officially accepted his party's nomination for vice president.
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, a politician who had never used a teleprompter before becoming the Democrat VP nominee, was front and center Wednesday night addressing the DNC.
It's the honor of my life to accept your nomination for vice president.
Walz, playing on his humble upbringing, was introduced by some of his former students from his days as a high school teacher and football coach.
Tim Walz is the kind of guy you can count on to push you out of a snowbank. I know this because Tim Walz has pushed me out of a snowbank.
It was those players and my students who inspired me to run for Congress.
In his remarks, Walz talked about some of the things he and Harris want to do in office, including taking on big pharma and lowering taxes for the middle class.
No matter who you are, Kamala Harris is going to stand up and fight for your freedom.
Stars of the Democratic Party, including former President Bill Clinton and former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, also taking the stage Wednesday night.
When Kamala Harris is president, every day will begin with you.
And a celebrity so famous she's known by just her first name.
Let us choose joy.
Tonight, Vice President Kamala Harris will officially accept her party's nomination for president, while Donald Trump is in Arizona to visit the southern border and speak on immigration. In Chicago, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thank you so much for that detailed report and joining us live this morning to further set the stage of the final day of the DNC, none other than political analyst and let me also add historian, as he showed off his skills yesterday with all of those historical skills. Rich Rubino, good morning. Always a pleasure speaking with you. Thank you for being here.
Good morning.
So, Rich, today's theme, day 4 of the DNC, for our future. Can you set the stage? What can we expect today, please?
I think what you can expect is this is going to be the introduction to America to Vice President Harris. Many Americans really don't know her. She really had kind of a meteoric rise. She was a DA, then she was Attorney General, then she was Vice President. The first thing she has to do is she has to talk about each one of those positions and what her accomplishments were. Then subsequently, she has to talk about what she wants to do as president. My guess is she'll have a brief tribute to Joe Biden toward the beginning of the speech. And then after that, it'll be more her talking about her past accomplishments and what she wants to achieve.
It seems like Democrats have come together at this time. At first, there was a lot of tension and people saying they didn't really feel like she was the best choice for the Democratic Party. One of those people that many were wondering what she really thought was Nancy Pelosi. But after her speech last night, it seems like she's on the Kamala Harris train.
Yes, absolutely. There was a lot of there was supposedly some friction between Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden. Nancy Pelosi, the former Speaker of the House, was somebody who wanted Joe Biden to drop out of the race, as well as Chuck Schumer, the majority leader from New York. They both wanted him to drop out the race, and basically they got essentially what they wanted. Vice President Harris is interesting because she's run for president before. Like Joe Biden had run for president twice. In 1987, he dropped out early, and then in 2008, and he got less than 1% in Iowa. In the case of Vice President Harris, she had a trial run. She ran in 2020, never really got anywhere, and had to drop out well before the first in the nation Iowa caucuses. So this is really her chance to say why she's the nominee and why she thinks that in other words, why this is her time. I find it interesting that there's been such a unification and a consolidation, if you will, in the Democratic Party toward Vice President Harris, because she was not the #1 choice in 2020. Joe Biden was, and she was somebody who never achieved much electorally in that respect. But now the party is really consolidated, and there's a lot of unity toward her.
Let's look across the aisle this morning. Rich, we know that although the DNC is going on, Republicans are not at home asleep. They are still working to campaign for former President Donald Trump. We've heard some of his recent speeches in the few days that have passed. We've heard him speak about, border security, immigration, and those things. How do you think the Republican side is doing as the DNC is ongoing?
They're doing as well as they possibly can do to try to garner some media attention. They got when Robert F. Kennedy dropped out of the race. I think he would have probably siphoned more votes off siphoned off votes from Vice President Harris. So they're doing as well as they possibly can, but it's really hard because the entire, if you watch it, all the news channels have all night coverage of the convention. The major channels come on around 10 o'clock. It's really hard. There's only so much media oxygen, if you will, that you can possibly absorb, and it's very hard for the other party to garner that much attention, which is why, for example, back in 1996, Bill Clinton was in all places during the Republican National Convention. He was in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, catching some Z's and taking a vacation. That's often what people do in the other party. Just kind of give up and say, this is going to be their time, and then we can make up for it in the debates. I think that Donald Trump is not that type of is not the type of a candidate to do that. I also think he's afraid that there's going to be a bounce from this convention, that Vice President Harris will become kind of a juggernaut, and that he will not be able to catch her unless he spends a known amount of time campaigning for the office himself during the convention.
So the question now, Rich, what's next? Today's the final day of the DNC. We know the RNC already wrapped up. What's next? What can people look forward to? I know many are looking forward to a Harris-Trump debate.
Yes, and that's going to be, I think, one of the more exciting debates in American political history. It's going to be also a day-to-day thing for how both candidates trying to garner enough media coverage, as much media coverage as possible. We're in this scenario, by the way, where right now there are a few Sun Belt states. You have Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina. And then you have the three former blue wall states, meaning states that were formerly Democratic from 1992 to 2012, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan all went for the Democratic presidential candidate. In 2016, Donald Trump broke up that blue wall and won all three of those states. But we're really only talking about 7, or potentially, if you want to include New Hampshire in there, maybe 8 states that are actually swing states. So it's really a matter of the presidential candidates barnstorming those same 7 states, whereas Americans in the other 42, 43 states are just kind of in the electoral sidelines, watching the candidates go from one state to another. Occasionally, they'll go to a place like California, New York, Massachusetts, but that's usually to raise money so they can then spend that money on a place like the Upper Peninsula in Michigan.
Political analyst and historian Rich Rubino, always a pleasure. We appreciate your expertise on all things politics here on Live Now. Before we let you go, anything else you'd like to add?
This is going to be an absolutely fascinating speech. This is really going to be Vice President Harris's introduction to America, the way that she wants to define herself. She gets up the free media time, and then the next couple days you'll see the Republicans in the way that they will want to kind of counter define her.
Rich, a pleasure speaking with you this Thursday morning. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much.
Thank you as well.
Giving you another live look, 7:05 here on the East Coast. Good morning to you if you're just now tuning in inside of the United Center. And as Rich so eloquently put it, it's the final day of the DNC, and many people looking ahead to VP Harris's speech, wanting to know what they can expect. We're going to do a little deeper, further analysis this morning with our Fox 32 Chicago team, as they are just now coming on the air with their coverage this 7 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. Let's listen in.
Day Chicago. I've got the extremely tall Anthony Ponce. Which
you didn't know I was that tall, did you?
I did. I'm trying to figure this out. Yeah, it's wrap my head around it. Yeah. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Natalie Bumpke in for Anita. She's going to be joining us at 5:30 live again from the floor of the Democratic National Convention.
Yeah, day 4 underway, or about to be underway. It's 5 a.m. Good morning, everybody. Let's kick off our 5 a.m. hour by checking in with Mike Kaplan, who has news of another good day in our midst.
No, I have to correct you on that. News of another great day.
Great day.
Yeah. Hey, good morning, guys. We have a beautiful day. It's been a spectacular week. The weather for the convention has been absolutely ideal, I think. And we have clear skies out there right now. This is the view from the roof. The roof. We are looking off to the southwest, and skies are absolutely clear. And you're going to see plenty of sunshine today. And temperatures a little bit warmer. We had 72 Tuesday, 76 yesterday. I think we'll tag 80 this afternoon. Bright and sunny at 9. 67 degrees, still sunny at noon, 75. Maybe a couple of high clouds out there at 4 o'clock, but a little bit warmer than it has been this week. Temperature at that time will be 79 degrees, maybe a 2 or 3 degrees cooler right along the lakeshore. It is early in the morning, but there could already be some problems on the roads. Let's check in with Gabriella Primus to see if we have any slowdowns yet. Good morning.
Good morning, Mike. You see my map here, and it's a lot of green. We have some overnight road work, though, that should be picked up right now at 5 o'clock. One's on outbound Dan Ryan Ryan near Marquette, on the Eisenhower as well, going inbound St. Charles Road to Wolf Road, as well as the area where I-80 and I-55 meet, but again, should be picked up very quickly here. We had one report of a crash, but it's not causing much of a slowdown at all. Outbound Stevenson near Harlem, seems like crews were on scene right away, and they were able to pick that up. All right, let's take a look at some traffic cameras in our system. One is on the Tri-State at Hinsdale Oasis. Things looking good over here, as well as just across the border on the Borman at Calumet Avenue. Natalie, Anthony.
It's been another night of protest near the Democratic National Convention.
Joni is live where demonstrators stormed an elevated CTA Green Line stop. Joni, good morning. What happened here?
Good morning. Well, that protest steered a little off course when it got to the Green Line stop here at Ashland, and that impacted travel. For the safety of marchers and commuters, that's where police moved in here at this train station. It was a large but not permit-approved march from Union Park to the Speakers Park north of United Center. About 1,000 people participated, peaceful, even family-friendly, sponsored by the group Coalition for Justice in Palestine, until one protester climbed a CTA support column and then got up on the platform. Police were there to make sure he and the crowd were safe. Police once again used their training in response, using bikes to form a wall, wearing their protective gear. It made it interesting, but not confrontational, like those first 2 days of demonstrations where police made arrests and secure areas were breached. Protest organizers say it takes action to get attention. So the last big protest gets underway this afternoon. The Coalition to March on the DNC will gather at about 3 o'clock in Union Park. They're holding a rally at 5 o'clock, and then that march will be on the move, scheduled for 6:30. Reporting live, I'm Joni Lum. Back to you.
Okay, Joni, thank you. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz headlined night 3 of the DNC. Walz introduced himself to the nation as he closed out the festivities last night. The governor accepted the party's nomination as VP alongside Vice President Kamala Harris at the top of the Democratic ticket.
And no matter who you are, Kamala Harris is going to stand up and fight for your freedom to live the life that you want to lead. Because that's what we want for ourselves, and it's what we want for our neighbors.
Harris is going to be the big headliner for the finale tonight, where she will formally accept the party's presidential nomination.
Former President Bill Clinton took the stage Wednesday night at the convention, and Clinton voiced his support. For joining us here at Good Day Chicago, I've got the extremely tall Anthony Ponce. Which
You didn't know I was that tall, did you?
I did. I'm trying to figure this out. Yeah, it's wrap my head around it. Yeah. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Natalie Bumpke.
All right, it seems like the feed just jumped ship there, but that's okay. We're still rocking and rolling this Friday Eve, Thursday morning, August 22nd, here on Live Now. And we're staying on DNC, and we know amidst the pomp and circumstance of the Democratic National Convention, there have been some disturbances as it relates to the convention out there. Giving you some video of what I'm referring to. Protesters angered by the ongoing Israel-Hamas war continue taking to the streets and parks around the DNC arena. That's that United Center. This while demonstrations Wednesday were more calm than Tuesdays. Some voters are actually sounding off about Vice President Kamala Harris's responses to the conflict in the Middle East. Fox News' Kevin Uretsky joining us to explain.
Crowds of protesters continue gathering at sites near the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, ramping up calls for a ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war and for the U.S. to stop supplying arms to America's closest ally in the Middle East.
Chicago actually has one of the largest Palestinian communities in the entire nation. The Democratic Party will not get our vote if the genocide in Gaza doesn't end immediately.
Anti-war demonstrations in the Windy City have been ongoing throughout this week, with one Tuesday night that started outside the Israeli consulate, leading to dozens of arrests.
They showed up with the intent on committing acts of violence, vandalism.
Vice President Kamala Harris maintains Israel has the right to self-defense and is calling for a ceasefire after Hamas's deadly attack on October 7th. Still, some voters have mixed opinions on her positions.
I feel like she does a lot of talk, and then the next day the policy just doesn't coincide with her opinion the day before.
Meanwhile, family members of American hostages still held by Hamas say the time to secure their freedom is running out.
We urged anyone protesting, for the war to end to protest Hamas to release the hostages, because that would most definitely bring calm.
Overseas Wednesday, Israeli strikes in Gaza killed at least 17 people. Egyptian mediators helping to broker the ceasefire say Hamas will not agree to proposals over concerns Israeli troops won't fully withdraw from Gaza. Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
Kevin, thank you so much. And speaking of conflicts related to Gaza, we know that the Israel-Hamas war rages on this morning, transitioning also to give you a live look at the Israel-Lebanon border, also a major topic this morning. We're going to go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour here at 7:13 on the East Coast. But when we come back, checking in with national security expert Ken Gray following conflicts out related to the Middle East. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Live now from Fox. We are following breaking news this Thursday morning as it relates to conflicts in the Middle East. Learning from our content partners over at the Associated Press, a French destroyer rescued 29 mariners from an oil tanker that came under repeated attack out in the Red Sea. Officials saying this today while also destroying a bomb-carrying drone boat in the area. Well, Yemen's Houthi rebels are suspected to have carried out the assault on the Sunyan. The attack, the most serious out in the Red Sea in recent weeks, comes during a months-long campaign by Houthis targeting ships over the Israel-Hamas war in the Gaza Strip, which has disrupted a trade route through which $100 trillion in cargo typically passes each year. Well, joining us live this morning to further break down this news alert, national security expert with the University of New Haven, Ken Gray. Ken, good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning, Janae. Glad to be with you.
Glad to have you. So no surprise here, the Yemen Houthi rebels suspected to have carried out this attack. They're saying this is probably one of the deadliest and one of the most serious attacks they've seen out in this area. If you could catch us up, because there is some confusion this morning if this attack is over cargo or if this relates to control out in this area, or maybe it's even both.
So this vessel that came under attack is a Greek-flagged oil tanker, the Sunyan motor vessel of Sunyan. It came under attack on Wednesday by the remote-controlled surface vessels and also by missile attacks, and it caused a fire on there. Wednesday, it was reported to be not under command. In other words, that there was no one piloting the ship at that time. The crew was too busy trying to fight the fire on that vessel. They have had to be rescued off of that vessel as the vessel continues to burn. In addition to the Sunyan, a second motor vessel, the Wind One, also came under attack by Houthis there in the Sea of Aden also today. Houthis have not claimed responsibility for either of these attacks, but nonetheless, it is within their reach, and also the same type of attacks they've been conducting throughout this period of time. So again, the Houthis are still at it of trying to control all seas coming into the Gulf of Aden there and into the Red Sea, trying to limit the amount of shipping able to travel through the Red Sea and through the Suez Canal. So they continue to be a problem for this area.
Definitely a problem. I was going to say, do they ever claim responsibility? Like, at what point will they claim responsibility? I want to dig a little further, if you don't mind. We know that the Israel-Hamas war has, kind of disrupted trade in this area. Do you think that is leading to these disruptions with the Yemen Houthi rebels? Is this affecting their cargo and their trade and their income from what trade routes would have brought them?
So I think the main reason why the Houthis are doing these kind of attacks is that they are too far away from Israel to be able to take part in that war directly, but they want to take actions in support of Hamas. And so the easiest way they can do that is limiting the maritime traffic through the Red Sea to affect this entire area and affect the world economy. I mean, after all, an awful lot of the economy travels through this area. It's a much quicker route than going all the way down and around the tip of Africa. And so the Houthis are able to hit far above their size. They're able to affect the world economy by limiting traffic through this area here. One would think that at some point that either the United States, the UK, France, or Israel itself will do something to reduce the capability of the Houthis. So far to date, they've managed to strike against some of their depots. The Israelis struck directly against the port there of Hodeida. And so there have been attempts to try to limit the ability of the Houthis to conduct these attacks. But so far, the Houthis continue to be able to continue launching both surface vessels and also missile attacks on ships in this area.
Okay, now transitioning, as we know, conflicts out there in the Red Sea, not the only conflicts out in the Middle East, popping up. A live look at the Israel-Lebanon border. And, as we were going to the first break, I was showing how there were some plumes of smoke there in the distance, and you can kind of still see it if you look really closely. We know that a conflict is ramping up out in that area. What does ramping up look like? Because this isn't the first time this conflict has erupted between the two groups.
Yeah, there's been an exchange of ordnance across the border with the Hezbollah throughout this conflict ever since October 7th. In fact, even before then, there was periodic exchanges of munitions across the border here. But nonetheless, the Hezbollah will attack northern Israel. Israel, in turn, will go and attack southern Lebanon. This has been going on throughout this period. However, the Israelis appear to be getting ready to ramp up this conflict here, opening up a northern front against Hezbollah. We've been saying that for some time now, but the Israeli intelligence chief has said that they are preparing to conduct the war into Lebanon. The IDF has been moving some of their forces up towards the border. They've been practicing crossing that border, going into southern Lebanon. The most recent attack that was conducted there of interest was that the Israelis did a drone attack against a vehicle moving around in southern Lebanon that contained a Fatah commander. And so this is the first Fatah organization casualty that I can think of that's been associated with this current war going on there in the Gaza Strip. And in this particular case, he was specifically targeted by the IDF.
Well, Ken, we knew this time yesterday we were discussing those recent missile attacks coming out of Lebanon towards Israel. About 50 was reported. And then during that time, we saw the protest with the ultra-Orthodox Jews, just further showing how the manpower is kind of dwindling out in the area with Israel. What can we expect in the coming days? So many looming conflicts from Israel, Hamas, from Israel, Hezbollah, conflicts out in the Red Sea. People are kind of worried that maybe another conflicts might arise that people weren't expecting. I also forgot to mention Iran. We are still waiting on what happens with that as well.
Sure. So we are now 3 weeks past the attacks of against Fuad Shukr, the Hezbollah commander, and also the attack on Hania while he was there for the inauguration of the Iranian president. And so both the Hezbollah has promised to strike back at Israel, and the Iranians have, the supreme leader of Iran immediately said that they would strike back against Israel. So we are 3 weeks in without either one of those forces really conducting major attacks as they had claimed that they would do. Whether or not they will actually carry this out, we've seen Hezbollah launch numerous barrages of missiles, but none of those amounting to the type of attack that they were promising as retaliation. Iran, on the other hand, we've yet to see anything from Iran come in. Whether it's going to be a military strike like the one back in April, or if it's something else, we've yet to see that. I think that it's possible that Iran was since it was taking part in the ceasefire negotiations, indirectly, not directly, but the fact that it seemed to have gained a seat at the table, they seem to be more satisfied with that than conducting another April type of attack against Israel. So we will see whether or not they follow through with the supreme leader's promise to strike against Israel.
Well, Ken Gray, we always appreciate your expertise and your candidness on these breaking news headlines. We appreciate you joining us bright and early here on Live Now. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
And giving you a live look now, 7:25 here on the East Coast. Again, the Israel-Lebanon border, and you can still see those plumes of smoke in the background. We continue to check with our content partners out in that area. This feed coming from the Associated Press to figure out if this was a missile strike or rocket launch, something that happened out in this area. We haven't heard back yet, but when we do, you'll be the first to know right here on Live Now from Fox. Another top story we are following this morning as it relates to your breaking news headlines takes us out to Italy. Divers continue to search the wreck of a super yacht this morning that capsized off the coast of Sicily this week. Rescue workers saying they've recovered multiple bodies in their search for the missing, which includes some titans in the tech and financial industries. Fox News correspondent Madison Scarpino joining us now with the latest.
Divers recovering multiple bodies from the wreck of a super yacht off the coast of Sicily on Wednesday. Among those missing, British tech entrepreneur Mike Lynch and his 18-year-old daughter, as well as members of a team that recently helped clear Lynch in a federal fraud trial.
This whole incident is, I think, unprecedented.
Their ship sunk early Monday when it capsized near the port of Porticello, where it was anchored. Officials say they believe the vessel was struck by a tornado over the water when most would have been sleeping.
When you're at anchor, even if it's blowing with a storm in the Mediterranean, you rarely shut the whole boat down because nobody expects something like this to happen.
More than half of those on board escaped in a lifeboat. Military ships, underwater vehicles, and helicopters have been aiding divers in the search for victims. But rescue workers say the depth and position of the 184-foot yacht have made that process challenging. Investigators are now interviewing the survivors as they work to answer questions about how the ship sunk so quickly.
What's particularly surprising is that those vessels are built with watertight subcompartments. For the vessel to sink, especially this fast, you are really looking at taking water on board very quickly.
And in an unrelated event, Lynch's co-defendant in the fraud trial died Sunday. He was hit by a car while running in England. In London, Madison Scarpino, Fox News.
Madison, thank you so much for that update and giving you a live look out in Sicily, 7:27 here on the East Coast. And you can see those rescue teams still working and being very adamant about not giving up until they recover these bodies. They continue to hope that everyone does not continue to be a lost cause with this tragic situation. But again, this is an ongoing breaking news story. And as we get more developments, then you'll be the first to know. 7:27 here on the East Coast. I'm Jeanne Francine, joining you bright and early here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, heading out to the windy city of Chicago, giving you a live look at their skyline. The sun finally up out in that area. We'll be checking in with our content partners there, Fox 32 Chicago. Also, Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader, as we are looking ahead to the final day of the DNC. More details when we come back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Transitioning back to a top political headline this Friday Eve. It's Thursday, August 22nd, and I'm talking about the DNC taking place there at the United Center in Chicago. A different shot from inside of the DNC there, and you can see media partners as they continue to work around the clock this morning to keep you informed on the very latest, and we're doing so right here on Live Now from Fox as well. We're going to check in with our content partners over at Fox 32 Chicago as they do have team coverage this morning. Also checking in with Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader. Let's listen in.
And with a 50. Highs today, despite the cool start. I think we'll hit 80 today. I think our computer model, which populates all of the other numbers on here, might be a degree or two too low. What I do agree with, a little bit cooler right along the lakefront. We'll have that southeast wind, so it'll hold temperatures mid to upper 70s. Now tonight, it's going to be another cool one. Maybe no 40s, but some low 50s in the burbs. Probably stay close to 60 right downtown. So another chilly night on the way. But here you see the red line in the sky. That's the warm front in in response to high pressure pushing off to the east. More of a southerly flow. We've had north winds pretty much all week long. Now we're switching them out of the south. That drives temperatures up, and we'll really feel it here over the weekend when I've got at least one 90-degree day on the way. Gabriella Primus is raring to go to let us know how good things are so far.
Things are looking really good here, Mike. Some normal slowdowns in our usual spot for a Thursday morning commute on the Kennedy, starting at Foster all the way to about Montrose, and on the Stevenson from Central pretty much to Kedzie, and lastly on the Dan Ryan starting at 43rd, a little stop and go as you head into the city a little further. About 30 minutes on the Kennedy, Eisenhower, and Stevenson, just 20 minutes still on the Dan Ryan. But we still have a little bit of trouble in the Plainfield area. This portion of Main Street is closed between Route 59 and Mill Street because of a vehicle fire. Crews are on scene and they're trying to get it cleared out right away.
Thanks, Gabby. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz makes an introduction to the country over at the United Center.
Doug Luzader joins us from the United Center this morning to kind of wrap this up for us. Doug, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning.
All right. So how did Tim Walz give his resume to the American public, and give us an idea of how Republicans are responding to what he said?
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's kind of what it was. It was a little bit of a resume speech. He's not that well known outside of his state of Minnesota. So this is an effort to kind of introduce himself, not so much to the people in the arena, but to folks watching at home that may not know much about him at all. So there were, you know, coaching references. He made it very clear that he's a former teacher. So there were some biographical elements there. You know, Republicans have really gone after him, aspects of his record, accusing him of embellishing his military career and stories of IVF treatments and so on for fertility issues. But, you know, obviously he was very well received here in this venue last night.
You know, Doug, something that touched me in an unexpected way was the reaction of Tim Walz's son, Gus. He is neurodivergent. I personally think it's so important that we elevate and showcase people who have a disability, because oftentimes they're just kind of left in the background, and that was on full display last night. What was the reaction to Gus's reaction to his father's speech?
Yeah, very emotional. I mean, he was, you know, clearly tearing up, and you know, you kind of try to read lips at one point, and you could very clearly see him saying, "That's my dad. That's my dad." Yeah, I mean, it was a very, you know, human kind of moment, and it was a nice little addition to this last night to see his reaction to his father being on stage.
All right, so it was Walz's big night last night. It's Kamala Harris's night tonight for the grand finale here. What do we expect to hear? And I also want to add, we haven't heard a lot of policy coming out of this convention so far.
That's right. And, you know, we talked about this yesterday, too. At some point, they're going to have to get into that. And Harris has committed to doing some kind of a sit-down interview by the end of the month. Well, that's getting awfully close to the actual election. So, you know, they need to start filling in some of the details here in terms of policy proposals into what a Harris administration would be like, what kind of policies they would pursue, to what degree they would differ from the Biden administration. We just don't know. You know, this crowd isn't really demanding that at this point, but you know, voters may start to get a little uneasy about this until they start kind of filling in some of those details for policy, for how Harris is going to approach some of these specific policies. I mean, she's alluded to price controls, things of that nature, trying to go after inflation and trying to make it easier to buy homes, those kinds of things, but we just don't have the details yet.
Doug, we were so excited to meet you in person yesterday, to break that tough guy, you know, persona. You wanted to say something about us.
It was very nice to, you guys hosted us. It was very nice to be with you guys yesterday.
So your producer, is she behind the camera there? Can she do a quick hello?
That's Amber, right?
Yeah, Amber, come here. Yes,
so we got to meet lovely
she's right
Amber.
Here.
Hi,
and actually, what you can't see is that she's shivering. We both kind of are. It is so cold in here this morning.
Oh no!
If like the fans are on or something, it's really
we'll
quite
see. You know,
cold.
Anthony will try to run a Snuggie over there for you.
Actually, we talked about a Snuggie, so that would be perfect.
Sorry. Mike was just saying we should all be saving money on our air conditioning bills this week because of the cooler temperatures. Doug and Amber, have you guys been able to enjoy the city at all while you're here? Any Chicago staples on the menu, or has it kind of been straight to bed and back to the hotel because we're so busy these days?
Well, she can't hear you, but we've been asking. They're asking if we've been able to enjoy the city and all that. Yeah, it's been great.
We had good food.
We've had very good food. There's no shortage of good food in Chicago, and this is not your first time here.
No, 2 weeks ago was. So I saw the bean for the first time.
Hey, the
There you go.
bean, the
There you
bean.
go.
Well, we hope you enjoy your visit. Guys, thank you so much.
Yep.
So great to see you both yesterday.
So nice to meet you.
Thanks so much.
We'll
Take
try
care
to do it again. Thanks, guys. I mean, it was great. He was sitting right next to me. Doug Luzader in the flesh.
Himself. That's
yes.
right.
Taylor Swift has broken her silence over the terrorist plot that targeted.
All right, so Fox 32 Chicago switching gears with a Taylor Swift story, but we're staying on your top political headlines this Thursday morning. Again, giving you a live look inside of the United Center, a different shot than we've been showing you all morning. This one showing you more of where the media sets up to bring you those stories, just as Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader did. All right, 7:37 here on the East Coast. Let's go ahead and take our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. But when we come back, you're in for a special treat. State of Connecticut Democratic Party, Audrey Blondin joining us this morning. She's actually attending the festivities of the DNC. She has a lot of information to share with us and what we can expect for the final day. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We continue with your top political headlines this Thursday morning, talking about the 2024 Democratic National Convention, which is taking place out in the Windy City this week. Today, day 4 of the DNC, the final day. And joining us live this morning, Audrey Blondin with the State of the Connecticut Democratic Party. Audrey, good morning to you. So glad you could join us here. I know you've been getting in on the action and the parties out there in the DNC. Good morning.
Good morning. Not too much partying, some very lovely lunches, but it's pretty much been 24/7. We've only had a few hours sleep each night. We don't get back until close to midnight, and then we have our delegation breakfasts actually coming up shortly, starting at 7 a.m. So there we go.
Yes, well, look, we appreciate you taking out the time to join us. It's pretty much a packed schedule and itinerary during this week.
Yes.
So first thing I want to ask you, what's it been like to be out there in the midst of the DNC, getting people excited about the upcoming election, seeing your constituents, seeing delegates, even seeing VP Harris? She did have that surprise speech on the first night, and many people anticipating her speech tonight. Just give us the mood and the feel of the area, please.
This is my 6th national convention, the 5th that I've attended in person, because obviously the one 4 years ago was remote. It was supposed to be held in Milwaukee, but because of COVID, it was remote. This is the most amazing experience I've ever had. I've been doing this involved politically in Connecticut for 45 years. The energy, the excitement, the unity, the enthusiasm, I've never seen anything like it. It's totally amazing.
Yeah, a lot of highlights from this past week. Was there anything that stood out for you specifically? Was it the Clintons? Was it the Obamas? Was it Walz's speech? What was it that stood out to you? A lot of people I've spoken with say they even got a little teary-eyed during some of the speeches.
I myself included, when Governor Walz was speaking last night to accept his nomination. I don't think there was a dry eye in the entire arena. It was so moving, so sincere, so heartwarming. It was amazing. I was I would never end up being a delegate, but I was campaigning in New Hampshire for Mayor Pete, Secretary Pete now. He's actually speaking at our breakfast in a little while. I love seeing him. I love seeing Senator Duckworth. It was just a plethora of riches. I love seeing Senator Murphy, our senator from Connecticut, here last night. He was great. It's all been fabulous.
Great. Well, I'm glad you've had a fabulous time out there. It coming to a close today. Today's the final day of the DNC. Then it's back to reality, right? People are headed home to continue with the race to the White House and the way they are campaigning for VP Harris, especially those attending the DNC. I want to ask you, what can we expect tonight, and what's next for you and the constituents out there who are vying for Harris?
I think the anticipation that's been building all week to have the vice president come out tonight and accept the nomination for president, first woman of color. We're living history here. And when Hillary Clinton, Secretary Clinton, spoke the other night, it was the best that I've ever heard her speak. And without her, recently we watched the movie Shirley, about Shirley Chisholm. All of the groundwork. I always say politics is a marathon, not a sprint. And this is exactly what we're going to enjoy seeing tonight in Vice President Harris's acceptance of the nomination for president.
Well, Audrey, again, I know you have a packed day, an eventful day. We appreciate you taking out the time to join us here on Live Now. Really quickly, before you go, I know you mentioned you were headed to the breakfast, and we actually got some reports this morning from our Fox 32 Chicago team about some maggots yesterday being put in some of the breakfast items. I just want to make sure you're safe and that you didn't have that experience.
No, thank God, no. I didn't hear that, and no, our breakfasts have been wonderful. Our first three mornings, were just Connecticut delegates. This is a more regional. I think with some of the other states that are staying in the hotel, we have who's here? New York, Maryland. I think Wisconsin is here in staying in this very large hotel. So this will be a more regional breakfast. So hopefully not. I mean, I would say if you asked me, we were chuckling. The thing I dislike the most about Chicago, if I could say one thing I dislike, is the pizza. Does not compare to our Connecticut pizza. So otherwise, it has been great.
Well, look, you taught me something this morning. Out of all of the great things I think of when I think of Connecticut, pizza was not one of them. I do think of pizza when I think of Chicago. So, look, you taught me something. I got to go out to Connecticut and try the pizza, okay? The more you know. My producer's nodding her head. You knew that, Taylor? Oh, okay. She says that's one of the amazing things out there. All right. Well, thank you so much, Audrey. I appreciate you taking out the time to join me. Yes, ma'am. And then maybe we can recap later this week, and I'll be checking in with you to see. You be safe out there, and I hope you have an amazing day.
And thank you, and you as well. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. And don't forget, right here on Live Now from Fox, live, unfiltered, and uninterrupted coverage. We're getting you excited for the final day of the DNC. Audrey Blondin doing an amazing job as she so eloquently explained her experience out there in the Windy City. We'll continue to have those interviews throughout the morning. I know up next, my colleague Josh Breslow, he's gearing up for an exciting show. He has some pre-coverage as well. And then, you know, those speeches tonight, uninterrupted, just as we did for the RNC. You can get that same experience here with the DNC right here on Live Now from Fox. All right, 7:47 on the East Coast. We're going to go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, you know, the race to the White House is on this morning, and some of you might be wondering, okay, we know what's going on with the Democratic side, many of them there with the DNC, but what's going on with the Republican side? Well, Fox News Business, they actually had an exclusive interview with former President Donald Trump. We'll be playing that for you in full when we come back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Jeanne Francine. Before the break, we were speaking with Audrey Blondin with the State of Connecticut Democratic Party, getting the vibe and feel of what's going on at this year's DNC out in the Windy City of Chicago. But many of you might want to know, okay, well, what's going on the Republican side? Because as you all know, former President Donald Trump has not let the DNC stop his campaign in any way. Well, our content partners over at Fox News Business, they actually got a one-on-one with the former president to talk to him about the state of the race to the White House, and what he's planning next with his campaign. I'm going to play that for you now.
You were out on stage. There's reporting that RFK Jr. is going to drop out of the race by the end of this week.
Well,
have you spoken to him in the last 24 hours?
No, I haven't. No. I haven't, but I respect him. I've respected him for a long time. I mean, I know where he's coming from, and it's a little different philosophy. Very smart guy, however, and I had heard he was thinking about it for a period of time, but no, I have not heard this, what you're telling me.
He's going to be in Arizona on Friday. Would you have him on stage with you at your rally?
Well, I think I'm going to be there on Friday. We have a big crowd. I would always be honored to. I mean, if he endorsed me, would I be honored by that? Absolutely.
I know that you've said that you'll let Fed Chair Powell stay as Fed Chair till the end of his term, but what if he cuts rates before the election?
Well, if you take a look at the numbers and this 800 and something thousand fake jobs that they said existed, which is, I think, a terrible thing. They did that in order to look like their economy is good. That shows the economy is horrible. That's the biggest number to, I mean, we checked back a long ways, and there's never been a number like that.
15 years, but it also means they're probably going to cut rates next month before election.
Well, it means they probably have to, because you'll end up with a depression, perhaps. Who knows? But to hide almost 900,000 jobs and to say they existed, and they wanted to keep that despite what you talked about with interest rate. They wanted to keep that long after the election. They didn't want it to come by any time during, before November 5th. So they really wanted to keep that a secret, and somehow it got out from the labor board. That came out. It got out somehow, and people are amazed by it. That's a tremendous number. That's a tremendous hit to the economy. But what it shows you is how dishonest these people. They didn't want it to come out before the election. It shows that our country is doing very poorly.
How much of the DNC have you been watching?
Enough to see. I mean, my name is very prominent. I saw on one of your shows, actually, that it's mentioned, I think, 10 times more than any other name, meaning not of a person, of a category, like economy and things like that.
It's clear that the Obamas, Harris, they're trying to get under your skin. With having the event at Fiserv Forum where you accepted the nomination a month ago. The Obamas keep talking about crowd sizes. Is it working, this attempt to get under your skin?
Well, we have much bigger crowds than they do, and frankly, I didn't hear that they're trying to get under my skin. I'm more interested in the country. They get under my skin when the country is going down the tubes, and the country is going down the tubes. She's a radical left Marxist. Some people would say communist. That's where she's been all her life. She destroyed San Francisco. She destroyed, I mean, if you take a look at what's happened to California, it's not just Gavin Newsom, it's her. What she did as the Attorney General of California was earth-shaking. She destroyed the state. So she destroyed California and the state of, think of it, what she's done. If you go back and just look at her career, go to San Francisco, take a look at before and after, everything she's touched has turned bad. And now she's going to destroy the United States. We just can't let that happen. She's a Marxist. Her father is a Marxist professor. That's where she comes from. She's the greatest flip-flopper in history. She's going to ban fracking in Pennsylvania, but now she says she isn't, but she will 100%. She's going to do all of these things that are going to destroy our country. But she's flip-flopped on virtually every single thing she said and lived with for a whole life, long before her political life. So she's going to go back to him, and our country will be destroyed. Even if she doesn't, our country will be literally destroyed by her ideology.
Wanted to ask you about those AI-generated Taylor Swift photos you posted. It's getting a lot of buzz on the internet. Are you worried you're going to get sued? Are you worried that Taylor Swift is going to sue you?
I don't know anything about them other than somebody else generated them. I didn't generate them. Somebody came out. They said, oh, look at this. These were all made up by other people. AI is always very dangerous in that way, but these were made up not by us. We didn't make them up. They're made up by other people. Maybe they were reposted or something. I don't even know which ones you're talking about, but possibly something was reposted. We're seeing it all the time. It's happening with me, too. They're having me speak. I speak perfectly, I mean, absolutely perfectly on AI, and I'm like endorsing other products and things. It's a little bit dangerous out there.
Last question on national security, obviously the theme for the day. Over the past couple days, I've heard you mention that you feel like we're marching toward World War III if Vice President Harris is elected. What are you going to do differently to prevent that?
Well, we're going to have respect. They respected me from day one. People say certain reasons why. They couldn't figure us out, et cetera, et cetera. I rebuilt our military. They've dissipated a lot of our military. giving it away to countries, various countries. And also, if you take a look at the wars, the way they're spending, they're handing us. We had ammunition. When I first came in, they complained we had no ammunition, and they went public with it, which you shouldn't go public with. I filled up all of our warehouses all over the world with ammunition. We gave it away again. They gave away our ammunition. We have very little left. You know that. You've been reporting on that. They're destroying our country. We're going to be respected again as a military and as a country, and it starts from the top. The leader has to be respected. I know all of those people. I know President Xi of China. I know President Putin of Russia. I know Kim Jong-un of North Korea. I know every one of them, and they're not going to play games with us.
If you'll indulge me with one more, I cover the auto industry. Sean Fain, UAW president, was out there in Michigan last week and again at the DNC. He said Donald Trump doesn't know you know what about the auto industry. Your response?
Well, I know a lot, and I know a lot about business, but I know a lot about that industry, and they're going to be going to all electric cars. They're all going to be made in China. There won't be an auto industry left if she wins this election. There will be no auto industry left. It's all going to be gone. If you take a look 50 years ago, 40 years ago, they've lost 50% of their industry. They're going to lose a lot more. They want to make all electric cars now. It's not going to work. First of all, they don't go far. They're more expensive, and they happen to be made mostly in China, and they have the material to make them. We don't. We have a thing called gasoline. We have oil. We have underground. I call it liquid gold. We have more liquid gold than anybody, including Saudi Arabia, including Russia. And we want to make gasoline-propelled cars. We want to make hybrids. We want to make electric cars also, but not all electric cars. When he agreed to that, look, I think that most of the United Auto Workers are going to be voting for Trump. I'm going to bring back factories into this country, and they're going to all have great jobs making cars of all types, including electric.
All right. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
All right, a big thank you there to Fox Business for that report. Grady Trimble speaking directly one-on-one with former President Trump. I do want to take you out to some of the live images that we do have inside the United Center right now. You can see things are fairly quiet, but in a matter of hours, it is going to look a lot different there in Chicago. If you look very closely, you can see Rebecca Castor with Fox News down there somewhere. She just filed this report.
Last night featured a long list of political heavy hitters and celebrities, but the man of the hour was Governor Tim Walz, who officially accepted his party's nomination for vice president.
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, a politician who had never used a teleprompter before becoming the Democrat VP nominee, was front and center Wednesday night addressing the DNC.
It's the honor of my life to accept your nomination for vice president.
Walz, playing on his humble upbringing, was introduced by some of his former students from his days as a high school teacher and football coach.
Tim Walz is the kind of guy you can count on to push you out of a snowbank. I know this because Tim Walz has pushed me out of a snowbank.
It was those players and my students who inspired me to run for Congress.
In his remarks, Walz talked about some of the things he and Harris want to do in office, including taking on big pharma and lowering taxes for the middle class.
No matter who you are, Kamala Harris is going to stand up and fight for your freedom.
Stars of the Democratic Party, including former President Bill Clinton and former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, also taking the stage Wednesday night.
When Kamala Harris is president, every day will begin with you.
And a celebrity so famous she's known by just her first name.
Let us choose joy.
Tonight, Vice President Kamala Harris will officially accept her party's nomination for president, while Donald Trump is in Arizona to visit the southern border and speak on immigration. In Chicago, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thank you so much. And as I mentioned, we do have several different live cameras there inside the United Center in Chicago. As Rebecca mentioned, later tonight, the Democratic National Convention will wrap up as Vice President Harris does officially accept her party's nomination for president. As we do, we're going to air that speech and all the others tonight in full, uninterrupted, right here on Live Now from Fox. Now I do want to talk a little bit more about what to expect for the final night. Again, day 4 getting underway in just hours. Let's bring in Dr. Jordan Cash, Assistant Professor of Political Theory and Constitutional Democracy at Michigan State University. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. Well, first off, I want to talk to you about what we can expect today What do you think people should be looking forward to today as they do watch the DNC and that big speech from Kamala Harris?
Sure. Well, I think today we can expect kind of what we've been seeing so far. A lot of emphasis on the contrast with Donald Trump, the emphasis on what Kamala Harris and the Democratic ticket, now with Tim Walz, brings to the table. So in particular, I would say with Kamala Harris's speech tonight, if you've been watching her stump speeches, if you've been kind of paying attention to the campaign, I would expect to a certain degree more of the same, looking at her to have a nod to Joe Biden, acknowledge his service, acknowledge his time in office, but also emphasize her contrast with Trump. A lot of attacks on Trump, I'm certain that we're going to see, especially hits likely on his felony convictions. Kamala Harris bringing up her time as a prosecutor and how she's going to prosecute the case against Trump. So a lot of those themes that we've been seeing throughout the DNC, throughout Kamala Harris's time as a presumptive nominee. One thing that I think we probably won't see a ton of is an emphasis on policies. So far, the Democratic strategy seems to be a contrast of personalities, contrasting the personality of Harris with Trump, with Walz with Vance. And I'd expect that to continue, that really they want this to be a contest of which personality or kind of what they've been calling a vibe campaign do you want to see? So I'd expect to see a lot more of that, especially in Vice President Harris's speech tonight.
All right. Well, Dr. Cash, I do want to talk more about some of the defining moments that we have seen here over the past 3 days. Can you break down for me what has kind of stood out to you? As you've mentioned, it's been a lot of not necessarily policy talk, but more so comparing their personalities.
Yeah, well, I'd say the most defining aspect of this convention, which for the most part has been fairly standard as far as conventions go, with the exception of how Joe Biden has been handled. So normally when you have, especially a sitting president, they'll go later on in the week, pretty close to when the new nominee is presented. But having Joe Biden go on Monday night, the first night of the convention, and after prime time, was pretty surprising, and especially for a sitting president, not even a former president, but he still is the president. So that was pretty surprising to see. And it suggests to me, at least, that they're trying to walk the tightrope of honoring Biden's service, but also creating a certain amount of distance between Biden and Harris, so Harris can run as a change candidate despite still being in the administration. So I think that's one of the defining things, is what that implied message is by having Biden go first and having such space between him and Harris. Of course, the other defining moments, Tim Walz, whenever you introduce a vice presidential nominee, that's important, his first big introduction to the country. The other thing that I thought was pretty interesting was former President Obama's speech a couple nights ago, where he, in some ways, imitated Trump in his attacks on Trump, again, getting to the more personal attacks, something we haven't quite seen him do, at least in that way before. So I think that suggests that, again, this is going to be a nasty campaign. It's going to be a campaign of personalities, and the DNC is really emphasizing that.
Are you surprised that there hasn't been more talk about the policy specifically? As you mentioned, and as we've said a few times, it's been a lot of comparisons of personalities. But did you think maybe going into this that there would be more discussion on the exact policies?
Not necessarily. And I think this is, again, trying to create a contrast between Harris and Biden. I think having too much talk about policies runs the risk for the Democrats of Harris having to defend the Biden administration's record, with people unhappy about the economy, unhappy about immigration. That could be a bit tricky to do. But with Harris more running on her personality, that's the new distinguishing feature, that she's new, she's different, a younger generation. That's an easier sell, I think. And again, trying to create that separation between Biden and Harris. So I wasn't completely surprised. I don't know how long that's going to be able to last, of Harris not talking about her policies more directly. And of course, there has been some talk about policy. You know, Joe Biden did tout his record on Monday night. But yeah, I wasn't completely surprised to see that policies haven't been front and center, when the distinguishing feature about Harris is her personality, is that she's new, is that she's different.
As far as what we can expect later on tonight, again, we are going to hear from Kamala Harris as she does officially accept the nomination. One thing I wanted to talk about is that really during the RNC, you had Democrats holding news conferences daily where they were kind of striking back against what the Republicans were saying at their convention. But it seems as though we're having kind of a similar situation where Republicans are holding several news conferences this week during the Democratic convention. Is that something that we've seen in conventions past, or is that more of a new tactic?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. I'm, to be honest, not quite sure. It's certainly something that I haven't seen before. That doesn't mean it hasn't happened before, but it does appear to be more obvious this time around. And it makes a lot of sense. You know, usually when you have these conventions, the party not having the conventions is kind of stuck. They have the other party getting all the attention, all the media focus. So now to have these press conferences to try to drive that focus away, or at least draw it away, have a kind of counter narrative, is a good strategy. It's a smart thing to do. Whether it's been done before, I'm not sure, but I think it helps both campaigns to have that counter narrative going, to be able to strike back, as you say, and like I said, have that counter programming and make sure their message doesn't get completely drowned out, even if the other party is the main focus for the week.
A question that's been asked kind of time and time again at this point is how the DNC would have been different if Biden were the nominee. How do you think it would have been different, just based on your expertise and your opinion? Would the atmosphere have been different? Speeches? What do you think?
I wouldn't say that the speeches would be much different. I think there'd still be a lot of focus on saying things like, oh, we can't go back, we have to go forward, honoring the Biden administration, touting certain successes, drawing the contrast in personalities. So I don't think the speeches would have been a lot different, but I do think the tone, the feel of the convention would have been quite different. I mean, we saw last month, before Vice President Harris became the presumptive nominee, Democrats weren't exactly excited. They were pretty bummed out. They almost had a kind of defeatist attitude. And I would imagine that would have continued into the convention. With Harris as a nominee, it did really give it a shot of energy, give it a shot of excitement. So the kind of raucous, jubilant atmosphere that they're portraying here at the DNC, I think is a symptom of having really two new candidates and feeling that they have a shot to win, given Harris's surge in the polls in recent weeks. So I think the energy, the optimism of this DNC is a lot different than what we would have seen if Biden was still on the top of the ticket.
What do you think of Tim Walz as a running mate for Kamala Harris? I know that that pick kind of caught some people by surprise because so many people were saying they thought it would be Josh Shapiro, maybe Andy Beshear of Kentucky. There were a lot of different names that were thrown around, and she, of course, went with Tim Walz. So how do you feel that that they kind of complement each other? Do they seem like a good pairing from what we've seen over the past week or so?
Yeah. Well, you can include me as one of the people who was surprised. I really thought it was going to be Josh Shapiro as well. For complementing each other in terms of the appeal to voters, I think that is a nice compliment. You know, Kamala Harris has that experience with minority voters, with women voters. That's kind of the demographic she's shooting for. Tim Walz appeals to that white working class voters that they will need in the swing states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. So in terms of perhaps personality, certainly demographics, they complement each other well. That's a good balance to the ticket that you'd be looking for. Where I think they don't quite complement each other as much is on policy. Both Harris and Walz are from the progressive left side of their party. And usually you don't typically see that in tickets. Usually there's some kind of balance between the different factions of the party. That's, I think, one reason why a lot of people were expecting a Josh Shapiro or Arizona Senator Mark Kelly, somebody who seems a little more moderate. So to have Harris pick Walz, and demographically it's a good balance, but in terms of policy, they seem to be more on one side of the party, which is an interesting contrast because a lot of people accuse Donald Trump of doing the same thing with J.D. Vance, doubling down on a specific policy trajectory rather than trying to balance a ticket with somebody from another faction of the party. So in a way, Americans have really two very clear choices in their tickets of the more progressive Harris-Walz ticket or the conservative Trump-Vance ticket.
I mean, there are only two different letters between Pence and Vance, so I get you.
Yeah.
All right. Dr. Jordan Cash, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here and break down the latest on the DNC and, of course, the Republican Party as well. Anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
I'll just say, you know, conventions in general are interesting things. They really are pep rallies for both parties. And I think we'll need to wait a few weeks to see really how this plays out. But the key thing I think we're going to see in the coming weeks is when we finally get to debates to see Trump and Harris go toe-to-toe in real time, and then see Walz and Vance go toe-to-toe in real time. So there's still a lot of campaign left to go. I know Democrats are feeling pretty good, but Republicans felt pretty good a month ago at their convention. So we'll just have to see what happens. But I'd wait for the debates for any voters who are really uncertain to see what their choices really are.
And before I let you go, do want to talk about the debates really quickly. Do you think that they sway voters in any way?
Oh, absolutely. I think really the Trump-Biden debate was probably the most impactful presidential debate in American history. That it was so impactful that the presumptive Democratic nominee dropped out. And especially with Kamala Harris being such a new candidate, I think seeing how she reacts under pressure and going face-to-face with Trump, I think will be an important test for her in how the American people really perceive her. And also for Trump. Trump's a known entity. We kind of know how Trump operates. But to see how he handles a different opponent, I think will be very important for voters and really to get a better measure of both candidates. But in particular, I think it's going to be a bigger deal for Vice President Harris.
All right, Dr. Jordan Cash, thank you again for taking the time to be here with us and help break it all down. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, everybody, and I do want to take you out live to this shot that we have, one of many, inside the United Center as DNC Day 4 does kick off in a matter of hours. And don't forget, you can watch all of those speeches live, raw, and unfiltered right here without commercial breaks on LiveNOW from Fox. In the meantime, do want to talk a little bit more about the DNC as the FBI has said they are investigating after it appears that maggots were found inside of the food of some of the delegates at a hotel there. We do have our Fox 32 Chicago team reporting on the latest.
Good morning. We knew going into convention week that there would be some outside agitators trying to cause disruptions. We've already seen some of that this week, but what Indiana delegates certainly did not expect yesterday morning was a stomach-turning meal involving maggots. During the DNC, delegates from across the nation are staying in top hotels across the city, Fairmont, Chicago being one of them. But as Indiana delegates were getting ready to tackle Day 3, a nasty discovery was made during breakfast.
Sometime right around 7 when the food was actually laid out, some protesters showed up and apparently they dumped maggots all over the food.
Chicago police and the FBI responded and say multiple unknown women entered the hotel around 6:45 in the morning and planted the unsettling surprise. In a statement, a spokesperson with the Fairmont Chicago said in part, "The safety, security, and well-being of our guests and staff are our top priorities. Our team acted immediately to clean and sanitize the area, ensuring the event could continue without further incident."
The hotel staff did an incredible job, I'm told. It was removed, everything was cleaned, and they prepared new food.
Dave Crooks, former member of the Indiana House of Representatives and current 8th District Democratic Party chairman, says the disruption at first went largely unnoticed.
That's some of the nonsense we've had to put up with, but this is not 1968. This is 2024 Chicago. We're moving forward, and we've got worse things to worry about than a bad breakfast with maggots. We're trying to beat Donald Trump.
We're told that food was replaced so quickly that no one, thankfully, was able to consume it. Now, a very similar incident unfolded just last month at the Watergate Hotel in Washington, D.C., where a group of pro-Palestinian activists released maggots and crickets to protest Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's visit. It is unclear at this time what group yesterday's protesters were affiliated with. So far, no arrests have been made. Reporting in the Loop, Casey Cronus, Fox 32, Chicago.
Casey, thank you so much for that report. Again, we'll stay on top of the story as it does appear that the FBI is now investigating that. The time now 8:16 over on the East Coast and 5:16 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. Do want to head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but a lot more coverage to get to in just a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:18 over on the East Coast and 5:18 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and we do have several different live cameras right now that are kind of scattered all across Chicago. For some reason, that New York shot did just pop up there, but over the top right-hand side of your screen, you can see an aerial view from inside the United Center over in Chicago, and we do have another view a little bit closer up there inside. We're going to have all kinds of DNC coverage all throughout the day, as we have over the past several days here on Live Now from Fox. Don't forget, you can watch all of the coverage here over the course of the day into the night. I do want to send it over to our Fox 32 Chicago team for a look at some of their coverage here, as they have several reporters that are out covering this from each and every angle.
We have entered the final day of the Democratic National Convention.
Tonight, we will be hearing from Vice President Kamala Harris as she officially accepts the party's nomination for president. Last night, it was her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, who took the stage. He officially accepted the party's nomination as vice president. Walz also took some time to introduce himself to the National Party while reaffirming to voters why he thinks that President Harris should be the next president.
It's the honor of my life to accept your nomination for Vice President of the United States. We're all here tonight for one beautiful, simple reason. We love this country. Everybody belongs, and everybody has a responsibility to contribute. Democrats talk about freedom. We mean the freedom to make a better life for yourself and the people that you love.
Walz also reflected on his humble upbringings as a career and as an educator. Now, before leaning into Wednesday night's theme of a fight for our freedoms. Now, plenty of other people came on stage to give their support to Vice President Kamala Harris and Governor Walz.
Among them, former President Bill Clinton, and Anita Blanton joins us now from the United Center. Anita, what did he have to say?
Oh, he had a lot to say. Of course, this is former President Bill Clinton, after all, who at 78 years old is no stranger to this setting. He is considered a veteran in terms of the Democratic National Convention and his political party. It goes back decades. This is actually his 13th time addressing the DNC. So let's go back through some of the things that he wanted to get over this time. It was rumored that he even ripped up his speech earlier in the week that he had planned after he saw the enthusiasm in the room and decided to go in a different direction last night. Maybe a little bit funnier, a little bit more youthful, he said. But Clinton was once declared the secretary of explaining stuff by former President Barack Obama, especially when it came to economics. Last night was really for Middle America. It was really for the Midwest, okay? So when you have a former president that comes to the stage and talks about having hay in the barn, and you have a country music star who comes on before him, you understand where they're trying to go with this. During President Barack Obama's re-election bid back in 2012, it was President Clinton's speech that bolstered a little help for him during that year's DNC. And during his speech last night, Clinton talked about the clear choice for president and vice president when it comes to Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. He said,
I mean, look, what does her opponent do with his voice? He mostly talks about himself, right? So the next time you hear him, don't count the lies. Count the eyes. His vendettas, his vengeance, his complaints, his conspiracies. He's like one of those tenors opening up before he walks out on stage like I did, trying to get his lungs open by singing me, 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 me.
So he also took a bit of time to commend President Joe Biden for giving up his political power, acknowledging how hard of a decision that had to be. He called him a modern-day George Washington, and he called Vice President Kamala Harris a breath of fresh air. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Anita.
Elsewhere, protesters near the DNC, they targeted a CTA Green Line station.
Joni has been live for us all morning. She has the latest.
And good morning. Chicago police are in Union Park this morning. They're doing sweeps to prepare for the crowds that are going to gather here later today. Yesterday, that protest did veer off course a little bit when protesters jumped the turnstiles on the CTA's Green Line, but it was mostly peaceful. This morning, officers are in Union Park, making sure it's going to be safe for those thousands of people who are expected to participate in a rally and march this afternoon. The Coalition for Justice in Palestine attracted hundreds of demonstrators yesterday. They marched down Lake Street from Ashland to the new CTA station at Damon. And that's where police had to intervene to make sure that commuters could access public transportation. These daily demonstrations are getting messages through, but wearing on the neighbors who say their routines are disrupted.
It impacted me kind of like scary because I don't know where to walk because it's just police is everywhere and, you know, the people just, you know, they just frustrated, you know, about what's happening around there. And we need somebody to come and step up and stop all this violence that's happening around the world.
Well, there will be more voices today. The coalition to march on DNC, they gather here in Union Park at 3 o'clock, rally at 5, and then are on the move at 6:30. On Monday, protesters breached the secure zone. They got through a fence, but that area of fencing has been fortified. The organizers saying sometimes it takes action to get noticed. Reporting live in Union Park, I'm Joni Lum. Fox 32 Chicago.
Thank you, Joni. Anthony Ponce here at the Live Desk. The war in Gaza has been a huge topic of conversation both inside and outside the convention at the DNC. Last night, an emotional address from the Chicago parents of a Hamas hostage. The parents of Hirsch Goldberg Poland, who is still in Hamas captivity, got a standing ovation. John Poland and Rachel Goldberg Poland talked about what they have been through. Delegates inside the United Center, they were brought to tears as they chanted, "Bring him home."
They are Christians, Jews, Muslims, Hindus, and Buddhists. They are from 23 different countries. Among the hostages are 8 American citizens. One of those Americans is our only son.
The family says they have met with President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris multiple times. More than 100 hostages remain in Gaza. Natalie?
Anthony, Chicago police and the FBI are investigating. And before I finish the story, I want to preface it with it is really, really disgusting. So they are investigating after maggots appeared in the breakfast food of delegates attending the DNC. This happened at the Fairmont Hotel yesterday morning. Authorities believe the maggots were put in the food by protesters. Hotel staff removed the food. They cleaned everything. No one ate the tainted food. And you can always find coverage of the DNC on air and online. We're streaming all the important updates on security and closures, as well as offering political analysis of this big event right here in Chicago.
Time is out 7:09. The Bears will wrap up their preseason.
All right, a big thank you there to our Fox 32 Chicago team. We have been checking in with them for their coverage all throughout the week and will continue to do so today and tomorrow as things do wrap up there with the DNC. We know that Kamala Harris will officially accept the Democratic Party's nomination for president later tonight. Do want to remind you that you can watch it all unfold right here on Live Now from Fox. Our coverage does continue live, unfiltered, and uninterrupted. The time now 8:27 over on the East Coast and 5:27 on the West Coast. Do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more news to get to here on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:30 on the East Coast and 5:30 on the West Coast. You are taking a live look right now over the Israel-Lebanon border. And I want to get to the latest out of the region here, as the Israeli Armed Forces says it targeted Hezbollah terror targets in about a dozen different areas of southern Lebanon, including weapons storage facilities, military structures, and a launcher used to carry out attacks on northern Israel. Israel adding that it did eliminate more than 50 terrorists over the past 24 hours in Rafah. In the meantime, I do want to take you to some video here. The USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier actually arriving along with other U.S. destroyers in the Middle East. Take a look at your screen here. In a statement, U.S. Central Command confirmed the arrival as the Lincoln is there to replace the USS Theodore Roosevelt. U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin ordering the Lincoln to speed up to get to the region faster as threats of a major Iranian attack on Israel still loom. Do want to talk more about all of the latest developments, so let's bring in Josh Haston, a Middle East correspondent for the Jewish News Syndicate. As always, Josh, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Thanks so much, Josh.
All right, so first off, I do want to talk about the Hezbollah targets over there in Lebanon. How significant is that? Because it appears that the situation is once again intensifying with the attacks by Hezbollah on Israel.
Yeah, absolutely. From what I saw this morning, Israel attacked at least 10 different targets throughout Lebanon. We're talking about weapons storage facilities, trying to incapacitate Hezbollah's ability to fire rockets. That being said, it is known that Hezbollah has over 100,000 rockets, and they have not been afraid to use many of those weapons over the last 8-9 months since the October 7th attack. So the situation very tense on the northern border. And what we're seeing now is we're seeing Hezbollah firing more rockets at one time. In other words, where they used to fire maybe 5-10 rockets, this past week, we've seen different attacks, salvos of rockets coming in. We're talking about 40-50 rockets at once. A lot of them are actually hitting in the central and southern Golan. So they're moving a little bit further south there in Israel. So there definitely is a major concern. You have to remember, 80,000 Israelis are not currently in their homes who live along the northern border. The situation is not sustainable. We'll have to see what happens in the days and weeks ahead.
I want to pop up this video that I brought you a bit earlier here. This was actually released by CENTCOM in the U.S. And we know that the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier and those other destroyers did arrive in the Middle East. So does it make the people of Israel feel any safer, better protected from an Iranian attack?
So first things first, we definitely value the friendship that we have, the unbreakable bond between the United States and the state of Israel. And it is somewhat reassuring to see these different major military vessels heading over this way. That being said, I really hope that these vessels are here to help Israel in targeting Iran, if that's necessary, if Iran launches a strike, or perhaps Israel will preempt a strike. I hope they're not here to send the wrong message to Israel, and that is, well, since we've done so much, I'm talking about the Biden administration, therefore Israel should not either retaliate or take the initiative of launching a strike if that is necessary. We've been waiting now for several weeks. Iran continues. As of Sunday night, the Iranian foreign minister said that Iran would in fact respond militarily when the time they saw fit was. So we're anticipating it could happen at any minute. I really hope that the Biden administration is fully on board on this, as they were in April. Let's give credit where credit is due in terms of shooting down over 300 rockets, missiles, and drones, which were launched at the state of Israel by Iran. So it has happened before. It can happen again. And let's hope that the administration is doing the right thing by bringing these ships to this region in order to help Israel defend itself if necessary.
It's been several weeks since that assassination of Ismail Haniyeh, the leader of Hamas, which Israel has not taken responsibility for in any way, but Iran did come out immediately and say that they would launch a major attack in retaliation against Israel. As more time passes, does it become less likely that an attack will happen, or is it still kind of imminent?
I think at this point it's imminent. You never know when it's going to happen, but it's always really in the back of your minds. The Iranians are playing psychological warfare with the state of Israel right now. Different threats and different rumors have come about over the last 2 weeks. So it's going to happen tonight. It's going to happen tomorrow. All since different rumors on social media or whatnot. So we have to really, I always say, you have to listen to what your enemies are saying. In Iran, as I mentioned, the foreign minister did say they will attack. The question is when. So I don't think that the threat diminishes in any way as time goes by. The threat is still there. Iran has a ballistic missiles program. And of course, the ultimate threat is their nuclear program, which they're continuing to develop at a rapid pace. That is the biggest existential threat to the state of Israel, and not only to Israel, but to the Western world. They call Israel the little Satan. They call the United States the big Satan. It's very, very important to remember, this is not just about Israel. It's not just about the Middle East. It is about the safety of humanity. It's about the safety of the United States and the Western world. It's something we have to keep in mind.
I want to talk a little bit about a conversation that President Biden did have with Netanyahu once again yesterday. The White House did send out basically a report kind of summarizing the call. I know you looked over that report. Anything that stood out to you, or is it essentially just kind of more of the same of what we've seen over the past several months, those calls between Biden and Netanyahu?
So the report itself, what I saw released by the White House, is more of the same in terms of the United States saying it is committed to defending the state of Israel. But behind the scenes, I've talked to other people who are in the know and whatnot, that they say actually that the Biden administration is trying to put more pressure on the Netanyahu administration in terms of specifics in Gaza. They want to get a deal done, a hostage deal, an exchange for terrorists who are serving, who carried out the horrible October 7th massacre. But the Israeli government and Netanyahu have been absolutely clear. Israel must maintain a presence in southern Gaza. I'm talking about the Gaza-Egypt border, the Philadelphia corridor, as it's known. You're talking about an 8-9 mile wide area there, which is safeguarding, preventing more of the weapon smuggling coming from Egypt to Gaza, which we've seen. Israel last week destroyed 50 tunnels. I think a total of 150 tunnels coming from Egypt into Gaza. We can't have that continue. And also, there's another corridor called the Netzarim corridor, which is in central Gaza. And the Prime Minister Netanyahu, he has made it clear that we cannot allow weapons from southern Gaza move up into northern Gaza, perhaps originating in Egypt, but that cannot happen. So right now, the Netanyahu government is saying, yes, of course, we want a ceasefire. We want the hostages to be returned to us. But that being said, we cannot take these measures. We cannot evacuate from these areas, which will lead to a serious threat, security threat to the state of Israel. That can't happen. We have to maintain an Israeli presence in those areas.
Is it even possible for a deal to be reached as the talks do continue over in Cairo? We know that Hamas has said it rejects the deal that was put forward. According to Secretary of State Antony Blinken, Israel, for the most part, has said we're okay with the basically deal that is put before us. So is it even possible for a deal to be reached between Israel and Hamas as they do meet again over in Cairo?
I think it'll be very difficult because, number one, as you mentioned, Hamas rejected every deal until now, and Hamas continues to change the terms of the deal as we carry on. So they're certainly playing games here. And, you know, with Hamas doing what they're doing, and let's remember, they are a terrorist organization. Just last Sunday in Tel Aviv, Hamas took responsibility for a failed suicide bombing attempt in the midst of negotiations. So this shows you exactly who they are, where they are, what they're about. They cannot be trusted as far as you can throw them. So Hamas, you know, negotiating with them, will it lead to anything meaningful? I think it's very unlikely. I think all parties have optimism, but yet in the back of their minds, they know who we're dealing with here. They know we're dealing with a barbaric terrorist organization who carried out the October 7th massacre, who tried another suicide bombing for the first time in a while in Tel Aviv this past Sunday. So we can't count on them in any way, shape, or form. And yeah, of course, we want the hostages back, but it looks like Israel's going to have to do it militarily. And I do not have high hopes for these negotiations.
My last question here before I let you go. We have been covering extensively the Democratic National Convention over in Chicago, and pretty much on a daily basis here, we have seen some very intense protests that are Gaza war protests. But I do want to ask, is that concerning to Israel to see this many protesters here who are outside of the DNC protesting against Israel and just kind of making their voices heard? Is that concerning about the U.S.-Israel relationship when Israel takes a look at that?
I don't think it's too concerning. This is a fringe element. We know that the vast majority of the American people side with the state of Israel. That is absolutely certain. There's no doubt in my mind about that. And if you look at these protesters outside the DNC, if you saw what they were doing yesterday, they weren't just burning the Israeli flag, they were burning the American flag. Okay, so they are on the fringe of society in your country, in the United States, and we have to take it with a grain of salt in terms of the overall picture. We saw all the encampments and riots taking place on college campuses, a lot of them funded by outsiders, and even reports that Iran was directly funding some of those protests. I wouldn't be surprised if Iran or another one of these extremist elements were funding those protesters outside the DNC. But these are people who in the streets of downtown Chicago were burning the American flag. It's not just about Israel. They're burning the American flag, and that just says a lot about who they really are.
It really does. All right, Josh Haston, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here and kind of break down the latest developments there out of the Middle East. Anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
Yeah, I'm just going to say, in terms of the Iranian threat right now, again, it's in the back of everyone's minds. But that being said, if you're not on the war front down in southern Israel, and by the way, Israel's having a lot of success right now. I just heard that we destroyed the Rafah battalion of Hamas. Defense Minister Gallant reported that late last night. So that is happening there. And if you're not on the front lines in the north, again, very, very difficult situation. But if you come to Israel now, you will see a lot of people out. It is summer. People are walking the streets of Tel Aviv, walking the streets of Jerusalem and all the other cities. And that is thanks to the brave men and women of the IDF who are keeping us safe 24/7. So I have to give a respect where it is absolutely due to those who are protecting us and are allowing us, despite all the horrible things that have happened over the last 9 months, they're allowing us to try to keep our lives as normal as possible, even with the Iranian threat and all the other threats that we have. This is a war on 7 fronts. It's not just 1, 2, or 3, 7 fronts trying to attack and eliminate the one and only Jewish state. And we will not let that happen, thanks to the brave men and women in uniform.
All right, Josh, thank you again for being here with us. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
And I do want to talk a little bit more about those protests outside of the DNC. We have seen them get pretty violent, I would say, over the past several days. Kevin Uretsky with Fox News breaks down more.
Crowds of protesters continue gathering at sites near the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, ramping up calls for a ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war and for the U.S. to stop supplying arms to America's closest ally in the Middle East.
Chicago actually has one of the largest Palestinian communities in the entire nation. The Democratic Party will not get our vote if the genocide in Gaza doesn't end immediately.
Anti-war demonstrations in the Windy City have been ongoing throughout this week, with one Tuesday night that started outside the Israeli consulate, leading to dozens of arrests.
They showed up with the intent on committing acts of violence, vandalism.
Vice President Kamala Harris maintains Israel has the right to self-defense and is calling for a ceasefire after Hamas's deadly attack on October 7th. Still, some voters have mixed opinions on her positions.
I feel like she does a lot of talk, and then the next day the policy just doesn't coincide with her opinion the day before.
Meanwhile, family members of American hostages still held by Hamas say the time to secure their freedom is running out.
We urged anyone protesting, for the war to end, to protest Hamas to release the hostages, because that would most definitely bring calm.
Overseas Wednesday, Israeli strikes in Gaza killed at least 17 people. Egyptian mediators helping to broker the ceasefire say Hamas will not agree to proposals over concerns Israeli troops won't fully withdraw from Gaza. Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
Kevin, thank you so much. The time now 8:44 over on the East Coast and 5:44 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but on the other side, we'll check in with our Fox 32 Chicago team for the latest there from outside the DNC. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I know I said we were going to go to our Fox 32 Chicago team, but we did just get a live feed coming in as Michigan delegates are meeting for breakfast. There's also speeches by congressional and political leaders, and it looks like we are hearing from Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg. Let's pop up the audio and listen in.
2025 that they put forward. They didn't even realize how wildly unpopular it was with the American people until they wrote it down. They've been disavowing it ever since. I just saw Donald Trump on my semi-favorite news network this morning, we won't say which one, trying to say he had nothing to do with it. Americans already agree with us on policies. But never mind the policies, let's talk about results. I saw Donald Trump go to Michigan, of all places, to give a speech on crime, as if we were going to forget that he's a convicted criminal running against a prosecutor. And he seems to want us to forget that crime was actually higher when he was president. Why would we want to go back to the higher crime of the Donald Trump years? Let's talk about the economy. You know, some of our more conservative friends, I think of the economy as whether everybody can do well, whether working people are getting a fair day's wage for a good day's work. But we do have some friends who think the economy is pretty much just the same thing as the stock market. Fine, let's use their way of thinking about the economy. The Dow Jones and the S&P are doing better today than they were under Donald Trump. Why would we want to go back? And one more thing, if you want to talk about results, a little thing called infrastructure. The last president talked a good game about infrastructure and didn't do a thing. The Biden-Harris administration has delivered the infrastructure plan of a generation, and as President Biden said, it's not infrastructure week in Washington anymore, it's an infrastructure decade, creating so many good-paying jobs in Michigan communities. Let's talk about manufacturing, a manufacturing recession under Donald Trump, even before COVID, whereas now we have the most investment in building and operating factories, creating good-paying jobs from the building trades to the manufacturing trades, the most investment we have had since John F. Kennedy was president. So yeah, let's talk about results. And let's just think about what it feels like to be an American. Did you feel the sense of hope and joy and energy in that convention hall? And wouldn't you rather live with 4 years of that than have those guys in your living room for 4 more years? We have the winning message, we have the winning results, and we definitely have the winning candidates. Kamala Harris, who I have personally seen up close in one of the most demanding and important jobs in the world, shaping one of the most successful administrations in American history. And let's talk about Tim Walz for a minute. Michigan knows a thing or two about what it's like to have a great Midwestern governor in our friend Gretchen Whitmer. You're about to hear from another great Midwestern governor in J.B. Pritzker. Tim Walz is an example of a great Midwestern governor. I have seen campaigns spend millions of dollars trying to make their candidate seem like the kind of guy who would be a National Guardsman, a football coach, and a school teacher. Tim Walz literally is that guy. And his career has been about serving others. That's what being a command sergeant major is. That's what being a teacher is. That's what being a coach is. And if you understand it the right way, that's what being president and vice president are all about. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance do not understand what it means to live for others. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz do. But you Michigan Democrats also know never to treat the presidency like the only office that matters. You're going to be out there working for Democrats up and down the ticket, making sure that Alyssa Slotkin is the next senator from Michigan in the United States, making sure we build our House majority, making sure we elect great mayors. Good morning, Mayor. Making sure that we have the state legislature that can continue to deliver the historic wins for working people, for families, for democracy, for freedom that you are in the state of Michigan. I am so proud of my adopted home state of Michigan and so optimistic about our future. Are we ready to deliver a better future for our state, for our country, for each other, and for our families? I can't wait. Let me finish at this early hour by sharing what it's like most days at an even earlier hour when Chasten and I wake up in our bed in Traverse City. As you know, in the wintertime or in the summertime up north, there's long days. The sun is up late and the sun is up early. About an hour before that is when our son comes up. That is to say, our son Gus barreling into the bedroom with a teddy bear in one hand and a book in the other, demanding we read to him, ready to run downstairs and get the tambourine if we don't. 2 or 3 hours before that is when we see our daughter, Penelope, who will come into our bedroom and let us know sometimes that she was propelled there by a bad dream. Sometimes she tells us she had a dream about dinosaurs chasing her, which is a very understandable fear if you're 2 or 3. And we put our arms around her and tell her, we're going to keep you safe. No dinosaur is going to get you on our watch. And we go back to sleep. And it's a good feeling as a parent. It's an especially good feeling as a parent to make a promise to your child that you know you can keep without even having to make any effort, because no dinosaurs are going to come into her bedroom, whether or not we do anything. But those aren't the promises that we're going to have to work on. The other promises we got to make to our children are promises like making sure they grow up and thrive in a climate that is as ready to support their prosperity as the climate we inherited. A promise I want to make to our daughter is that she is going to have more and not less rights and freedoms than her parents, than her grandmother. We want to promise our kids that they will inherit a better democracy than we did, and that doesn't happen on its own. That happens through hard work. It happens through knocking on doors. It happens through organizing. It happens through voting. It happens through what you are doing at this convention, and again, Michigan will decide which road America takes. So are you ready to make sure America goes the right way in November? Are you ready to say yes to the leaders who are building bridges and no to the leaders who are banning books? I know that we are going to win, and we're going to have a lot to celebrate come November. I can't wait to get there with you. Thank you for everything you're doing, Michigan Democrats. Let's go out there and win this thing. Thank you.
All right, Pete Buttigieg there addressing Michigan delegates at a breakfast right before day 4 of the DNC. Don't forget that you can watch it all live, unfiltered, and uninterrupted right here on Live Now from Fox. All of the speeches leading up to Kamala Harris officially accepting the Democratic nomination for president. Do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, the final one of the hour here at 8:54 on the East Coast and 5:54 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, here on Live Now from Fox, 8:56 on the East Coast and 5:56 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. We are once again taking a live look inside the United Center over in Chicago as Day 4 of the DNC will get underway in a matter of hours, and you can watch it all unfold right here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to head back to that breakfast there with Michigan Democrats as we are now hearing from J.B. Pritzker, the governor, over in Illinois.
The president came into the cabinet room and he sat down and he said, "So what do you all want to talk about? What's the most important thing to you?" He came to me and asked me, and I said, infrastructure, which of course he never accomplished. Thank God for Joe Biden. Then he got to Gretchen Whitmer and said, "What's the most important issue to you?" And I swear, Gretchen Whitmer said, Asian carp. And Donald Trump looked at her and said, "What's that?" And then started to explain that after she explained what it is, he said, "Well, why don't you just put a bunch of nets up? That seems like that would keep the fish out." So any of you who know about Asian carp, any of you who understand this issue, yeah, exactly. I see a lot of you doing this. That's exactly right, but it tells you a lot about Donald Trump. He had no idea about a hugely important issue to those of us here in the Midwest. So I want you to know that last June, just 2 months ago, Michigan and Illinois entered into a compact with one another, and we're going to build a $1.1 billion barrier to keep Asian carp out of the Great Lakes. So, look, I'm proud to be governor of this great state, but I got to level with you. In 2017, my friends told me I was crazy to run for governor. And the reason is, well, honestly, the Democratic Party was not exactly crying out here in Illinois for a white, Ukrainian-American, Jewish billionaire. So you can imagine, I mean, I understand people don't think I would be a Democrat, but I am a Democrat through and through. And I'm a Democrat because when my family arrived in the United States and arrived in Chicago, they were given by a social service agency a place to live. And they were provided a free public education, a public school education. My dad went on to join the Navy and became a crypto analyst listening to Soviet submarine transmissions during the Cold War. My mother, who I carry with me every day as governor, thinking about what she would do, my mother was a nurse and an activist for, this is in the 1970s, women's rights, LGBTQ rights, and frankly for societal change well ahead of her time. My mother and father passed away a long time ago. My father when I was 7, my mother when I was 17. But every single day, I think about, am I making them proud? Am I fighting for the things that they would have me fight for? So you can call it nature, you can call it nurture, but those values, fighting for personal freedoms, fighting to make sure that our veterans have what they need when they come home from service, universal health care, and everyone having a chance to succeed. Honestly, this is how I was raised. This is what I believe. And I ran for governor because those values were under siege in Washington, D.C. in 2017 by a racist, misogynist, homophobic, xenophobic president and his local silent partner here in Illinois, Republican Governor Bruce Rauner. So, you know, many of you don't know that over the last 50 years, this state has had more years of Republican governors than Democratic governors. Everyone thinks that we're a big blue state in the center of the country, but the fact is that I had to go undo a whole lot of harm that Republicans had done to our state. So when I came into office, I worked with a Democratic legislature that was already in place. I helped them become a supermajority. just like you, working with a Democratic majority as a Democratic governor, you can get a lot of things done. What did we do? We raised the minimum wage to a living wage. We eliminated grocery taxes. We canceled medical debt. We reduced the cost of prescription drugs. We raised teacher pay. And we enshrined into our Constitution the right to form and join a union. And not to be outdone by that, but we protected and expanded voting rights and LGBTQ rights and civil rights. We enshrined, and I mean it, we enshrined into law reproductive rights right here in the state of Illinois, so that women across the Midwest who are being denied their rights in Missouri, in Iowa, in Indiana, in Kentucky, all the way down to Texas, could come here to our state to exercise what I think is a fundamental right and ought to be in the U.S. Constitution too, and that's the right to an abortion. Now, you know who voted against all of those things? The Republicans. It's almost like the Republicans don't want working families to succeed. And I think it's because they're focused on other things. What are they focused on? They're focused on the head of their party having 34 felony fraud convictions, or whitewashing the fact that J.D. Vance said he hates police. Now, all of you may know, or maybe you don't, that I have been a criminal justice reform advocate for a long time, and we have made real progress in the state of Illinois on that topic. But let me just say to you, when you dial 911, you want a police officer to show up at your door, don't you? So people can use the words defund police. What they really mean is we need mental health care and we need substance abuse treatment along with great police. And when police do it wrong, they shouldn't be on the force and they should be held accountable. But most police are doing it right. J.D. Vance says he hates. There you go, my voice is now cracked entirely. Here, day 4. You know, that he hates police and as you know, he wants to raise taxes on people who don't have children.
All right, you're listening there as Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker speaking before Michigan Democrats there and DNC delegates, kind of discussing all of the different topics there. We're going to be dipping in and out of that breakfast, as we should hear from more lawmakers, politicians, just about everyone there over the next hour. In the meantime, you are taking a live look over the United Center there over in Chicago, as more than 200 content creators and influencers were credentialed for this week's Democratic National Convention alongside members of traditional media. Jeremy Jacobowitz is among them.
Pizza in Japan is the best, and this was the most recommended spot.
All right, that's some of the video of Jeremy right there. I do want to bring in Jeremy right now to talk more about all of this. Jeremy, thank you so much for being here with us today.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Of course. Well, first off, I do want to talk to you overall about what the atmosphere has been like there at the DNC.
It's been electric. It's been palpable. Like there is a level of excitement that I haven't felt in a while. And I think like everyone I talk to, it's joyful, truly.
And how do you feel about content creators, influencers being credentialed to be there? Because again, about 200 did receive those credentials, including yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's critically important. You know, I look at my audience and I look at the Gen Z audience even more, and you look at where they get their news and where they get their information, where they are. And it's not traditional media, it's not TV, it's not newspapers, it is online. So I think if you're a campaign and you want to reach these people, you know, this is truly the only way to do it. They're on TikTok, they're on Instagram. So I think it's so important that we're here.
What has the highlight been for you so far? We are now on day 4, so tonight is when Kamala Harris will officially accept the nomination for president. But overall, what has been the highlight?
The highlight is truly just been the energy and being in the arena every night. Like throughout the day, there's a million events and a million things I could go to. And I'm in Chicago, as you guys see, I eat a lot of food. So I've been trying to eat food where I can also, but being there and sort of seeing the past, the present, and the future of this party and everybody coming together for Kamala it's hard to even describe. I'm sitting there in tears, every night.
Why did you want to be there? Because again, they put out kind of the notice and said, we're going to invite content creators here. What was it about it that made you say, I want to be a part of that?
Yeah, I mean, my content is mostly food focused, but I also believe that I have a platform and I'm truly privileged to have that platform. And if the only thing I ever do in my life is tell people, where to get pizza, I think that's such a waste of an opportunity. So any opportunity I have to do more, when I have something to say, I take advantage of. So it was important for me not only to be here this week, but to work with the campaign to help get their message out as much as I can lead up until the election.
And it's probably tough for people out there to watch this because it's 9 o'clock in the morning and all I want is pizza now. So I blame you for that. What do you think is a common misconception that people out there have about content creators, influencers? What is one misconception?
Yeah, I mean, I think that especially over the past few years, when you think about influencers, you kind of think of this like young Gen Z, TikTok, and that is certainly the case. But one, I mean, I'm 37. I'm certainly not Gen Z. But I also think that these people are so passionate and so smart. And not only about the topics they're speaking about, focus on food, but so many influencers that are here, focus on politics or focus on activism in some way. And, not only are they so smart, but they know how to reach their audience. What they've done best is know how to speak to their audience. And that's not luck. That is hard work, and it truly, truly special.
And I'm going to pop up the audio here for just a second.
All right, this is Houston's favorite barbecue. Oh, man. Let me tell you why.
All right, so a lot of good information there, especially if you're really into food, if you're a foodie. So tell me about your channel, the content that you create overall.
Yeah, for the most part, it's, I call it a food travel content creator. So travel all over the world. I'm based in New York, eating restaurants there, but I end up traveling once a month. And yeah, I'm just looking for the best food that was made in Houston, one of the most underrated food cities I've ever been to. But, it's been a very, very long but fun and delicious journey.
All right. Jeremy, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and break it all down. Anything else you want to add about really any of this before I let you go?
No, I'm excited for Kamala's speech tonight, and I'm so grateful for this opportunity to be here.
All right. Thank you again, Jeremy. We appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. I know it's been busy, so we definitely appreciate it.
Very busy.
All right, everybody, the time now 9:09 on the East Coast and 6:09 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. Of course, our coverage of the Democratic National Convention does continue throughout the day today, and later on tonight, we'll bring you all of those speeches uninterrupted and live, as we've been doing all across the last several days. Important to note, as we've mentioned, that later on tonight, Vice President Kamala Harris will give her speech and officially accept the nomination for president from the Democratic Party. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, the first one of the hour, but a lot more news to get to in just a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox 912 on the East Coast, 612 on the West Coast. And I do want to get back to our coverage here of the DNC as you take a live look over the United Center in Chicago. Later tonight, the Democratic National Convention will wrap up as Vice President Kamala Harris does officially accept her party's nomination for president. As we have been doing, we'll make sure to bring you that speech in full, uninterrupted, right here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to send it over to Doug Luzader, who is on the ground inside the United Center with more on what we've seen so far and what is still left to expect.
Culminates tonight with Vice President Kamala Harris accepting her party's nomination for president. Her running mate did that last night, introducing himself to voters, some of whom may not know much about him.
Never underestimate a public school teacher.
In a surprisingly short speech, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz accepted the VP nomination, drawing on his experiences as a former coach.
Our job for everyone watching is to get in the trenches and do the blocking and tackling. That's how we'll turn the page on Donald Trump.
Despite Republican accusations that he embellished his military record and his family's history of fertility treatments, Walz enjoyed a warm reception, and so did Oprah Winfrey in a surprise appearance.
Since I was eligible to vote, I've always voted my values, and that is what is needed in this election now more than ever.
Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who helped engineer President Biden's ouster from the ticket, praised Harris.
Vice President Harris is ready to take us to new heights.
And Democrats also brought forward another former president, Bill Clinton, making his 12th convention address.
And the only personal vanity I want to assert is I'm still younger than Donald Trump.
And as we wait for Harris to speak tonight, former President Trump will be out on the campaign trail, heading to Arizona to visit the southern border. In Chicago, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you so much. And it does look like we have some other speakers here at this Michigan breakfast for the Democrats. Do want to pop up the audio here so we can listen in.
I saw Eric before. Becky Pringle, the head of the NEA, is here. So, let me start this way. Never underestimate a public school teacher. Was that not? I mean, every teacher who has heard Tim Walz say that, frankly, I would say every parent. I saw last night when he said it, I saw people sitting up straighter, feeling a sense of respect and dignity. And the bottom line is, in that language, I saw our fight in Michigan and in Detroit. As many of you remember, you remember Betsy DeVos? Oh no, that's not a good enough memory. Do you remember Betsy DeVos? So we didn't need Project 2025 to know what these folks would do in terms of opportunity. And in the fight to actually keep Detroit alive, what was the number one thing that the Republicans at that time did, other than hiding the fact that the water in Flint was so terrible? What was the other number one thing? Exactly right. They went right after teachers. They went right after education. They wanted to not only defund the Detroit public schools, they wanted to dismantle it in a way that it could never be revived. And why, and this is, I'm not going to talk for a long time, but this is the point I'm trying to make. Look at the juxtapositioning between Kamala Harris picking a teacher and a coach for vice president, and Donald Trump using Betsy Betsy DeVos as his first education secretary, and the only part of Project 2025 he hasn't disclaimed is the piece about education. So why would they both hate public education so much and hate labor so much? What are the two opportunity agents for regular folks to get ahead in the United States of America? Public education and labor. And so in that, we see the contrast between them and us. And the point I want to make to all of you, you guys in the back, just give me a minute so I don't have to scream. I don't mind you talking, I just don't want to scream in front of all of you, since I don't want my voice to crack any more than it is. The point I'm trying to make is this. It's not just that Michigan is a swing state. Michigan has been through it all. And you've been through the fact that this is a state that built America. Look, I'm a New Yorker, but this is the state that built America. And ultimately, our job, if we believe in anything that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have said, or any of the speakers have said for the last 3 days, whether it's freedom, whether it's opportunity, whether it's the promise of America, anything, if we don't vote, we won't win. And you know both sides of that. And we know both sides of that. And so what I'm asking all of us to do, particularly the educators here, the labor folks here, the people who believe in abortion rights here, the people who have had freedom snatched from us, the people who believe we need to lower housing costs, we need to lower health care costs, we need to have more unionization, we need to have access to higher education and to the kind of public schools our kids deserve, including the skills and knowledge that every kid should be able to have in high school. If you believe in anything that I'm talking about, how many labor folk are here? Just raise your hand. Think about the hardest collective bargaining contract you've ever had to fight for. And then lean into that to do what we need to do to get out the vote. Because if we get out the vote in Michigan, if we let what unites us be better and bigger than what divides us, we're going to have people in the White House who walk our walk, who dream our dreams, who see us for the people that we are and the opportunity we represent. So the next 75 days are not about big speeches. The next 75 days are about us. And do we want opportunity enough? Do we want freedom enough? Do we want to revive the middle class enough? Do we want the promise of America enough that we are going to fight to win? And when we fight, thank you.
All right, those speakers continuing there over at the breakfast for the Michigan delegates. I do want to bring in Heather Pierre. We've spoken to her a couple times here. She is a DNC delegate and is there over in Chicago. Heather, thank you so much for being here with us again today.
Thank you for having me, Josh.
All right, so first off, I do want to ask you, I know we've spoken with you a few times, but tell me for the most part what the highlight has been for you so far overall.
The highlights for me have been President Biden. You could see his remorse, right? Sort of felt like a repentance. And I'd never heard a sitting president say that. And there may have been, but I just never heard it. And so to live and experience that, he keeps saying, I've made a lot of mistakes. He's had a tremendous career. But you've heard like former presidents interview afterwards, such as former President Bush, and they say that they've made its mistakes. So for me, that was number one. Number two, I think the second turning point was when former First Lady Michelle Obama when she just said, you know, we know better, meaning our mothers have taught us better. You know, she's in that stage of grieving. And so that applies to all of us. We know better. The third thing would have been the Bernie Sanders in one of the caucus meetings. And Michelle Obama also, when she said, listen, we don't have time to be Goldilocks, right? So we acknowledge that there are imperfections. You know, this may not be right, but we don't have time to be Goldilocks. In one of the caucus meetings, Senator Bernie Sanders said, and I agreed with him, he said, listen, we have about, yesterday was like 76 days. He said, we have about 76 days left. And he talked about, it was a labor caucus meeting. And he talked about the idea of wanting to get rid of overtime pay, right? And he said, listen, we have issues that we want to fight. He was like, we're going to stand by VP Harris and Governor Walz. But he was like, on day one, we are going to give them, you know, and we're going to fight. So we're not, so for me, I came here to learn for the constituents in District 10. And we know what the issues are, right? Insurance, education, immigration. We know what the issues are. But America is faced with a choice right now. And I think those four things summarizes it in a thing. We know what to do. We have a choice to make, and we need to get out and vote.
What are you hoping that you're going to hear from Kamala Harris later on tonight as she does officially accept the nomination for president from the Democratic Party? What are you hoping that she will cover in her acceptance speech?
I'm hoping that she would just introduce herself, show us who she is, just like Governor Walz has. We've seen their talking points. You've heard them. I want to see the humanity, and which I think I've seen in the work that she's done previously. And so my expectations are, I want to see her. I'm in the room, and so you get a vibe, and I want to see her. I want a sense of who she actually is.
What do you think about Tim Walz as a running mate for Kamala Harris? I mean, right now we know that Tim Walz isn't necessarily a name that many people knew prior to this. How do you feel that they complement each other overall?
He is America, right? The diversity in America. Born in America, a school teacher, a coach, a father of a child with disabilities. They talked about the fact that he doesn't have stocks and bonds. How many Americans have stocks and bonds? The insults in the rhetoric that has plagued our political system or our parties right now in this political climate, we don't have time for that. So I think what Governor Walz, he is America. And he reminds me of Jimmy Carter. He really reminds me of Jimmy Carter. And we love him. Who does not love Jimmy Carter, right? And so for me, he is America. He is America. And I am so happy and elated for him and his family that he has this opportunity.
What does it mean to you to serve as a DNC delegate? What does it really mean to you overall? Because so many people have said it's inspiring. It means a lot.
I knew nothing about, I saw the delegates, right? I knew nothing about being a delegate a couple months ago. I have the honor of also being the Democratic Haitian Caucus president of Florida. Got in that position in January 2024. And with that, just being engaged in the democratic process, I get emotional because I think of that little girl without a mother, without parents, an immigrant Haitian family, both people lived 16 years without papers. And the struggles of life that are not unique to me. And to find myself here I just I'm grateful. I don't take it lightly. I attend every caucus meeting. I'm not sightseeing. I'm learning because I have an obligation to share the experience with those who have not been able to. I am videotaping sessions, taking photos, sharing it with my family who may never get this opportunity. I may never get this opportunity. So to all of us, by no choice of ours, who happen to find ourselves, even in America, right? When I teach children who find themselves born in low socioeconomic situations, there is hope. There is hope. There is a place in America where people will not judge you from where you come from. And you're given the opportunity to be in spaces, to make decisions. So for me, I don't know. I just know how I feel now. I don't know how it's going to project and change my life later. But I know right now I am just grateful. And if I can tell those who are suffering, whatever the suffering may be, whatever that pain may be, that sometimes God allows some of us who are suffering to get in spaces. And we know what pain is, and we're going to use our voice. I have used my voice as a delegate to advocate in these spaces. And that's what it has meant to me.
And thank you for sharing your personal story with us and, your thoughts overall on being a DNC delegate. We definitely appreciate it. Heather, is there anything else that you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
Oh, I'm just super excited to meet VP Harris, and hopefully she'll be the first woman president of the United States. And I'm proud to be a part of this historic moment. Thank you so much for having me.
Heather Pierre, DNC delegate, thank you again for being here today. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too. And I do want to remind you that we are going to have our DNC coverage continuing right here on Live Now from Fox all throughout the day. You can watch all of the speeches later on tonight, live and uninterrupted on Live Now from Fox. Do want to head to a quick break now at 9:29 on the East Coast and 6:29 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 9:31 on the East Coast, and it is 6:31 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I do want to take you to some breaking news that we are following here. You're taking a live look over at Porticello, Sicily, The Italian Coast Guard saying now that the body of British tech giant Mike Lynch is among those recovered off the coast of Sicily from the wreckage of a super yacht whose builders had called it unsinkable. One woman, as of last check, does remain missing. Now, the bodies of Lynch, who had been celebrating his recent acquittal on fraud charges with his family and the people who had defended him at trial in the U.S., along with 5 others, were recovered by rescue crews following Monday's tragedy. A 56-meter British flagged yacht went down in a storm early Monday as it moved about a mile offshore. Civil protection officials said they believe the ship was struck by a tornado over the water known as a waterspout and sank very quickly. The chief executive of the Italian Sea Group, which owns that manufacturer of the boat, said super yachts like these are, quote, the safest in the most absolute sense. First of all, because they have very little surface compared to a yacht facing into the wind, the CEO said. Second, with the structure, the drift keel, they become unsinkable bodies. Investigators are now looking at why the ship sank, killing at least 6 people, and a 7th person, as we mentioned, does remain missing. 15 of the 22 people on board did survive, including a mother who reported holding her 1-year-old baby over the waves to save her life. Divers have struggled to find the bodies in the yacht's hull on the seabed 50 meters, which is about 160 feet underwater. A spokesperson for the fire rescue service saying, quote, we would need a crystal ball to know when we'll be able to find the next body. It's very difficult to move inside the wreckage. Moving just 1 meter can take up to 24 hours. So again, we are taking a live look over in Porticello, Sicily, as the Italian Coast Guard now confirming that the body of British tech giant Mike Lynch is among those who have been recovered off the coast of Sicily after Monday's super yacht incident there. Again, it does appear that it was hit by a tornado over the water, which is known as a waterspout. The body of one woman still remains missing, and as I mentioned here, we are told that 15 of the 22 people on board did survive. All of this, of course, under investigation here, so as we get more details, we'll make sure to bring those to you right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I do actually want to head to another quick 2-minute commercial break, but on the other side, it looks like we are getting more speakers at that breakfast for the Michigan Democrats ahead of day 4 of the DNC. We'll make sure to bring that to you in full here as we get back to that. But for now, here's a quick 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. Taking a live look once again over inside the United Center in Chicago as the DNC does continue here. Now, I do actually want to head live to this breakfast that we've been keeping an eye on earlier today. It is back underway with more speakers taking to the podium. They are different politicians and lawmakers who are addressing the crowd of DNC delegates there from Michigan. Let's pop up the audio and listen in.
Years to repeal right to work right here in Michigan. And so many other changes for working people, for reproductive justice, education justice, democracy. But repealing right to work was just the first step. Let me ask you, Michigan, are you ready to stand with 35,000 home care workers across Michigan who are going to win back their union this year? Overwhelmingly women, majority women of color. These workers lost their union under the last governor, and they are bound and determined to win it back with your help. We know what's at stake in this election. Everything. Everything's at stake in this election. We know that Michigan built the labor movement in the 20th century, and you are going to lead the way in building the labor movement in the 21st century, that you have fought for and protected democracy every step of the way. So we are going to fight, and we're going to win in 2024 because we're just getting started, right, Michigan? As Vice President Harris says, and I think she learned it from some folks in Michigan, when we fight, when we fight, when we fight, when we fight. Thank you, Michigan. Let's go win.
Yeah. What is it good for? Absolutely.
All right, so they are between speakers once again here. Again, this is an address to the Michigan Democrats, the DNC delegates there. And we are hearing from several lawmakers, politicians. We did hear from Pete Buttigieg, the transportation secretary, also from J.B. Pritzker, the governor in Illinois. And now we do have some more speakers.
Good to him both in 08 and 12, and we're going to do it again in 24. Listen, I think what you guys did in 2022 was one of the best political outcomes and efforts I've ever seen. You guys did an amazing job up and down the ballot. We need to do that again. I'll be super brief. We've had a good week. Going to be capped off by America's next president tonight. We got 75 days to Election Day, but as you know in Michigan, we got election month. So we got to say all the things we got to say in the next 30, 35 days to the voters that will decide this election. Now, we got 7 battleground states, 1 congressional district in Nebraska. That's the playing field. At the very top of the pyramid is your 15 electoral votes. This whole thing falls apart if we don't get your electoral votes. You know that. We got to get those in the bank. And I'm a data guy, so just a few things I'd say. You know this as you're talking to people. I think the short campaign benefits Kamala Harris in a lot of ways, but there's also some challenges. The people that will decide this election don't know that much about her. Don't know she was a prosecutor, don't know how she grew up in a middle-class family. We got to fill that in. We got to fill in what she wants to do for America on tax cuts, allowing people to organize, on cutting costs, on health care. But the thing that surprises people, again, I'm just reporting what I'm finding from voters, a lot of people out there that don't yet believe Donald Trump's second term would be as dangerous as you all know it would be. That's why we're talking about Project 2025. We've got to remember that on abortion and women's reproductive health, a lot of people don't even blame them. We got to make sure they know the story. So we got a lot to do to win this election. We got a lot of enthusiasm, as you know now. You guys are tapping into it. You know how to win this state from the Upper Peninsula down to Grand Rapids, over to Michigan, Lansing. You know it all. But this is going to be close. As excited as we all are, and we should be, as hopeful as we all are, and we should be, Donald Trump has more support out there than any of us would like. And his people are going to come out to vote, right? So we got to match that. And again, I think you guys are going to be at the very top of, on election night, the states we need to go blue to elect Kamala Harris and keep Donald Trump out of the White House. And so we'll do all we can as partners to you in terms of candidate time, surrogate time, financial resources, people resources to get it done. and just think how good we're going to feel, whether it's the night of November 5th, November 6th, November 7th, ultimately, when all 7 of those battleground states have enough votes counted, that Kamala Harris is the 47th President of the United States. So thank you, Michigan. You guys always show the way, and I know you'll do it again. You guys are the best. Thank you.
All right, and you have more speakers that are expected to come to the podium, although it looks like someone may have just taken their microphone off the stand, so not sure if we are going to have any more speakers here, but we did hear from Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, also from Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker. We do have someone else right here at the podium, so let's pop up the audio.
Goes, so goes the nation. It makes me so proud to stand here before you today. I'm usually the opening act for my friend David Plouffe, not vice versa. Having had the privilege of coming up in presidential politics, then my law school classmate and friend, I met him on the first day of law school. Barack Obama led me along. He showed what that energy can look like. I traveled in Michigan with him. And in 2007, when we were going door to door in Iowa, he said, Norm, I want you to meet a young DA from San Francisco. She's going to go door to door with you today. And that brilliant, ferocious, compassionate leader, Kamala Harris, is now going to be the next president of the United States. I have the privilege of working with the leadership of the state of Michigan, pro bono lawyer for your governor, your wonderful Governor Whitmer, your fantastic AG Dana Nessel, your brilliant Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson. We were on a panel yesterday, and I talk almost every day to the best party chair in the US of A, Lavora Barnes. Where's my foam hands to wave? Look, I'm a hardcore yellow dog Democrat. You know what that means. I'll vote for a yellow dog if it's a Democrat running for office, but this is not a partisan election. This is an election about the future of our democracy. And there's an even greater calling for all of you as you go back and you explain that Donald Trump laid the foundation for dictatorship. We had those Republican dignitaries, and there's thousands more, thousands, who are joining with us. They disagree with us on specific policies, but they agree on love of country. And as you go back to Michigan, you got to scrape and claw for every vote. Explain to them about Project 2025. Trump is ready. I study this every day. I work on it at our State Democracy Defenders Action. Trump is ready to take away your freedoms. He's going to take 14 million people in this country and put them in concentration camps and deport them. He's going to use the awesome power of government to fire tens of thousands of nonpartisan government servants and replace them with hardcore Trump loyalists. He's going to take away the freedom to choose. You'll see a national abortion ban, sure as shooting. He's ready to finish the job that he did on the Supreme Court, and he's going to use the government to prosecute because he's mad. I was in court every day with him in New York. He's mad. He used to look at me and point. He's mad. He wants his revenge. Who stands between Donald Trump and his revenge? All of y'all do. Michigan, you lead the way. Go back. Tell your people about the threat we face. It's going to be a nail-biter, awful close. So I feel so fortunate to have the opportunity to tell you on behalf of the nation, thank you. Michigan, you lead the way. You have a holy responsibility with Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. You are the guardians of democracy. Go back, get every vote. Let's win this thing, and I'll see you at the inauguration of Kamala and Walz in Washington on January 20. Thanks, friends. On to victory.
The world's hot, my son got knocked. Evidently, it's elementary. They want us all gone.
Please welcome to the stage the Vice Chair of the Michigan Democratic Party, Representative Jason Morgan.
Good morning, Michigan Democrats. I am so thrilled to be with you all this morning. We've got one last big night ahead of us. And let me tell you why I'm still so full of enthusiasm after getting about 5 hours of sleep this entire week. I've got one last amount of voice left here today. I am excited because we have the power to make a difference. This is what gets me out of bed each and every day. This is what motivated me to run for office and what motivated me to serve as our vice chair of our great Michigan Democratic Party. And this is why I'm excited to support Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. I've been hearing one word again and again this week, and that word is freedom. This is what I've been fighting for through my entire career in public service, and from knowing each and every one of you in this room, it is what you are fighting for too. It is what we are fighting for. We are fighting for freedom in this country. Listen, I grew up in Pinconning, Michigan, the son of a commercial fisherman. Growing up gay in rural Michigan in a conservative small town, I didn't feel particularly free. I learned pretty quickly, though, that I needed to live openly and proudly, despite the risks, if I wanted to live a fulfilling life. I was one of the first openly gay kids in my high school, and the first to take another guy to our high school prom. Actually, I don't know if Mitch Rivard's still in the room, but it was Mitch Rivard. It wasn't easy. I got some looks. I heard some comments. But to this day, I still receive letters from gay students at my former high school telling me that we opened the door for them, that they weren't alone, and that they were thankful to not have been the first. That's what we do when we fight for our freedoms. We lead. We open the door for others. We pave the way for future generations. And that's what we need to do and when we leave this week. This is exactly what Joe Biden did when he passed the torch to a new generation of Democrats led by Kamala Harris. And it's what she will do for countless Americans as President of the United States. This is the kind of leadership our party is showing, from the Oval Office down to the Democratic volunteers, down to the University of Michigan campus that I'm very proud to represent. And in Michigan, we're winning. We've defended women's freedom from government interference in their healthcare decisions. We've helped free students and communities from gun violence. And following the lead of Governor Tim Walz in Minnesota, we freed up parents' time and money by providing every student with free breakfast and lunch. Achieving these goals makes me proud to call Michigan home and proud to be the vice chair of our Michigan Democratic Party. And I know that we will accomplish so much more with President Kamala Harris in the White House. She is ready to defend every woman's and every person's right to control their own body. She'll fight to protect every American's ability to have their say at the ballot box. She'll fight for future generations' right to breathe clean air and drink clean water. And she'll work to expand economic freedom by growing the middle class and supporting good union jobs. And while Republicans engage in weird misinformation or whatever they're doing, Democrats are showing the country what true strength and true leadership looks like. And it looks a hell of a lot to me like the future with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the White House. These are the candidates that we need to repel the darkness of Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and take our country into a new era. I am thrilled to lend my support and devote myself entirely to their candidacy in the next months ahead. I know under their leadership we've got a bright future ahead of us. And say it with me now. We're not going back. We're not going back. We're not going back. Because when we fight, we win. And this state, this party is full of fighters with all of you in this room. And we're going to take Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House, and we're going to protect our Democratic trifecta in Michigan. Thank you all so much. I have a couple notes as my party duty here to remind you of a couple things. One, thank the staff of this amazing hotel. Thank our union workers and tip them well when we are done here after the amazing service they have given us. And thank you to our MDP staff. I don't know if folks know how much blood, sweat, and tears our staff at the Michigan Democratic Party put in. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You may notice that you see them when you leave at the end of the night, and you see them again when you show up in the morning. And thank you to the best chair of any Democratic Party in the country, LeVora Barnes. Now, the last couple things I want to tell you. One, be there early tonight. Make sure you get in, and make sure you get a seat and all those good things. And the last thing I want to tell you is bring your all today. Take a nap if you must, but this is our last big night, and let's show the world that Michigan shows up. Thank you.
All right, so you are tuning in there. The Michigan Democrats are holding their breakfast where we're hearing from a variety of people, including Pete Buttigieg, the Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, but also other folks, including the vice chair there with the Michigan Democratic Party. Do have to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but a lot more news to get to here as we do continue our coverage of the DNC. There are events that are going to be taking place all throughout the day, but I would also like to note that coming up around 1:30 p.m. Eastern time, that is when we do expect former President Trump will be at the southern border there in Arizona. He's expected to speak, so we'll bring that to you in full as well right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to head to that break now. We'll be right back with more live coverage on the other side. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox 957 over on the East Coast and 657 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next hour or so to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. We will get back to our DNC coverage in just a second, but I did want to send a reminder out here that 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, that is when we expect former President Trump will visit the southern border there over in Arizona. He's expected to speak, so you can watch all of that uninterrupted right here on Live Now from Fox. Now, we are waiting on this different press event to get underway. This is going to be the Democratic National Convention giving their daily update, the daily briefing that we've taken here just about every day on Live Now. So once it gets underway in a matter of moments, we will bring it to you as well. Do want to send it over to Rebecca Castor with Fox News. She is inside of the United Center and filed this report.
Last night featured a long list of political heavy hitters and celebrities, but the man of the hour was Governor Tim Walz, who officially accepted his party's nomination for vice president.
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, a politician who had never used a teleprompter before becoming the Democrat VP nominee, was front and center Wednesday night addressing the DNC.
It's the honor of my life to accept your nomination for vice president.
Walz, playing on his humble upbringing, was introduced by some of his former students from his days as a high school teacher and football coach.
Tim Walz is the kind of guy you can count on to push you out of a snowbank. I know this because Tim Walz has pushed me out of a snowbank.
It was those players and my students who inspired me to run for Congress.
In his remarks, Walz talked about some of the things he and Harris want to do in office, including taking on big pharma and lowering taxes for the middle class.
No matter who you are, Kamala Harris is going to stand up and fight for your freedom.
Stars of the Democratic Party, including former President Bill Clinton and former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, also taking the stage Wednesday night.
When Kamala Harris is president, every day will begin with you.
And a celebrity so famous she's known by just her first name.
Let us choose joy.
Tonight, Vice President Kamala Harris will officially accept her party's nomination for president, while Donald Trump is in Arizona to visit the southern border and speak on immigration. In Chicago, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thank you so much for that report. Now, we have been checking in with our Fox 32 Chicago team. It looks like they are going into their coverage here. They do have team coverage on the DNC, so let's pop up the audio and listen in.
Shots live to tell us what is on their agenda today.
Let's check in with Caitlin this morning. It is nice and cool outside this morning.
It feels good, but it's going to be warmer this afternoon, so we are climbing to about 80 degrees. And we have the sunshine back with a light breeze coming in out of the east-southeast at 5 miles per hour. So quiet weather today. Another day where you're going to have to go outside and water your flowers. Now, we do have the chance for rain in your forecast this weekend, especially when the heat starts cranking to the upper 80s. You're going to want a little bit of relief. We do have that potential for some wet weather. I'll time it out for you ahead.
Thanks, Caitlin. Well, those balloons that we talked about in the rafters of the United Center, they will finally drop tonight as the convention wraps up this evening.
And it is live at the United Center with much more on what we can expect tonight. We're also on Beyonce watch out there, too.
Many in the Beehive are doing just that, but I can tell you I was actually watching on Friday when they put the balloons down here to put them up in the rafters. So it's been a process for sure to get to this grand finale tonight, and for sure the big talker tonight will be this monumental moment for Vice President Kamala Harris as she becomes the first woman of color to accept a presidential nomination from a major party. So let's talk about the task at hand for her, okay? You know, tonight, you can see her on the stage right there and some of the stumping that she's done with Governor Tim Walz, who spoke last night. But how she delivers her speech tonight can have a big impact with voters and her race to the White House. Earlier on Good Day Chicago, in fact, we heard from political analyst Tom Serafin, Democrat and former Illinois Republican Party chair Pat Brady. This is what Pat Brady recommended for her speech later tonight.
I don't think there will be a lot of policy. I think what she needs to do is get up there
be likable, tell her story, talk about, and like Tom said, those 7 states that they are trying to win, convince people in those states that she actually cares about them, and don't go long.
Don't go long. That's kind of been the thought process throughout the week, is that these speeches have carried on late into the night, each and every night. In fact, I think last night getting out at after 11 o'clock was probably the earliest that they have wrapped this week. But this is the final day, and for sure, as the DNC gets ready to culminate their activities tonight, former President Donald Trump is already responding to criticism made by several speakers this week. So let's talk about that. Okay, he's been doing counter-programming throughout the week, going to several of the key swing states. The former president and current Republican nominee for president talked this morning even with Fox and Friends on the phone. He criticized prosecutors in Chicago. Hello, Chicago, for the crime rate here, saying our city was great 20 years ago, but has since declined. And he criticized Vice President Kamala Harris for policies in San Francisco when she was a prosecutor there, saying people aren't prosecuted for stealing less than $950 of merchandise. The former president did take another opportunity, as he has done several times in the last month or so, trying to clarify his stance on abortion, a topic that has been referenced at the DNC many times as well.
I will say, like Ronald Reagan, I'm for exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I'm for exceptions. Ronald Reagan was for exceptions. Most people are for exceptions. You have to follow your heart. But it's being voted on, and an issue that's ripped our country apart for 50 years is being solved at the voting booth, and states are voting in what they want. And a lot of these policies, I will tell you, are much more liberal than people would have thought happened. But they say in the convention, I want a federal ban. I would never, and they know I've said it, there will not be a federal ban.
So he is not happy at all, as you could tell there from that phone call. Donald Trump predicts that Vice President Harris will ban fracking and is against oil drilling, and to clarify, anti-fracking, because that can be a hard topic to really understand. That position she has since abandoned. Harris speaks tonight, of course, and she's got a lot of groundwork to do. You know, when you talk about the policies, as Donald Trump was just saying there, many people have criticized her for kind of glossing over broad strokes for policies, but have said, many Republicans have said that the devil is in the details. So what are the details? I'm sure they are waiting on those so they can have some talking points as well. We're going to have to see when she addresses those key issues like energy, economy, women's reproductive rights, immigration. We'll see how she does tonight, but for sure it's a big moment, a historic moment for her, and these halls will be full of people waiting to hear what she has to say.
Thank you, Anita. What a great breakdown that was. Lots of anticipation tonight for that biggest speech of the convention.
Absolutely, but we've been waiting for it. Time is now 9:05. You've also been waiting for these nice cooler temperatures that won't be sticking around, Caitlin.
All right, we're going to keep checking in there with our Fox 32 Chicago team for their live coverage. They have a team of reporters that are out there gathering the latest information from each and every angle. Now we are waiting for the DNC daily briefing to get underway. It's slated for 10 a.m. Eastern time, 9 a.m. Central time. And as you can see, we have passed that time, but no one has walked up to the podium yet. However, the press is all seated and ready to go. So once that does get underway, we will bring that to you uninterrupted right here on Live Now from Fox. The time now 10:06 on the East Coast and 7:06 on the West Coast. We're going to head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but on the other side, we will get right back into our top stories, headlines, and live events. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and we do have another live event that just popped up as we are waiting on that DNC briefing to get underway. This is actually a news conference with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Looks like he is going to be speaking on a few topics, but he's talking over in Titusville, Florida. We're going to pop up the audio here so we can listen in.
Money to accelerate programs. So some of these road projects where there's congestion, they were in the hopper to be done, but they weren't going to start till next decade. Now we're starting them now, and we'll finish them by next decade. And so that's going to save 5, 7, 10, 15 years off the projects, depending on how many states are accelerating these things. I mean, usually it takes a long time. So we really work hard, to push and to get things ahead of schedule. And I think, they're doing more on I-4, as you get to Disney and you start heading to Tampa, it could be that. So they're doing the big expansion there, but in the meantime, they're going to open up another lane by the end of this year. You're going to open up another lane. So there's always ways to innovate. So the fiscal situation in Florida, it's not like we've just been penny pinching. I mean, we're obviously very conservative about it, but we are really making serious investments in the things that I think Floridians care about education, about the roads and transportation, and of course about conserving and protecting natural resources. So this is something that's really, really good. And so you have all of that, and yet here we are with this great story about reducing debt. I think we have the second lowest per capita state tax burden in the country. I don't know who's lower. I mean, obviously we don't have an income tax, so maybe we'll be able to get to number one. I got to figure out what taxes we need to cut. When you don't have an income tax, it's actually harder to cut taxes. It'd be a lot easier. And the property is a local thing in Florida, so we don't really control that at the federal or at the state level. So we kind of got, you got like sales tax and you got all these assorted things, but no income tax. So we'll keep it that way. So all this stuff, is good. So then I say, okay, well, what's the issues that we deal with? And the challenges we deal with in the state are almost all a byproduct of the federal government's policies. Interest rates have gone up because of the borrowing, printing, and spending money. Inflation and the price increases at the grocery store and everything in between has gone up because of them borrowing, printing, and spending trillions and trillions of dollars. And so that's really if they just ran things the way Florida did, you wouldn't have inflation. You wouldn't have a lot of these problems. And so these are government-created problems that we're having to navigate. And so, I just look to see, okay, we're in this campaign season. You literally have, and I mean, the media is really doing this. So you have somebody that is currently vice president that was not only there when all this stuff happened, she was the tie-breaking vote for the big stimulus in the spring of 2021. She was the tie-breaking vote for the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, which did not reduce inflation. It was more of a money grab for some of their climate ideology stuff. So you have that. And to me, that's bad enough. But that's being portrayed as somehow she is the change agent, that she's offering this fresh start and everything. And I'm thinking to myself, if your house was on fire, would you bring in the arsonist to put out the fire, or would you actually try something different? But what she's proposing is, so she was instrumental in creating these, because people are pinched at the grocery store. They're pinched with the interest rates, and you see that. And so her solution is, yes, she was an integral part in creating the problem, but then somehow she's going to apply policies that are going to fix the problem she already started. And think about the policies that are being put out. If they tell you that the groceries have gone up because of price gouging, they are lying to you. That is just not, price gouging can happen, but in the grocery store, if someone started charging, 25, 30% more for orange juice, other companies then would offer the market price and they'd get your business. It's a competitive environment. The reason why the prices have gone up is because all the federal government's policies interrupted supply chains, pumped too much money into the economy, devalued all these things have led to this. And so to say you're going to impose basically price controls on that will not work. Look, if you could control prices from the government, you know, I would just say charge everyone 5 cents for eggs, right? I mean, why not? If that's how it could be done, we would just do that. We know that doesn't work. We know when that's been tried, it's been an utter failure. So this price control, that is a ruse just to try to mask the fact that the underlying problems that people are having to deal with were government created, and particularly Biden-Harris created. But then she has this idea, so you have that. And then she's doing the unrealized capital gains. This is insane. And so, you know, you buy stocks, let's say, and, you know, you have them. And maybe the market does good and your stock goes up. You still haven't sold the stock. You don't owe any tax on that. You know, you sell the stock, you owe a capital gains tax eventually, and if you sell it short term, then they treat it as ordinary income. But you don't owe a tax just because the value went up. What she's proposing to do is to tax unrealized gains. So if the stocks go up, whatever the increase is, you'd have to pay 25% of that increase without selling the stuff. And that's true for a home, that's true for investments, all stuff. Now the media will say, oh, she only wants to do this for very wealthy people. Well, that's what they said when they introduced the income tax in 1914. They said this is only going to hit Carnegie and Rockefeller and all that. And now, is there any middle income tax worker who doesn't pay income tax? Yeah, no, you pay. People at the very low end of the income don't typically get hit by income tax, but most people do. Who are out there and working in the prime. So once you introduce a concept like taxing unrealized gains, that has the chance to really deep six the economy, because people just aren't going to invest. Why would you invest if before you even sold you had to just pay tax on a running basis? And guess what? If you buy stocks and they go down, I don't think the federal government's going to cut you a rebate on the unrealized loss, right? So it's heads they win, tails you lose, basically, with this. So this is economically illiterate. This is something that would absolutely devastate investment. I don't buy the idea that somehow this would only be applied to very wealthy people, because the principle's the principle. You're saying as people increase wealth through investment activity, and that's not just buying stocks. I mean, the number one investment that's performed best, arguably, for Floridians over the last 5.5 years, the value of their home. You know, people that had a home in 2019 compared to now, your property, I mean, I don't know if there's anybody who's worth less than it was then, and many is worth a lot more. Not just 10, 15%. People's homes are worth 50, 75, 100% more than they were just a few short years ago. What they would be saying is, if you say it's okay to tax unrealized gains as your home value goes up, the increase in the home price. So if your neighbor's house sells for, you know, an extra $100,000 from what you thought, then they would say, oh, your house has gone up by 100, you got to pay $25,000. It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts, and it's financially illiterate, and it would do a lot of damage to this country. So I hope people get the message on this. And again, don't buy that somehow you can introduce a concept like this and it's only going to apply to like, you know, people that are making, you know, millions and millions of dollars. I don't buy that at all. I think everyone should be really worried, because what it basically does is it makes you functionally a ward of the state. The state would have first dibs on pretty much everything that you're doing, including just buying it, investing in things and letting it sit. You wouldn't be able to just let it sit without the federal government getting involved in your business. And I think that that's a huge, huge mistake. So hopefully we'll be able to get right on the federal policies so that we can continue doing and showing how it's done in Florida. Now, why we're here today. We have a lot of different ways that we can make an impact. And government's role, look, we don't create the jobs directly. I think you create an environment that's positive. We have no income tax. We have reasonable regulatory environment. We have good transportation. We do things, I think, that are meaningful. But ultimately, it's the private sector that is creating this. If you want government jobs, that's just not going to be the way to get it done in the long term. Again, if it was that easy, then government could just hire everyone would be rich. But we know that doesn't work. So we have to find opportunities as a state to continue to create a good environment, and then where appropriate, bolster specific types of job training so that the workers that are necessary are there, or specific types of infrastructure so that we can help bring good private investment projects to fruition. And that's why we're here today, because where we are in the Space Coast of Florida, I mean, think where we were 15 years ago on the Space Coast and to where we are now. It's been a remarkable turnaround. I remember when they retired the space shuttle, you had a really good run where space was something that was significant. They retired the space shuttle. I mean, I remember the head of NASA at the time said that the primary responsibility of NASA was to, make the Muslim world feel better about their contributions to science. And I'm thinking, I don't think that's why NASA was created. I think it was created to be able to explore and to be able to push new boundaries. So now we're in a situation where we're in this great commercial space investment boom, and I think we have a lot more runway to be able to do on that. And again, this is not the state. This isn't even, in many respects, the federal government, though the federal government clearly is playing a role. But our role, I think, is to say, what infrastructure do we need, particularly in this area, to be able to continue to make this part of Florida the #1 place for space anywhere in the entire world? I've talked to all these people who are involved in all these companies. There's no better place to launch than right here in Brevard County, anywhere in the United States. And it's historic, and we want to keep it that way. So we're here at Space Coast Regional Airport, and we have the Innovation Park that is a 3-phase development project that is slated to house at least 5 buildings and create 1.4 million square feet of new industrial building space. It's interesting. I was talking to some of these guys who are involved in the launches, and they're like, we want to make everything in Florida and then just launch it right there. You don't want to be bringing stuff from around the country. So there's a lot of industrial possibilities here, but you want to be able to link the airport to the industrial park. So that was the request from us to say, can you take some of your job growth grant fund money and provide that here for Space Coast Regional Airport? And we looked at the project and we said, yeah, we're going to do that, because I think it lays the foundation where you're going to be able to see even more job creation. I think you'll see a positive fiscal impact. So I am pleased to be able to be here today to announce that we are, from the state of Florida, officially awarding $5.8 million from the Job Growth Grant Fund to Space Coast Regional Airport to build the roadways necessary to connect to the industrial park. So I think that we've been bullish on this area for a long time, given what's going on. I think the state of Florida has been a really good partner with the commercial space industry and where we can make an impact. And we've done other stuff in Brevard on infrastructure that plays into this throughout my time as governor. But this is something that I think it will produce jobs, it will produce positive revenue for both the local community and for the state of Florida. So I'm really excited to be able to do this. And I think we have the check somewhere. Where is it? All right. So you guys, from whoever wants to accept this from the airport, you guys can kind of come up here. All right, yeah, let's do it. All right, here we go. All right.
All right, there you have it. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis speaking on a variety of topics. As you heard, he did touch on the economy, and Kamala Harris also speaking about the space industry. He is over in Titusville, Florida. Again, a lot of discussion there as he is now accepting a check that is going to be going toward the space industry. And we'll bring you more on that a bit later on today. The time now 10:23 on the East Coast and 7:23 on the West Coast. Do want to pop up this live image once again, as you can see inside the United Center there over in Chicago, as day 4 of the Democratic National Convention will get underway in just a matter of hours. And tonight we will hear from Vice President Kamala Harris as she officially accepts the Democratic nomination for president. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more live coverage to get to in just a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look once again inside the United Center over in Chicago as the Democratic National Convention does continue later on today, day 4, as we do expect Kamala Harris to officially accept the nomination for president from the Democratic Party. Right now you can see some of the cleanup is underway and the preps to make sure everything is perfect for later on today. As we've discussed a lot over the past several days, more than 200 content creators and influencers were credentialed for this week's DNC alongside members of traditional media. We've been speaking with those influencers and content creators all throughout the week, and among them is Josh Helfgott. He does have a huge following on TikTok. We're talking 5.5 million followers, 5.5 million. He brings his followers the latest news about LGBTQIA+ issues that impact the community. Take a listen.
Kamala Harris is the most pro-LGBTQ presidential candidate in history. Ever.
All right, Josh joining us now live to talk more about all of this. Josh, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so first off, I do have to ask you, overall, what has the atmosphere been like there at the DNC?
It has been a surge of excitement. I mean, we went from switching presidential candidates just weeks ago to having a flurry of energy in the Democratic Party. So, yeah, I've never felt anything like this since the Obama campaign.
How do you feel being able to be there at the DNC to see everything in person there?
It's pretty hard to believe. I mean, I started making content in 2020, right when COVID hit. And I was just a boy, you know, in my bedroom in upstate New York. And to see now that I'm, you know, meeting the presidential candidates and that I'm able to use my platform for something so important right now during, I think, one of the most consequential elections of our lifetime is a thrill. And I'm really, really grateful as well. I know I'm there to represent my audience and all of them, so I take it really seriously.
How do you feel overall about content creators being credentialed? Because it does seem as though there was a little bit of controversy around it. Overall, folks seem to have said, okay, we get it. You know, they're trying to appeal to a different generation of people, trying to use social media and things of that nature. So how do you feel overall about content creators and influencers being credentialed?
Yeah, I mean, anytime there's any sort of change for anything traditional, especially where we use the phrase traditional media to refer to like linear television, there's always controversy. I mean, right now we're on like a digital version and a digital platform of Fox. That in and of itself could be seen as untraditional, but Fox is traditional. And what I mean by that is that the merging of traditional and untraditional content, if we were to think about it that way, or influencers and anchors, I think is getting closer and closer together. I am not a journalist. I am a creator and I'm an LGBTQ advocate, but the issues that I create or that I talk about on my platform are super important to me. And I speak to my audience in a different way. Like I have a different relationship with them than, let's say, traditional media would or a written article. I think it's really important that content creators are credentialed. The RNC, the Republican National Convention, did it with about 40 or 60 creators. And we weren't really sure what was going to happen with Democrats this year. So to see that they did the largest cohort of content creators ever and the first 200, and to be part of them, that group of people is just wild.
And you kind of already said, you know, you're not a journalist. You wanted to make sure to get that out there because you are creating content, but you are also releasing news there. So there is kind of a fine balance. And I did want to kind of get your take here on what one common misconception is that maybe people out there have about content creators and influencers.
Yeah, thank you for asking that question because I think it's really important. You know, TikTok as a platform, let's say, which is the platform I got my start on, is seen by many people still as dancing videos and dismissing the power of the platform. And when we look at the large amount of media attention that TikTok has encountered over the past couple months and years, there's no question that it is something much bigger than dance videos. the majority of the platform now is extremely powerful topics and like consequential. You know, it's information that I wish I had access to as a child, because in so many ways I was looking to have things explained to me. I would go to my teachers and I would say, what does the Supreme Court do? How does it work? I remember this in 4th grade. And today I give those answers to my followers. And, you know, I think that the way audiences are consuming media today is different than ever before because of the power of these platforms. I mean, it shows you a random video that you didn't know you wanted to see, but you do. That kind of like algorithmic connection is what enables, you know, there's a risk there as what for sure. And it's a risk that I think a lot of politicians have focused in on, you know, the power of who's deciding what video people get to watch. But along with that, there's a huge amount of power because you're constantly gaining information. And when you allow the public to have access to this quantity of information, I think people get smart, they learn, and then they also know what actions to take when the election comes.
And really quickly, before I let you go, tell me a little bit more about the content that you specifically create. I know you kind of touched on it, but for folks out there who maybe do want to follow you, break down what you cover.
Yeah, I cover gay news. You know, when I was a little boy, I had no friends because kids could tell I was different. And I want to make sure that any boy or little girl or someone who doesn't know their gender identity has a place to go to and a safe space to learn about issues affecting the LGBTQ community.
All right, Josh, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here and kind of break it all down. Obviously, more than 200 influencers, content creators are there at the DNC. So we appreciate you taking the time to join us here. Anything else you want to add about anything before I let you go?
No. I mean, we have the election in less than 80 days. So go out and vote. That's all I would say.
All right, Josh, thank you again for being here with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And don't forget, here on Live Now from Fox, we will be covering the Democratic National Convention as it does get underway. You can watch all of the speeches uninterrupted right here on Live Now later on today. Again, they are live, unfiltered, and uninterrupted later on, as Kamala Harris is expected to accept the Democratic nomination for president tonight. The time now 10:33 on the East Coast and 7:33 on the West Coast. We are expecting that Democratic National Convention briefing for the day to get underway in a matter of seconds. So we will head to a quick commercial break, but we'll come right back as it does get underway. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. And as I mentioned, we are now seeing the DNC briefing getting underway. So I'm going to stop talking and we're going to pop up the audio.
Hornbrook, ED of the convention, convention co-chair and Senator Cory Booker. We are going to waste no time so folks can get on with their day. I'm going to turn it over to Alex to run through what to expect tonight.
Thank you. Good morning. Welcome. Thank you for joining us for the fourth and final day of the 2024 Democratic National Convention. Over the course of the week, you've heard the story of who we are as Democrats, what we stand for as a party, and the vision that the Harris-Walz ticket is fighting to make a reality. The story was narrated by the voices that tell it best, voices from across the country that represent our broad and deep coalition and underscore the Harris-Walz ticket is fighting for the people, for our freedoms, and for our future. The theme for tonight is For Our Future. And as we conclude our incredible week of organizing, celebrating, and doing the vital work of our party, we'll use the final night in the United Center to show the American people how Vice President Harris and Governor Walz are committed to fighting for a brighter future for everyone. Tonight, we're going to hear from Vice President Harris as she tells her story directly to the country. And we'll hear from leaders across the party, including the Honorable Deb Haaland and Marcia Fudge, Senators Padilla, Casey, Warren, and Kelly, Governor Healy, Gretchen Whitmer, and Roy Cooper, and Representatives Clark Kinzinger, McBath, Neguse, Frost, Slotkin, Allred, and Gallego, the Tennessee Three, Gabby Giffords, gun violence survivors, and gun safety advocates. The final night here of our convention is going to showcase our vision for the future and make clear that Americans are ready to fight and win with the Harris-Walz ticket. With that, turn it back to Michael.
Awesome. Thank you, Alex. So again, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the final day of the convention. We are, of course, first and foremost, very excited to hear from Vice President and Democratic nominee for President, Kamala Harris, this evening. She's going to talk about her positive vision for the future of America, an America where the middle class won't just get by, but will get ahead, a country where all of our freedoms are protected, a country where we protect the rights of women, including the right to make their own choices about their bodies. The American people have watched 3 nights of our convention. So let's do a little side-by-side of our high-energy, future-facing convention and the other guys' convention last month in Milwaukee. The city Donald Trump says is horrible. Just to recap from last night really quickly, the message that was on full display. You saw common sense over nonsense, as Oprah so eloquently put it. You saw Republican former Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan say that if you vote for Kamala Harris in 2024, you're not a Democrat, you're a patriot. You saw a future-focused vision for America that consists of more freedoms. You saw joy, love, and happiness in that convention hall. But let's recap the entire week. On Monday, we honored President Biden. We heard about the accomplishments of the Biden-Harris administration, the work that they did to rescue our economy after Trump wrecked it, beating Big Pharma, capping the price of insulin at $35 a month for our seniors, securing trillions of dollars for infrastructure to rebuild roads and bridges, making the largest investment in fighting climate change in American history, making our country safer, bringing crime to a 50-year low, passing the first bipartisan gun safety legislation in 3 decades. On Monday at the RNC, you heard from a puppy killer and Trump's top MAGA minion in Congress. On Tuesday, back here in Chicago, you saw Barack and Michelle Obama, second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, talk about how deeply Kamala Harris believes in family and fighting for working people and how she'll bring those values to the White House. Meanwhile, on the second day of the Republican convention, to no one's surprise, they passed an extreme party platform that would ban abortion nationwide and put women's lives at risk. And then last night, the future vice president and America's football coach, Tim Walz, laid out how he has fought for rural communities and Minnesotans to help the middle class get ahead in life. Wednesday at the RNC, it was the architect of family separation taking the stage in prime time. Meanwhile, at our convention, you've heard from reproductive rights champions like Amanda Zarowski, Caitlin Joshua, Hadley Duvall. You've heard from defenders of democracy like Sergeant Gonell, who defended the Capitol on January 6th. You'll hear from more American heroes tonight, as Alex was discussing. The split screen between our stages and the voices that we are uplifting could not be more clear. When Donald Trump finally took the stage on the final night of the RNC, we were told it would be a seminal moment in this election. The moment when he found a new tone, finally turned his focus from himself to the American people. We were told Trump would finally act like a president. Well, we're still waiting for that Donald Trump to show up. But if you are looking for a president, you'll see her on stage tonight. I'll let Senator Booker say more about Vice President Harris, but before I do that, I do want to talk about one more thing you're going to hear tonight. The Vice President is going to share her story with the American people, from being raised by a working mother in a middle-class neighborhood to fighting for survivors of sexual assault and homeowners who suffered in the foreclosure crisis. She'll share her optimistic vision for America's future, a new way forward, while Trump's Project 2025 agenda would drag us back into the past. On that stage tonight, you'll see a champion for working people all across the country, a defender of our fundamental freedoms, and a prosecutor who will make the case against Donald Trump. Most importantly, what you'll see is the next president of the United States. From the other speakers today, you're going to hear about how Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, and so many others in our party have fought for our freedoms, our safety, our security, the rule of law. As Governor Walz pointed out yesterday in his remarks, we're entering the fourth quarter in a close game. We feel good about where we are. As the underdog, you do not play prevent defense. You play to win. That's exactly what this campaign is going to do coming out of Chicago for the rest of this campaign. This convention has been a huge success so far, but we know there's still a lot of work to do. We're going to continue to drive the enthusiasm that this convention is generating into action on the ground in the battleground states, continue to take our message directly to the voters that are going to decide this election every day between now and Election Day. With that, it is my pleasure to turn it over to Convention Co-Chair, U.S. Senator Cory Booker.
The smattering of applause is very much appreciated. All right, you all know this. I am an OG Joy guy. It's something I've been talking about for a very long time. And this convention has been the greatest gift that I could ever have, to be able to witness what we have been witnessing, especially relative and in comparison to what we saw in the Republican convention. I am so happy now. It's almost like weeping has endured through the night, but joy cometh in the morning. And in many ways, we see a new day dawning in America, a page being turned, and that is being represented by the kind of speakers you see before you in this convention. You've seen some of the best talent America has to offer, not in a partisan way, but people coming forward and giving their testimony to hope, to joy, to love, and to a vision of America that is so inclusive, that is so about bringing us together to heal. Now, tonight, I tell you, I'm excited, but another moment about last night. I had this incredible privilege, thanks to the men on either side of me, to, for the first time in a convention, I've spoken at past ones, but to actually be backstage during the whole time. And I know Michael Tyler just used a bunch of football analogies. He's a great guy. I think he's got a fantasy football team. I actually played the sport, man, and a long-time old friend. I'm just joking, but I was a ball player. Played high school football. We won the state championship. I went to Stanford, played there, and I know about good coaches. I know about bad coaches. I know about the beauty of having great teams. Some of my best friends in life are people all across the political spectrum, but we are still a team. We bowled at the White House recently. My team about a year ago, and there were Republicans, Democrats, but we were all together. There's a tight bond. You can't fake that. And so what America didn't see last night was when Waltz came off the stage and went backstage, and I saw all of these men get together with such joy and exuberance in a love huddle like I have not seen since the days I was playing football. Waltz is a special kind of guy. And what you saw last night and what you felt last night is real. And so many Americans are looking for that. We've witnessed too much of the politics of demeaning and degrading. And in Donald Trump, I will tell you, he is a guy that so indiscriminately degrades Americans that even Republicans are not safe. He's been degrading DeSantis about his height. My friend, Chris Christie, about his weight. Nikki Haley about her heritage. John McCain about his military service. And so to see in Walz and so many of the other folks that are supporting this incredible ticket, this idea that we're not about putting people down, we're about lifting people up. And so tonight we're going to hear from Kamala Harris. And I am so excited. It's like a proud sibling. She and I served together in the Senate. I know who she is. I know what she's about. And I can't wait until America hears from her. And so let me tell you, I work in the Senate. Policy is important. Legislation is important. And I know she's going to talk a lot about that. I've had the privilege, again, these rare privileges you get in life, to work side by side with people, with a person, on the hardest, toughest issues in America. From health care to environmental justice to economic justice, she and I partnered on some of the toughest issues. And the privilege I got was to see somebody who worked with me on the legislation as a senator and then got to watch her as a part of a leadership team actually get that legislation into law on so many issues that she and I worked at. And it's not necessarily the kind of issues that always the press wants to report on, but the economic instability of farmers. She and I were talking about everything from the overt history of injustice towards black farmers, but also just struggling farmers. We literally, thanks to Biden-Harris, just got billions of dollars out the door to help economically disadvantaged farmers. Environmental injustice. She and I went to work on those issues in the Senate. And then when she became vice president, she became, in the White House, the environmental justice champion. And she showed up in Newark, because two of us were so happy about it, to announce that every lead service pipe in our city was out of the ground. On issue after issue, maternal mortality rates in America are horrific. We have one of the worst nations on maternal mortality. She and I went to work on those issues in the Senate, and thanks to Joe Biden, we now have an expansion of Medicaid coverage, more people with health insurance than ever before. And so the policy matters. Everybody should understand that the vision she has for this country in terms of the actual things that she wants to do are important. I hope we talk about that. But I want to end by saying to you that something that to me that is as important, if not in many ways fuels the policy. The leaders that she and I revere from the civil rights movement knew that, yes, we're working towards voting rights or civil rights, but there's something about the spirit of the country that has to heal first. To make the legislation possible, you've really got to tap in to the heart, to the soul, to the spirit of the country. And she knows how you win. Not Donald Trump's way. She knows that when Martin Luther King went down to Selma, he didn't beat Bull Connor in Birmingham because he brought bigger dogs or bigger fire hoses, because he hated more. No, they won in Birmingham because they inspired the moral imagination of a nation. They called to the conscience of our country. And so I love what Maya Angelou says. And when you're listening to, I think, one of the greatest speeches we're going to hear in this election season tonight, I want you all to remember what Maya Angelou says, that people often forget what you say, but they're never going to forget how you make them feel. I know how Walt made me feel last night. And what I'm excited about today is to see my colleague, my friend, my sister in the Senate share her heart with America, to appeal to the better angels of our nation, to have a tradition in our presidency that Donald Trump betrayed. He never said malice towards none and charity towards all. There is a tradition in our great presidents that tell us we're not going to be about fear and smear. We have nothing to fear but fear itself. Those presidents that appeal to the best of who we are in the worst of our times to help us to get to higher ground. That's the feeling that America will get tonight. Weeping has endured, but joy is coming. That is what has me so excited, hoarse from yelling. I am tired, but I am telling you tonight, I will be on my feet with millions of other Americans saying, yes, yes, a new day is coming.
Thank you, Senator. I don't think I have anything left to say at this point. But no, with that, we will take a few questions.
Hi, Skylar Bloomberg here. So just to start, first thing, so back, I guess, when Biden was running, there's a lot of conversation among black male voters that the Republicans were trying to pull who were a bit undecided.
Did you say black men?
Black men, yes. Black men that the Republicans were trying to court away from the Democratic Party. Now with Harris as the nominee, what is, are there any concerns that that the Republicans could make gains there? Just kind of what is maybe the current, hate to use the word vibe, but what's the current, what are you guys seeing there? And do you think Trump can pull some of those black voters still, or?
Want to start? Yeah, I'll start, absolutely. It might not surprise you, I spend a lot of time with black men. And I've had a lot of tough conversations. I was called out by a young influencer yesterday. I had this great head of hair, and when I talked about, I spend time having conversations in barbershops, and he just totally went at me for that. But I do visit from time to time. This is a every other day thing. I still have to shave my head, and I have heard a lot of discontent over the years, and we tell the truth to each other when we talk. But what you're seeing in the polls is what I'm experiencing in communities, which is, yeah, there were a lot of folks that were making a point that you were seeing 20+% of black men seeming like they might vote for the Republicans. But that has shifted. All the polls I've seen, it's shifted, and I'm feeling it in our communities. And one of the greatest experiences I've had as a guy who spends a lot of time on social media is the second Kamala Harris sort of announced her presidency and the president appointed, directed his endorsement towards her, and that we all rallied around her. I started seeing organically, and I hope that if you spend some time on social media, you see what I'm seeing, which is a lot of black men come forward and have this conversation digitally. And a lot of it is actually clapping back on some of the things that during her presidential campaign were just unfair, really lies about her time as a DA, about her time as the Attorney General, when she, now coming to light, had probably one of the more visionary understandings of how a criminal justice system should hold people accountable, but also should empower people to succeed. And so a lot of that truth is getting out here, and I'm seeing it melt away the kind of falsities that I think have fueled a lot of the discontent you see in a lot of folks. And then the final thing I want to say is, and this is great about the Harris campaign and great about, I think, the way they're running it, is they're not taking any voter for granted. This is a campaign that knows they have to earn the vote, that they have to work for it, that they have to speak to all of the diversity of America and call us together. And what excites me is that when it comes to African-American success under Biden-Harris, a lot of folks just don't know the story. I can't tell you how many times I've gotten on Zooms with black folk or had direct conversations that when I start bringing my receipts, most black business starts, most black people covered by health insurance, lowest black unemployment rate, black farmers, black environmental justice issues, most black people being connected to the internet and because of the infrastructure work that's done. When you start going through the receipts, I think people begin to understand what has been achieved. And then when you get someone who has lived experience that's very relatable to most Americans, women, immigrants, people who were not born with generational wealth, I think that people begin to understand that they're going to have somebody in the White House that sees them, that will fight for them, and that will continue to advance the ball. So I am looking forward to this competition for voters of all backgrounds, and I'm looking forward to working with the Harris-Walz team to earn the votes of every American. And trust me, we will be in Milwaukee. Trust me, we will be in Detroit. Trust me, I just came out of Philly last week where I was in a black barbershop and a beauty salon having these kind of conversations. Yeah.
All right, so that was Cory Booker there speaking during the DNC briefing that is now underway ahead of day 4, the final day of the Democratic National Convention. And I do want to point out the screen did say 1:30 p.m. for Trump. He's actually expected to be there at 2:30 p.m. Eastern time and should speak about 30 minutes later, but we'll bring all of it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and on the other side, Mike Page will be in the hot seat with all of your top stories and live events. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us here. Live look inside of the United Center. It is day 4, the final day of the DNC, and we appreciate everyone continuing to join us worldwide on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks to our host there, Josh Breslow, with the last couple of hours, bringing you the top stories and headlines. And I'll do the same as we continue to get more live feeds in throughout the morning and the day here. I do want to show you a live look right now in Chicago, awaiting Trump allies to be speaking about their take on the DNC and the Kamala Harris campaign as well. We'll be keeping an eye on that when it happens. We'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. But in the meantime, the DNC news briefing is still happening. Let's listen on Live Now.
Support Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And the second one was, sorry, what? We're a party who has a lot to say, and with a lot of people who, again, are really excited to be here and to support and to talk about why they're supporting Kamala Harris and Tim Walz and all of the accomplishments of the Biden-Harris administration. And so, that exuberance has led us, a little bit over time, a few nights, but we've been, making the requisite adjustments and making sure that we get to, the folks that, the voters and the delegates really, want to see and hear from.
Final point on that, too, before you get started, I'm sorry. But, I think the ratings have spoken for themselves, too, relative to the Republican National Convention last month. I think we've outpaced them every night so far this convention. So folks absolutely are tuning in. And as Alex was saying, we're also understanding the nature of the American electorate in 2024, right? This is not simply a made-for-TV event as we move forward. It is increasingly making sure that we're reaching voters across all platforms. That's why, for the first time, we're proud of the fact that in addition to all of the credentialed legacy media that we have here in the room and at the convention hall tonight, we've got over 200 content creators who are credentialed for this convention as well. We're able to roam the halls, we're able to go around the convention, share their stories, share some of this entertainment and content that they see as well, and share it with their viewers on their platform. So we have to make sure that we are continuing to engage all of our target voters in the ways that they're actually consuming their media. And so for many of them, that is still sitting in front of a television screen at home on their couch. But increasingly, for the voters who we need to reach to actually win this election, it's on the phone, it's on the tablet, it's everywhere else that they're moving across this country. And so we're running a convention and a campaign that's actually tailored to meet the voters that we need to get to 270 electoral votes.
Thank you. Fritz, ABC. There's been a lot of talk about unity this week, so why won't y'all allow a Palestinian speaker to address the convention? And by simply saying that Trump would be worse for Arab Americans, is that not the campaign taking their votes for granted?
No, we're absolutely not taking their votes for granted. I think as it relates to uncommitted delegates at this convention, we're proud and glad that they are here. We've worked to engage them throughout the convention. We're proud of the fact that we held panel conversations with members of the uncommitted movement. We're proud that the vice president herself engaged with leadership in the uncommitted movement in Michigan a couple of weeks ago. That's why the campaign has continued to engage with leadership of the uncommitted movement throughout this convention. And I think what they will see, what folks who continue to demonstrate and protest will see, is a vice president. What has already been clear and what they'll continue to see for the rest of this campaign is a vice president who is committed to ending the violence, ending the conflict, making sure that we resolve this conflict with a permanent ceasefire that allows Israel to fully secure itself, that fully continues and makes sure that we have full humanitarian aid, but also make sure that Gazans are able to peacefully live and prosper in Gaza. That's what she's going to relentlessly fight for as President of the United States, and it does stand in stark contrast to our opponent, whose only North Star is what benefits him, does not care about national security, does not care about global security, is only interested in his own personal self-interest. And so when you're looking for somebody who's going to serve as commander-in-chief, when you're looking at temperament, judgment, ability to handle complex global situations, there's only one candidate in this race who fits the bill, and that's the vice president. All right. With that, I think we will wrap. But thank you all. All right.
All right there, DNC news conference wrapping up there. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us on Live Now from Fox on this final day of the DNC. Do want to give you another live look here. We are awaiting Trump allies to be speaking at any moment there. So when that happens, looks like it could be happening in just a bit here. Yes, it is. All right, well, that is great timing. We'll take it. Sometimes timing is not on your side, but today it definitely is. So let's listen in.
right, good morning. Welcome back to the Trump campaign press events we've been doing every morning. This is our final morning. My name is Brian Hughes. I'm a senior advisor to the Trump campaign for communication. Joining me today are Ambassador Carlos Trujillo, who represented President Trump and our nation in the Organization of American States. Also here is Vivek Ramaswamy, a successful and innovative business leader who's thrilled audiences as a presidential contender and a commentator on national policy. In a few minutes, we will hear from them on issues like particularly the border and border security, but I'm sure we'll address some other things as well. After remarks from both, I'll come back to the podium to get us started on Q&A. Some of the housekeeping, as I do every morning. This morning at 10 a.m. Mountain Time, President Trump arrives in Sierra Vista, Arizona. He then visits the U.S. southern border in Cochise County, Arizona at 11:30 a.m. Mountain Time. Senator Vance is doing a border policy event in Valdosta, Georgia at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Friday afternoon, President Trump will be the featured guest of a Turning Point Action rally in Glendale, Arizona. So as we've done every week, President Trump and Senator Vance are out in battleground states talking to voters and the press about a number of issues, as we are here today and as other surrogates are around the country. We've made it to the final day. It's Kamala Day at the DNC. But last night, the third night, they once again proved that the Harris campaign cares more about running against President Trump than running for policies that help America's families. I've been giving you the mention counts each morning. Here's a brief one for counting up last night. In the remarks, night 3 mentioned Donald J. Trump 87 times. They mentioned the word crime 5 times, and they mentioned the word inflation once. So instead of the major policy issues that America cares about, they remain fixated on running against President Trump. And of course, part of doing that is because they do not stand ready to run on the record of Harris and Biden, a record that has proven disastrous for America's families. A reminder, as Vice President Harris talks about what she'll do on day one in the White House. Day one in the White House for Kamala Harris was nearly 4 years ago. So again, try as they might to disavow the record they have, including the record as our nation's borders are, we will not allow them to do it. So to tee up today's theme, we're going to run a little bit of video. It should take 2 or 3 minutes. And we're ready.
10 million. That's the number of people who broke the law and entered the United States.
It is wrong to somehow suggest that an undocumented immigrant is a criminal. Being an undocumented immigrant is not a crime. I know what a crime looks like.
When Kamala Harris was district attorney in San Francisco, she blocked federal law enforcement agents from gaining custody of murderers, drug dealers, and violent offenders because they were illegal immigrants. She chose radical sanctuary city policies over the safety of her community. Because of her, criminals poured back onto the streets to commit more violent and deadly crimes. One of her constituents put it best. She's an accessory to murder. She's failed, weak, and dangerously liberal. 10 million. That's the number of people who broke the law and entered the United States illegally under Kamala Harris's watch as border czar. That includes hundreds on the terror watch list that crossed our southern border. And as violent migrant crime surges in the country, Kamala has done nothing to stop it. She has failed, weak, and dangerously liberal.
It is wrong to somehow suggest then an undocumented immigrant is a criminal. Being an undocumented immigrant is not a crime. I know what a crime looks like. An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal. 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 An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal, and we have to correct course in this conversation. We're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals. That's correct.
When I say we, I mean Kamala and me. Kamala. What Kamala have done? We've had one of the most extraordinary 4 years of progress ever. Thank you, Kamala. Thank you, Kamala, too. Selecting Kamala, the best decision I made my whole career.
So a couple of those videos, or actually all those videos, will be released in a variety of ways by the campaign today. Some have already been out. But obviously, both looking at immigration policy, as borders are, Kamala Harris was supposed to secure our southern border and be in charge of that. That's not in question. The title may be a question mark, but she was absolutely chosen by Biden to lead on this issue. And as an administration, they failed miserably. We have at least 10 million new illegal migrants into the United States while they've been in the White House, and that accounting may be generous. It's at least 10. Who knows what the real number is? And the last segment, I'll just say we played because, again, while they tried to run Kamala Harris as some change agent, we cannot forget, and thank you, Joe Biden, for taking much of his speech on Monday to remind us, it is the Harris-Biden administration. She has been in the White House for nearly 4 years. She owns the record that she won't answer questions and tries to run from, and we will not allow her. She'll be held accountable in this campaign. So with that, I'm going to give it to Ambassador Carlos Trujillo to make remarks, and following him would be Rebecca Ramaswamy, and then I'll be back to help do some Q&A.
Thank you, Brian, and Vivek, it's a pleasure to be here with you this morning. My name is Carlos Trujillo. I was the United States Ambassador to the Organization of American States in Washington, D.C. from 2018 until 2021. Part of my responsibilities was working on migration and working with our Central American partners. One of the numbers that Brian highlighted is 10 million people. The number really doesn't resonate unless you put it in context. That number is more than the population of 40 states in this country. That number is higher than the majority of the Central American states. I think it's important to analyze Kamala Harris's record as the borders are. We're right now experiencing the largest amount of human trafficking in the history of the country. 320,000 children are unaccounted for. Coyotes and transnational criminal organizations are taking advantage of the most vulnerable people in our entire hemisphere and bringing them to our southern border. Visa-less flights are taking place from state sponsors of terrorism to our region for people who ultimately make it into our border. And what has she done in taking these responsibilities and being the borders are so seriously? She has never visited the southern border. She has never visited El Salvador. She has not visited Honduras in 2 years. And what is their legacy? What was the first thing they do? They tried to dismantle the entire Trump border policy. A policy that at the end of 2020 led to negative net migration. Under President Trump, at the end of his administration, we had negative net migration. More people were being forcibly removed in this country than coming in. What was Kamala Harris doing in 2019 when these policies were having raging success? Passing pieces of legislation, introducing pieces of legislation in the United States Senate to defund $220 million from Immigration Custom Enforcement for forcible removals of people who are in this country illegally and commit crimes, and trying to repatriate that money to NGOs for social workers. What did President Trump accomplish in his first 3.5 years before COVID came? Number one, he spent millions of dollars in building a southern wall. A wall that was fully allocated, the funds were fully allocated, and were completely eliminated by the Biden administration. Number two, he passed policies like Remain in Mexico and third country safe agreements. They were bilateral, multilateral policies with our partners in the region to curb illegal migration. The United States put their money where their mouth is. We provided resources, we provided human capital, we provided diplomatic capital in order to get these agreements passed. And I think more importantly, under the President Trump's legacy, was the Title 42 expulsions and the unequivocal support for our Customs and Border agents. Our Customs and Border agents are the backbone of our security apparatus. We stood with them. We supported them. President Trump advocated for giving them raises. This administration, as we've seen on multiple occasions, has villainized these people who do a very, very difficult job. So looking at the current state of immigration in our country, looking at what do these 10 million people, not all of them are bad, not all of them are criminals, not all of them are here to commit crimes. But when you talk to people in Venezuela, visit Venezuela, when you talk to people across the hemisphere, they'll tell you, our countries have never been so safe. And you ask yourself, how is that even possible? Because a lot of their criminals and a lot of their hospitals and a lot of their institutions have been dumped into our country. We look at the fentanyl that's coming across the southern border. We look at the tragedy that's happening in American communities. We look at the carnage of these children, of these women who are being trafficked. We look at the carnage of the American families who have to deal with a relative, with a loved one, with a father, with a son, with a wife, with a husband who's struggling with addiction. These are the consequences of their failed policy. And they're very, very real to Americans. They're very, very real in urban cities. Their sanctuary policies of a sanctuary for all, of free housing, free food, free health care. The United States is not a sanctuary for all. The United States is a sanctuary for Americans who come here to work for our country and to defend our Constitution.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. We are going to take our first break of the hour. Stay right here with us. More to come in just moments on Live Now. And we are back here for you on Live Now from Fox. Trump allies speaking at the DNC right now. Vivek Ramaswamy is speaking. Let's listen on Live Now.
The effects of not only rampant crime, but rampant crime worsened by the effects of illegal mass migration to this country. And it's against that backdrop that I'd like to deliver a message to Kamala Harris ahead of her speech tonight. From one kid of legal immigrants to this country to another, my message to her is, shame on you. Shame on you as somebody who should know better, as the kid of legal immigrants who came the right way, as countless others wait to do in this country, to say that you're supporting illegal mass migration into this country. That's wrong and devastating everything the United States of America was founded on, including the rule of law. Shame on Kamala Harris for being a vice president of the United States of America. I'll tell you what a true leader would do. A true leader would say that, you know what, I am responsible for the catastrophes at our southern border because I'm the vice president who you elected. Instead, she's too busy trying to give responsibility or claim that she was never given that responsibility in the first place. As a factual matter, she was. Call it a border czar, call it what you want. She was the person in charge of the southern border policies. But even if she hadn't been put in charge of that, if you're the vice president of the United States of America, what level of leadership do you have to show to be able to say that you're going to pretend like you had no responsibility for the catastrophic effects of not only crime, but the catastrophic effects on the rule of law in this country? Shame on her for the several 100,000 migrant children who have been released in this country but are no longer accounted for. Recent reports coming out from the Department of Homeland Security Inspector General suggesting that number could be upwards of 30,000. Now they're revising it to suggest several 100,000 children. I'm not talking about adults here, you're talking about kids who are now being sold potentially into child trafficking, child labor, and worse in this country. Shame on Kamala Harris for that. Shame on her for her failed leadership of the country, and shame on her for permitting the deaths of Americans at the hands of these illegal immigrants. Laken Riley, Rachel Marin, Kayla Hamilton, Brenda Altman. Those are great law-abiding Americans who were killed by criminals. She says, we're not going to call them criminals, I'll call them what they are, I'll call them criminals. Who slaughtered law-abiding, good Americans sitting right here. So I challenge Kamala Harris tonight. She's given a speech. She has an opportunity to show herself as a leader of the free world, that's what she wants to be. The President of the United States of America. To have a spine and to apologize to the family members of Laken Riley, of Rachel Marin, of Kayla Hamilton, and of Brenda Altman. Look them in the eye through the camera and tell them you apologize for the failed policies, and even more importantly, tell the rest of us what policies you're actually going to adopt to make sure something like that never happens again in this country. And if she does that tonight, I'll disagree with her, I'm not going to vote for her, but I'll give her credit for doing that. But if she doesn't, it will tell you all you need to know about a president who is hiding from in the shadows from an actual policy debate about the future direction of the United States. And I think that job falls on many of you who are here today. I say this with due respect to those of you in the media. For the last 3 years, many covered for Joe Biden's cognitive deficits in the same way that I worry the media is now covering for Kamala Harris's policy deficits. And Americans are left holding the bag both times over. Our voters on both sides, Democrats and Republicans, are robbed of the ability to make a thoughtful decision of who they're actually going to support without knowing what policies they actually stand for. Say what you will about Donald Trump. I'm not asking you to agree with every single policy he stood for. I'm here as a former Republican presidential candidate myself. The last time I came here to the south side of Chicago doing a campaign event, it was when I was running against Donald Trump. So I'll say this myself. Do I agree with 100% of his policy prescriptions? No American has to in order to vote for him. But I will tell you, he has at least given you clear policies. From a crypto asset framework to a digital asset policy vision, to a southern border policy, to commitments to make mass deportations of illegals who are in this country, tariff policies to our trading partners to hold them accountable, a clear vision for how to bring peace to Ukraine and to other parts of the world. You may not agree with his policies, but at least he's given you clear policy specifics of what he stands for as a former president and the leading contender to be the next president of the United States. We require the same of the person he's running against.
Right.
And if we're not willing to ask her those questions of what she stands for and why, then ask yourself why it is that the media would ask those questions of Donald Trump without demanding the same of the person he's actually running against. My advice to voters against that backdrop is this. We may or may not get that from Kamala Harris in the 80 days ahead of us. But here's the assumption you can make as a voter. I think it's a fair assumption to make that the person who ran for U.S. president in 2020, who's now running for U.S. president again, that's Kamala Harris, stands for the same policies she adopted last time around. So if you're a voter at home, I understand that you may struggle to understand what does this candidate actually stand for. I see Oprah Winfrey. I see John Legend. I see Little John. Great. That doesn't still tell me what she stands for. Here's my best clue to you. Don't take my words, take her words for it. She stands for abolishing private health insurance. That means if you have a private health insurance plan that you like and that you're on, she favors taking that away from you and substituting a single-payer government-sponsored plan instead. She favors a tax on unrealized capital gains. That sounds like mumbo-jumbo to a lot of people. I'll explain to you what it means. It means that the government says what your property is worth, and you owe the tax whether or not you have the cash to pay it. If you're a farmer, if you're a small business owner, somebody who owns a house in an expensive city like Chicago, that means you have to pay taxes with cash you don't have. That's what it means to be an unrealized gain. Kamala Harris favors that. She's somebody who has staunchly stood behind eliminating the filibuster in the Senate to ram through a Green New Deal that effectively would ban the existence of the coal industry, fracking, and other forms of energy production in the United States, contributing to inflation in America. She's somebody who stands for the very policies that hurt the people they claim to help. So my demand of Kamala Harris and the media that ought to hold her accountable is to at least tell us what your policies are. Donald Trump hasn't been afraid to do that, and that's why I respect him. And even though we may not vote for her, we can at least respect her and respect American democracy more if we have two candidates that can actually offer competing visions held accountable by the press to do it. But without that, that's the real threat to democracy that I see. All we've gotten out of her vice presidential pick, all I gotta admit, I kind of like this one, is Tim Walz's slogan. What does he say? Mind your own damn business. I actually gotta admit, I kind of like that one. Well, I think it's a message that we espouse ourselves. When it comes to entering your house and taking your gas stove, mind your own damn business. When it comes to letting millions of illegals into this country to commit crimes and mind our business, we tell them, mind your own damn business. When it comes to actually indoctrinating our children in this country, or telling small businesses who they can or cannot hire with the CFPB or the Department of Labor, tracking your gender or race or sexual orientation statistics of your business, mind your own damn business. That is our message to the American people. You know what? He said it. They're all words. We're about action. And the next 80 days, I do believe, are going to determine the next 80 years of our trajectory as a country. I don't think that this is just an ordinary election where we just choose between two candidates who disagree with 1% one way or another on the tax code. This runs deeper than that. This goes to the heart of who we are as a nation. And I believe we're going to be most successful in those 80 days. And I hope our questions can focus on this as well. As much as we will criticize the Democrats, we also go further than that. Donald Trump, in the next 80 days, he's already doing it, will offer you a vision of who we are and what we actually stand for, not just as Republicans, but as Americans. We're the party that stands for merit. The idea that you do get ahead in this country, not on the color of your skin, but on the content of your character and your contributions. We're the party that stands for free speech and open debate, who believes that you get to speak your mind openly. And those protesters out there do too, as long as we get to in return. We're the party who believes in self-governance and the rule of law. The idea that, yes, you do get to come to this country, as my parents did and Kamala Harris's parents did, legally through the front door, but not through the back door, and invade our country through a backdoor invasion that is eroding our national identity as we speak. We're the party that believes the people we elect to run the government should be the ones who actually run the government, not unelected bureaucrats sitting in Washington, D.C. That's what Draining the Swamp is all about. Right. And I think once Americans see who we are and what we stand for, I think this still has the potential to be a 1980, 1984 style election all over again that, dare I say, unites this country, as I know personally Donald Trump seeks to do. Joe Biden claimed to want to unite the country. He failed to do it. Kamala Harris was right there at his side. She owns that national division at her feet. But if we want a president who's actually going to unite the country, not through some fake verbiage, not through words, but through action, then I think Donald Trump is going to be the man for the job, because success is unifying. Excellence is unifying. That's our heritage. That's who we are. That's who we always will be. And I think after the pageantry of the next 24 hours, I trust the American people to see through it and make the right choice in November. So thank you very much, and we're looking forward to taking some of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you both. Raise your hand for a question, and then please identify who you want the question to, and where you're from and what your name is.
Yeah, I have a question for Vivek. So why is it that the corporate mainstream media is largely giving the Harris campaign a pass on these key issues like inflation, like the border, like crime? Are they essentially a lapdog for the left at this point?
So it's very interesting. I think that there was a particular event that happened in this cycle which was unique in history. We've always had the debate about whether the media tends to lean left. I believe they do, but we can have that debate. But this particular cycle, for 3 years, the media gave Joe Biden a free pass on cognitive deficits that the American people should have known about. Right now, we have an open question that we still haven't answered. Who's running the United States of America right now? Joe Biden was not good enough to even be a Democratic nominee for U.S. president, then who is actually handling the nuclear codes? Who's actually making the decisions in the Situation Room? It's tough to believe that that's Joe Biden. But the media then for a month, for 3 years gave him a pass, but then for a month, when they decided, when the powers that be decided that he was to be discarded after that disastrous CNN-hosted debate, that, I think, bought a level of artificial credibility with the American voter to say, oh, aren't we going to criticize Democrats as well? Well, I think the American voters, though, are smarter than to see through that for much longer. So I think after this convention and after Labor Day weekend, that's really when the thick of this race begins. Heck, we don't even have a Democratic nominee. As of until later tonight, we don't even have a Democratic nominee. And a month ago, we thought it was going to be a different person. So in many ways, this race has not yet even begun. But when it does, I hope, speaking not as a Republican, but as an American, it's about competing policy visions for the future of the country. And I'd ask, I know I don't have to ask those of you in this room to do this, but I'll ask you to do it anyway. Hold Donald Trump accountable to say what his policy positions actually are. You already do that, but keep doing it, because that's part of the job of good political press, that holds political candidates accountable. But all I'll ask of you is do the same thing to Kamala Harris, too. And if so, we're going to have a free and fair election where voters actually get to decide who the president is that leads them.
And as the questions continue to be asked here, we'll take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. And we are back here for you live and worldwide on Live Now from Fox. Let's take it back out to Chicago, where Trump allies are speaking to the media right now.
What's the Trump campaign doing to reach those communities that are ripe for the harvest of votes?
Well, I think the first step is to show up. I mean, here we are in Chicago. We're going to be not just in rooms like this, but spending time in the city as well. See Donald Trump go into the Libertarian Party convention, go into the South Bronx. Half the battle, he actually came to Chicago to the National Association of Black Journalists and took some difficult questions in a forum where Kamala Harris was supposed to be but refused to come. So I think that's half the battle in this country. Not everybody's going to agree on everything. That's America. It's the beauty of America. That's what makes America great. But we have to be willing to engage in the free speech and open debate that we preach about. I'm proud of Donald Trump for doing that in a way that actually many Republicans for years haven't done. If you rewind back to the early 2000s, I don't think we saw Republicans do that the way that we are and Donald Trump is today. Now the ball's in the court of Democrats to say that you want to be defenders of our democracy. Well, part of our democracy is this. The greatest threat to American democracy, I'll tell you what it is. It is the percentage of people who feel afraid to say what they actually think in public. If we close the gap between what people are willing to say at the dinner table and what they say in public, we have our country back. Now, it's not up to us to complain just about the Democrats. It's up to us to practice what we preach. The left wallows in victimhood culture. We're not victims, we're victors. So we practice what we preach. And now through the election, I can commit that every one of us in this movement, Donald Trump included, is going to be showing up not just in the places where he's supposed to, according to partisan lines, but also where the places where you might predict a traditional politician won't show up. And I think that's what shows a courage of a leader who's not just running to lead a party, but running to lead a nation. That's what we deserve. Right there, and then we'll go back there.
I've got a question to Mr. Ramaswamy. Are you going to advise President Trump on foreign policy issues? And what particular advice could you give him regarding Ukraine? Thank you so much.
Look, I think Donald Trump, one of the things about him is he is somebody who cares deeply about understanding the issues for himself. And he internalizes and makes the decisions that he believes is best. That's what the people deserve. He's a president who's not wielded like a puppet. That's what we get on the other side. Biden, in some ways, his cognitive deficits, they weren't a bug. They were a feature for the people who managed him. And what I respect about Donald Trump as I've gotten to know him after I left the race is that he's somebody who's intellectually curious. He wants to get all the views before he makes the right decision. And so when asked, not just on the issues you asked about, but on a range of other issues, I have and will continue to provide my opinion to him. That's what I respect about him as a leader, is he collects those views, and then he makes the decision that he believes is right for the future of the country. And that's what we're going to continue to do.
Brent Sher, Daily Wire. You come from the finance world. I was wondering if you could comment on the downward revision yesterday by nearly 1 million jobs, and then also Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo's claim yesterday that she didn't believe those numbers or hadn't heard of them.
Yeah, so I think that in fairness, and you see this in the corporate world of public companies a lot too, she said she didn't believe him. My read was she didn't actually know about it. So I think Gina Raimondo, the Commerce Secretary, as best I could tell from her commentary, and you guys could probably see it and arrive at the same judgment, did not know that we had had the largest downward revision of jobs in the United States in 15 years, in a decade and a half. And even she didn't know about it. So I say the people we elect to run the government aren't running the government. The people they're appointing to run those cabinet positions aren't the ones actually running those cabinet positions in those departments either. Now, let's talk about the substance of this. Many of us at the time said that these numbers don't seem credible. You talk to other companies, people who are in the business world, you don't hear about that pace of hiring to match up to the 819,000 or so jobs that were overstated. And yet now we see those numbers downward revised when you actually see the companies with state tax data and payroll data not matching up to the numbers they reported. And I do think that if the same shoe fit the other foot, right? I'm going to attribute this, where possible, to negligence rather than actual malfeasance. We'll always make the most charitable assumption, and I think that that is the most charitable assumption you can make here. But I do think that there should be far greater accountability in the middle of an election, where Kamala Harris is the sitting vice president, without a fully functioning U.S. president, let's be very honest, that in the middle of that campaign has rolled out not just like different opinions, or not just fluff, but straight out wrong, you could call it fraudulent numbers, lying to the American people about the success of Bidenomics and Kamalanomics. If the same shoe fit the other foot, I have no doubt this would be a scandal. This would be something the political press would be all over, and I think there would be accountability and heads would be rolling, including the likes of the people who lead those multiple cabinet positions. That's not happening now, and I would encourage you to ask yourself why. Go there and there.
Can you talk about the Republicans who have been speaking at this DNC over the past couple of days, and what your reaction to those former congressmen, those former staffers that have stepped up there and pointed the finger at President Trump?
I have to say I've had a few other agenda items than following every DNC speech, so I haven't seen these particular speeches that you're referring to. I'm happy to take a look at them. What I will say is one of the things that your question, I'm going to take it based on the premise and assuming that's true. The real dividing line in this country is not really between historical Democrat or Republican. It's not really even between black or white right now. It is between the managerial class, the Gina Raimondos of the world, the people who are offering those false economic statistics from the three-letter agencies in Washington, D.C., and the everyday citizen who is left holding the bag. Many of them holding the bag are Democrats. And my message to those Democrats is, you know what, you may not agree with every policy that Donald Trump supports or the Republican Party's historically supported, but you can agree with enough of what we say, and you know what, we're going to tell you what we believe 100% of the time. And just ask yourself, who's actually going to make your life a little bit better? Who's going to actually make sure that you are able to afford to put food on the dinner table? Who's going to make sure that your kids aren't killed by an illegal immigrant coming across this country? Who's going to better restore national pride in our country? Who's going to better deliver world peace and keep us out of World War III? Go with the person who did it for 4 years, rather than the person who actually took us in the opposite direction for the last 4. And so you know what? Are some Democrats going to support Donald Trump, just as some people who may have called themselves Republicans may claim to support Kamala Harris? Sure. I think it's an opportunity for us to say that we don't care about these historical partisan tug-of-war battles. What we care about is actually serving the American people. That's what America First is actually all about. America First includes all Americans. That's been Donald Trump's message. That's our message that I think is going to lead us to victory in November.
Kamala Harris's tagline has become, "I'm speaking," even though it's about 4 years old at this point. That being the case, is she really speaking? She hasn't spoken. She's not going to be a debate, as it seems right now. She's not doing a sit-down interview with the press. She's not speaking directly to Americans as much as she should as a presidential candidate. So does she need to consider changing her tagline?
Well, look, I think that if that's her tagline, in some ways it's Orwellian. So whether she changes it or not, I think she actually should stay right on course, because in many ways the party that preaches diversity opposes diversity of thought. The party that preaches inclusion wants to create a culture of exclusion where certain views aren't welcome. The party that preaches free speech wants censorship. And the party that says I'm speaking isn't actually saying anything of substance when they're actually speaking. I think this is an interesting year, and I don't say this in a critical sense, just in a reflective sense. It's an interesting year for introspection in the press. Like, what is the role of the political media in the United States? I think it's vital to the health and functioning of our country. I think we've been given occasion for that reflection, and some members of the press I applaud for engaging in the kind of self-criticism that was due for 3 years of purposefully failing to scrutinize a U.S. president who was not functioning as a U.S. president. There were self-interested reasons for the come-to-Jesus moment and after that debate in June. But I think that that's an occasion now to step back and reflect on whether or not we're going to hold Kamala Harris to the same standard of offering her clear policies for the future of the United States as we hold Donald Trump. If we do, I don't care who wins, the country's going to be better off for it. But that isn't happening right now. And I think that, too, is part of what a free and fair election looks like. It's free and fair to the voters to be able to have the information to actually make a decision. This is being decided right now on a vibe. Many people who aren't paying close attention to politics, this is just being decided based on style over substance. And I just don't think American democracy is better off for that fact. And I think by the time we get to November, the reality is many voters are going to demand some level of substance that they haven't gotten yet. So if the media isn't going to do it, I have full confidence that the voters ultimately will. Right here, and then go to you.
Thank you, Vivek. Travis Gilmore with the Epoch Times, and this question is for both of you gentlemen. Customs and Border Patrol agents tell us that these illegal immigrants, there's a high number of military-aged men from around the world, including from China and the Middle East. How do we stop this? And also, is the influx of fentanyl a form of criminal war, of chemical warfare?
Well, the second question, yes. President Trump was close to signing an agreement with the Chinese Communist Party that ends the precursor chemicals that ultimately lead to the importation of fentanyl. Unfortunately, Biden-Harris has not pursued the same line of trying to end the fentanyl, the precursor chemicals that are coming out of China. But the military-aged men, I think it's very important for people to understand there are visa-less flights from many state sponsors of terrorism to our hemisphere. You could get on a plane in Cuba, you could get on a plane in Tehran, end up in the Western Hemisphere, and work our way to our southern border. It's not the migrant that most people would consider, most people have historically encountered, that it's someone from a Central American country coming to the United States looking for economic opportunity. A lot of these military men are not even coming from our hemisphere. They're coming from China, they're coming from Sub-Saharan Africa, they're coming from Southeast Asia. We have no idea what their intentions are. And we have no idea how a person who lives in abject poverty is able to finance a flight into Nicaragua or into Venezuela in order to come up to our southern border. I think these are really tough questions that the media should start asking. Who are these people who are landing in Nicaragua? Who are these people who are landing in Venezuela? Why do we have direct flights twice a week from Tehran to Caracas? And who are the people who are getting on those planes in Tehran, and how do they end up in Caracas? And where do they ultimately go from there? They're not enjoying the Venezuelan beaches. They're coming to our southern border. I think it's very, very important for us to start scrutinizing who these people are and what's their intention coming to our country.
I think that's a great point. I think another hard reality, a lot of Americans aren't aware of this, is most people who cross the Mexican southern border did not actually start in Mexico. So this is something that should be concerning every American. When I visited the southern border, and President Trump is going to be at the southern border, I believe, later today. When I visited the southern border the day before, there were 2 Lebanese men who had tried to cross that southern border. Long before, there was a woman from North Korea that was almost smuggled in like a bag. This is a country where you could actually seek asylum through the front door in the United States, and yet chose not to. The fact that you chose not to come as a refugee or seeking asylum, but instead hidden in a bag through the southern border from places like North Korea or Lebanon, I think reveals that this is also a national security threat to the future of the United States. Several 100,000 people in the country. Just do the math. Let's say there's 20 million illegal migrants in the country. Even if 1% of them have bad intentions, that's 200,000 people who have bad intentions who are already here in the United States of America. And so yes, is this a concern that relates to the national security of the United States? Yes, it does. Now, one of the counter arguments you hear is, okay, but the policies you're going to need to fight this are going to have to trample on human rights, right, of people who come into this country illegally. I remember seeing a young girl who crossed the Rio Grande with her father. Her father was going through shock from the cold temperature after he had crossed. He was taken to a hospital. She's sitting under a highway near Eagle Pass, Texas, separated from her father. You tell me she's 13 years old. I asked her why she came. She came in search of opportunity, she said, by the Spanish translator. I don't think that's compassion. I don't think that's humanitarian respect to separate a daughter from her child after they come here in the name of actually helping that father. I also think the issue of child trafficking is something that I hold the Democratic Party accountable for this. I think the Democratic Party has swept too far and too long under the rug. One of the reasons I wasn't watching the convention the other night is I was actually at a movie premiere in Miami for a new movie coming out by the makers of The Sound of Freedom. This is City of Dreams. It's nonpartisan. Most people in the room are Democrats who are appalled to know that their own policies that they've supported have actually contributed to this wave of child trafficking in the United States. If you take a look at that DHS Inspector General report, that's alarming that several 100,000 kids have gone completely unaccounted for and are now vulnerable to be sold into the equivalent of slavery in the United States of America. So I think this form of child slavery, when you use a word like child slavery, you think about something happening halfway around the world in another hemisphere, in another century. It's actually alive and well right here in the United States of America. And yet the very people who are responsible for it are the ones who preach compassion. That's not compassion, that's cruelty. And I think we don't have the reluctance to step up and actually say it.
Vivek, Dan Bolton, One American News. You listed off some policies.
All right, everyone, we will take another 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us. We are back here for you on Live Now from Fox. Thanks again for joining us. I'm your host, Mike Page. Let's take you back out to Chicago, where Trump allies speaking just hours before the final night of the DNC.
Down the price of the asset. And then when the next person does it, that triggers down the price of the asset further, but the guy sitting next to him has to sell that asset to pay his taxes. That is how you trigger what you call a downward spiral in asset prices. It's the best formula for triggering a second Great Depression, if we ever had one. And the reality is, you know who's going to be holding the bag at the end of it? The people who don't hold liquid assets. Most people who are wealthier, well-advised enough to know that they hold a significant portion of their assets in liquid holdings. But think about that entrepreneur who started a small business, a barbershop, a restaurant owner, who might be having early success but needs to reinvest in their business to grow it. They don't have the cash to pay it because they're all in on their business. They're the ones who are ultimately going to actually have to pay the price. So it's just another example of how the failed economic policies, this isn't just verbiage. She supported this as presidential candidate. She supported it as the vice president of the United States, trying to ram through a budget that contained it. Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders agree with her. And the only reason I respect the likes of Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders more than I respect Kamala Harris, I disagree with them on their policies equally, because they're the same policies. But the reason I respect the likes of Bernie Sanders more is at least he's actually willing to still stand behind his own policy proposals. And the only thing worse than somebody who believes the wrong thing is somebody who advances the wrong policies while actually believing nothing at all. And I think that's what we're getting with Kamala Harris today. Take a couple more questions and then we'll wrap. Right there in the back.
Yeah. Thank you. Do you think Kamala Harris should be able to end the two wars that the world is facing right now in the Middle East and Ukraine?
I think Kamala Harris does not understand what it's going to take to end those two wars because she was the vice president of the United States while those two wars came into existence under preventable conditions. Actually, as Brian said, this isn't some other president, as she might have you pretend to be. She is part of the very administration that has brought you two wars that did not exist under Donald Trump. And their predecessor, Barack Obama, we heard from earlier at the Democratic Convention, was a guy who took us nearly to the brink of armed conflict with North Korea before Donald Trump de-escalated as well. So one issue, and I think for anybody at home who's a single-issue voter on this, if you're a single-issue voter on staying out of World War III, if you're going to pick one issue to be a single-issue voter on, it's a pretty good one. There's one president who has demonstrated a track record for keeping us out of major armed conflict. And other than that, frankly, this is bipartisan. Look at every other president in the 21st century. Bush, Biden, Barack Obama, Donald Trump. Take your pick of which one you want in terms of stability and peace in the world. The answer is head and shoulders clear. So even if you disagree with Republicans on a lot of things, if you want to stay out of World War III, I think the answer is really clear. You want a president who's strong, who's tough, who on the outside seems unpredictable, but that's actually an asset because it's grounded in a vision to protect the United States of America that our enemies can actually fear rather than exploit.
And the policies that Kamala Harris campaign is on economic front is proposing, are they taking the U.S. away from the capitalist economy?
Well, look, Kamala Harris, again, supports openly socialist policies in the United States. Again, I go back to why I respect Bernie Sanders more than Kamala Harris. They're both socialist. The only difference is Bernie Sanders is honest about wearing that actually as a label that he accepts as a democratic socialist. Kamala Harris supports the same kinds of policies, taxes on unrealized gains, price controls in industries like the grocery segment. It's an odd industry to pick for price controls. When you look at major supermarket chains, anybody have an idea what the profit margins are of most publicly traded supermarket chains? 2% or less. Low single digits. So that's an odd market to pick to say that that's really where the price gouging is happening. And I do think it's unsurprising when you do have professional politicians who have never signed the front of a paycheck, only ever signed the back of one from the public to their bank account, that they implement economic policies that put less money in the bank account of those very taxpayers and Americans who are funding their existence. That's what you get with Kamala Harris, what you got with Joe Biden. One of the reasons I like Donald Trump, as a candidate always have, is say what you will, at least he's a businessman. He's somebody who has built actual value in the private sector. And it's not surprising that the candidate who's actually created value in the private sector has more sensible economic policies that will allow other Americans to follow that path, rather than those that go the direction of Soviet, I would say, socialism or worse, pro-Soviet style economic direction. Last question. Okay, we'll last two. You go, then you go.
Thank you. You were one of the few who predicted that Biden will be replaced. And I wonder, what do you think of this honeymoon phase, as you called it, of Kamala Harris? When is this going to end? And how it's going right now? And also, do you think there could be a chance that Kamala Harris could be replacing Biden as a president, as there are some rumors about that? Right away. Thank you.
So I believe in tracking the incentives. Most people act according to their incentives. I think the Democratic Party acted according to its incentive by scheduling a debate as the earliest ever presidential debate in recorded televised history of presidential general election debates in the United States. Why did they do it? It was obvious. They wanted to float a trial balloon, test Biden, see how he did. He performed poorly. They swapped him out. This was the stuff of what the media called conspiracy theories a year ago or even 6 months ago, and it played out exactly as reality. And the truth is, playing this forward, one of the risks for us is we get distracted by the shenanigans on the other side. Are there more shenanigans to come? I have no doubt there will be. And I have my own opinions on what some of those could be. But it doesn't matter. Because the way we're going to win this election isn't by worrying about the other side. It is going to be by offering our own vision for who we are and what we actually stand for. The more we do that, the more likely we are to win.
All right, everyone, we are taking our final break of the hour. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us. Coming up on a new hour here, I'm your host, Mike Page. Let's take you out to Chicago, where the DNC's Women's Caucus is happening right now. Former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, speaking. Let's listen on Live Now.
Until night. I'm going to start mine in the morning of the day, so it is still light at night. I'm so honored to be with all of you, but I have to tell you, it's a very personal privilege for me to be with Lottie. Lottie and I have been girlfriends for decades, at least 4, maybe more. She has been a relentless, persistent advocate, organizer, shall we say, truth teller, truth teller along the way. And her leadership of the Women's Caucus of the Democratic National Committee is something that has been a blessing for all of us who care about advancing women policy-wise, politically, with that know-how. She and Bill Clinton put Arkansas on the map. I mean, not that they weren't on the map, but further on the political map. And I'm just so honored to be with her. Her daughter was telling me that this is her last meeting, that this is her last term as chair of the Women's Caucus. Let us give her a big salute for all of what she has done. Now I see those in the crowd here this morning. I saw some of you late last night. I see those who can hoot with the owls and soar with the eagles early in the morning. So here we are. Here we are. I'm happy to be here with Virginia McGregor, and aren't we proud of Mignon Moore chairing this beautiful convention. So great. I was on the DNC starting in 1976. My daughter Christine has been on. Christine, it's been on for a long time now. And so we have had a dedication to this Women's Caucus for a long time. So that's why I said, isn't this a wonderful morning? Today, we will nominate the next President of the United States. And I thought I was honored to get an invitation to share some thoughts with you about this. When they were inaugurated, after the inauguration, when the President Biden, our great President Biden, came to do the State of the Union address, the first one where he was standing there in front, Kamala Harris was there as Vice President, I was there Speaker of the House. People said, isn't it exciting to have two women in those positions of power? But I said at the time, what was more important is what Joe Biden, for the Biden-Harris administration, was putting forth. Biden child tax credit, affordable child care, home health care, family and medical leave, all the things that enable women to be more fully in the workforce. Men too, but women being the major caregivers. The list went on about early pre-K and the rest. All the things about kitchen table issues, affordable health care, proposing lowering the cost of prescription drugs. The list goes on and on. We accomplished a great deal of that during their administration, a great deal of it. We could not have done it without the courage of our House members, but without the outside mobilization that you all insisted upon on some of those issues. So that was great. Now Kamala Harris is primed to take us to further heights, to get done some of the things that we couldn't because of lack of 60 votes in the Senate that we couldn't get. What I hope to see is that we have a big victory. We will elect Hakeem Jeffries Speaker of the House. That's a special joy to me because the House, I love the House, and I love Hakeem and Catherine Clark and Pete Aguilar and Ted Lieu. We have beautiful diversity in our midst. So, in any case, when we go out there to make this a campaign, we have to take it right to the kitchen table of America's working families. Not the boardroom table, the corporate board, not the cabinet table. The kitchen table is the most powerful table in America because that is where families make their decisions. They make their decisions about size and timing of their family, which is an economic issue and a freedom issue and a personal issue and a respect for women issues, but it's a kitchen table issue. They make decisions about health care. Polls show, Christine was telling me this morning, that polls show that 72% of America's families' decisions on health care are made by women. So the cost of health care, the cost of prescription drugs, the job opportunities, again, all of the things that enable women to be in the workforce. We all love our families. We're always with them. We always have them in our minds. But when we go to work, we want the employer to know that we are present there in that job because our families are safely cared for. But it's not just about going to work. It's about the entrepreneurship of women, starting their own businesses, and what the Biden-Harris agenda has with that. And of course, Kamala Harris will take it forward. So I know that we're all excited about the fact that we will have a woman of color, to be president of the United States.
Former Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi speaking in Chicago at the Women's Caucus. We'll keep an eye on that, but we do want to go out live right now also in Chicago. Chicago Police as well as the Secret Service coming together to talk about the final day of the conference as well as security amid protesters in the city.
I want to acknowledge their commitment and dedication to keeping the city moving forward and keeping our residents and visitors safe. And finally, I want to thank the superintendent for his leadership this week. I did write some notes in regards to the superintendent and how I feel about him. I don't even know why I was doing that. I've known the superintendent and these chiefs possibly about 20, 25 years. I had the honor of being a chief with the Chicago Police Department and wear that hat for a long time. What you're seeing, I'm not surprised at all. I knew the superintendent's medal 20 years ago. I'm not surprised that he's in this moment. I'm not surprised that he's shining. And I'm not surprised that we are where we are as a city. I said it to him before. He is the right man for this job right now. And with that, I'll introduce the superintendent of Chicago Police Department. Sir.
Well, thank you to Executive Director Tirado. Humbling words, and the check is in the mail. All right. Can't say enough about the partnership with OEMC and his leadership over here. You know, just working with OEMC, everything that they've put together has just been magnificent. It's helped us with the troops on the ground, and we couldn't do it without everyone standing here. We definitely couldn't do it without OEMC, so the credit goes to everybody. So thank you, and thank you for the work that you're doing here. First of all, good morning, everybody. Good morning. So just talk a little bit about yesterday, because today is the last day of the DNC. We had another protest yesterday over at Union Park, pretty large protest, not as large as we had necessarily anticipated, but yesterday's protest ended with no arrests, no one injured, no officers injured, and it shows that when you have some type of contact and collaboration with those who are organizing, that you can have a peaceful First Amendment gathering. And that's what happened yesterday. Yes, did we have a couple of dust-ups? Sure. All right, but those things were quickly rectified. And I can't say enough about the organizers who had their marshals moving along, and when someone was getting out of control, they would step in and help calm that down. So just working in collaboration was very effective in getting that done. I'd like to just thank a few people before I go, because I promise you I'll keep this short today. Again, Executive Director Zay Tirado and the work that he's done putting this together. The fire department, great partners in this. There are a lot of things behind the scenes that they do that you don't see. I'd also like to thank the Secret Service just for the partnership, just working together. You know, Derek Meyer, I couldn't ask for anybody to communicate better with us, to get this type of work done. He was out there yesterday on the march, so he cleans up pretty good. I'd also like to thank Joe Heffernan, who is also from the Secret Service, who's been out there at the protests every single day. So just want to say thank you for that. With that being said, I also, and I have failed to do this, and I want to make sure that I specifically acknowledge the Public Safety Administration's Deputy Managing Director, Dan Casey, and his team for the work that they did setting up the technology infrastructure. This was needed this week, and great work done by Dan Casey, and I can't say enough about the work that he's done. I'd also like to thank our state, county, other federal partners, our mutual aid partners, also on standby, the National Guard. So I just want to say thank you. I know I'm sure I've missed people, but here you see from the mayor's office, the COO, John Robertson, and also Gary Gatewood is the Deputy Mayor of Public Safety. Just can't say enough about the partnership and the work that has been done in collaboration. Everybody in this city came together, stepped up, made this happen, and it helped us keep our city safe. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Deputy Mayor Gary Gatewood.
So back in your day, was it uphill both ways to school in the snow?
I'll talk a bit about the work that's going in with CDOT, Streets and Sanitations, and our deputy mayors across the board. The level of collaboration that we have seen has been nothing short of phenomenal from our partners on the ground, community-based organizations throughout city, county, and state government. You know, I would be remiss if I didn't thank my Assistant Deputy Mayor, Natasha Scott, for the work that she's done hand in hand with us really driving this forward. We're excited about the final day. We know it's going to go successful. Obviously, we expect protests, but we're here for that. We've been prepared for that, like we've said from the very beginning. We'll continue to move this ball forward. We'll continue to have a great time, and we'll continue to be the most welcoming city in the country. Good luck, everybody, on the last of the DNC, and I'll give it back over to the superintendent so we can open up for questions today.
We'll be getting our questioning here.
Superintendent Mayor Kawash, ABC 7 Chicago. I know you mentioned this week it's time to forget about 68. As we reach the finish line of the DNC, how can you reflect on how much things have changed? You talk about that communication with the organizers, their own marshals, and just talk about the work your team has done this week to keep things calm for the most part.
So what has changed? Leadership, top down, not bottom up. When we look at the chiefs over here, the overall incident commander, Chief Dwayne DeVries, just the phenomenal work that he's done from beginning to end. You see our Chief of Patrol, John Hine, his constant communication with organizers. He's been dealing with these protests for forever. And he's developed a relationship. He's also developed a strategy around working with those groups. When we look at our Chief of Detectives, Antoinette City, just the planning around the coordinated multiple arrests information and just handling the arrests. Also, who has worked in lockstep with her, Chief Yolanda Talley from the Bureau of Internal Affairs, who have just done such a great job, the two of them working together to put this planning together to make sure that we're doing everything the best possible way that we can. And then Chief Angel Navales, who's been setting up the system around so that we can get our officers deployed properly. And then getting those officers information, making sure that our officers are well, making sure that they're getting water, food while they're out there so that they're able to stay calm, right? And we know we want to make sure that cognitively they're great. So just can't say enough about the entire team up here.
Good morning, Soup. Mac Lederman with Block Club Chicago. We saw around 3:30 p.m. yesterday in Park 578 a very small group of pro-Israel advocates.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox as the Chicago Police and Secret Service update continues. We'll get you back out there in just a little bit on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take a 2-minute break, and when we come back, though, we'll get an update on the economy just a day after the U.S. economy created 818,000 fewer jobs than previously reported. We'll talk about that and so much more coming up next on Live Now. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us all in real time. Do want to give you a look here at the Dow. What we are seeing right now, it is trading down right now with about 138 points there in the red. This comes just a day after the U.S. economy created 818,000 fewer jobs than previously reported. So we want to talk about that and so much more here on Live Now from Fox. But let's go out to Jackson Hole, Wyoming. That is where we find Fox Business's Edward Lawrence joining us here today.
And Mike, not a bad place to work from. This is where the Federal Reserve is holding their annual Jackson Hole Symposium. The Federal Reserve Chairman will speak tomorrow, Jay Powell, and it sort of uses this symposium as a way to reset monetary policy and the expectations for the markets going forward. You talk about that benchmark, that revision that happened yesterday. That revision was a preliminary revision to the benchmark rate. That's the rate that the BLS, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, looks at to say, hey, we've created this many jobs or we've lost this many jobs. And that rate, the benchmark rate, was revised down 818,000 jobs, which basically says there was an average of 68,000 jobs per month that basically weren't there over the past year. And that is a huge, huge drop. And that's something that they've been talking about here at the Federal Reserve Symposium. I talked with a number of Fed members about that. Now, from the Federal Reserve standpoint, it's not really going to affect monetary policy going forward when interest rate cuts happen and stuff like that. It will, though, affect in the political realm. We've already heard former President Donald Trump talk about it. We've heard the White House push back on it, saying, well, remember about we still have this historical job growth that they say. So it's really more in the political realm for that benchmark. It is a huge revision, though. There's no way around it. It's a huge revision, and the job market is weaker than first thought. Mike?
Yeah, Edward, a lot of people, too, wondering at home, okay, what about the upcoming rate cuts here? What's the talk right now in Jackson Hole?
Yeah, and exactly. There will be, it looks like, a rate cut in September. It looks like that rate cut will be 25 basis points. That's the hints that I'm getting. Now, earlier this morning, I talked with the Federal Reserve President, Patrick Harker from Philadelphia, and he basically was saying that they're looking for this slow path down. Listen to what he told me earlier this morning here.
Whether it's 2 or 3 this year, it's a process that matters.
So is 50 on the table then for this?
We'll see how the data, the next couple of weeks what the data is. But right now, I would just like to start the process.
So that process, or talking about starting the rate cuts, 25 basis points is 0.25% down. There is some discussion among the markets that it could be 0.5 percentage point, but that is kind of steep. And I've heard from a number of the Federal Reserve folks here that they're looking at methodically coming down slowly so the market can digest it. So you're probably going to see that slow rate cuts, maybe 2 this year and then into next year to get that. And that affects interest rates. You talk about buying a home, talk about buying a car. It brings those mortgage rates down. It brings the auto loan rates down slowly as the Federal Reserve makes these cuts. Mike?
And lastly, talking more about the political angle of all of this here, what does that mean politically for a rate cut that could happen maybe twice this year?
Yeah, well, the first rate cut would be before the election. Another rate cut could potentially happen after the election. Now, what it means is that money would be cheaper. However, when you look at the jobs data, and we saw, again, that benchmark was much weaker than expected, and the last jobs report almost basically fell off a cliff. The unemployment rate jumped to 4.3%, the highest in something like 2-3 years. So you have employment weakening very quickly, and that really begs for a rate cut of some kind to try to sort of boost a little bit or remove the restrictions on the economy in order to get it going forward so we don't fall into a recession. And that's what the Federal Reserve is trying to do, is they're trying to walk this line to where they hold back the economy a little bit, but not too much, still letting it go and avoid a recession. At the moment, the forecasts are for no recession. Some economists say, though, it could happen based on, if we look at the job data, continues to come in very soft. If inflation data comes in again and ticks up unexpectedly. So there's a lot of risk factors that are still out there. But again, they're trying to get that soft landing. They're trying to avoid that big R word. Mike?
Yes, so true. Edward Lawrence, thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I know it's early here, but I'm going to call it already for the day. You have the best background for your workday.
It is not horrible. In fact, we found a moose over there. There was an elk we saw earlier. So we're seeing some wildlife. Yeah, I am not complaining.
No. Yeah, that is great. You take care. Have a great one. And thanks so much for your updates as always. Let's take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. And we're back here for you on Live Now from Fox. Let's take you back out to Chicago. Chicago Police and the Secret Service giving their latest updates on security ahead of the final night of the DNC.
That one example, I wondered if there were other examples we might not know about that might not have made the news because police and protest marshals had de-escalated.
So that's a lot there, Molly, but so here, let me just talk about a few things. We'll get you the number of arrests. But when we look at the protests, there was a difference. So when you talk about crowd size, what you saw yesterday was completely different, and there was a completely different focus from what you saw that occurred on Tuesday. The individuals who showed up on Tuesday came here strictly to commit crimes, to fight with the police and cause destruction to the city. That wasn't the focus of the group yesterday. They just wanted to be heard. And we allowed that to happen. But where we saw the possibility of violence, and not only the possibility of violence, but where violence actually occurred, our officers responded to that. And they responded to violence based on the way they were trained, based on proportionality, based on the Constitution that we all uphold. And we did the exact same thing yesterday, except yesterday, it was all First Amendment activity. Yes, there were a couple of scuffles in there, but having that relationship with the organizers from the beginning and having some level of agreement, the marshals did a great job of stepping in. And I just think that was just a recipe for success.
Hi, Megan Hickey, CBS Chicago. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Talking about that scuffle on the platform yesterday, can you talk a little bit about the role of the folks in the yellow safety vests and how they work alongside police to maybe diffuse those types of situations?
Yes, and I don't like to necessarily say they work alongside police, but what they're doing is they are policing basically their own protest group. They're making sure that people stay in line. If we ask them, hey, listen, the group is getting out of control, we need to get them back in line, they'll run over and start talking to people to get them back in line. And that was very helpful to us because it reduces the risk of a confrontation between the police and protesters. So that was very helpful to us. So anytime I see a group out there who has marshals, we know for the most part, they're out there just to exercise their First Amendment rights.
Good morning, Superintendent.
Good morning.
Adam Haberly with NBC5 Chicago. Some of the early cost estimates we showed, or we have seen, estimated that there was potentially $25 million in overtime, $10 million in additional straight time, upwards of $75 million on public safety for the DNC. Is that an accurate total? And what would you say to people who would criticize that level of spending for policing the DNC?
Well, first off, you know, I don't handle the finances, so I'm going to leave that part of it alone. But what I will tell you is this. When it's necessary to protect the city, you have to make the investment. When we're looking at officers who are out there putting their lives on the line every day, those officers who are out there putting their safety at risk every day, leaving their families at home, the investment in keeping this city safe is absolutely necessary. So people can criticize what it takes, but nothing that you do that's worth anything is free. And we have to make sure that we invest in everything that we can to keep the city safe, to keep people safe. And so lastly, what I would say about that is when we're talking about lives, when we're talking about the safety of people, not just property, but just lives, saving lives, how do you put a price on that? That's the question I would ask those people.
Final question.
Good morning, Superintendent. Luke Barr with ABC News.
How are you?
Good, man. How are you?
Good.
There were some reports that there were maggots put in some delegates' food at the Fairmont. Do you have an update in that investigation?
So what I can tell you is that local and federal, our federal partners, we're working on that together. There appeared to be, there's just a little information about the possibility of someone walking in and placing things. I won't get too much into it. And later this was discovered. Now, I'm not sure that those were maggots. There was sawdust, so they were probably mealworms. They look the same, but that's still under investigation. It appeared that there was one person who got sick as a result of it. Okay. Thank you, everybody.
All right, that wraps it up. Chicago Police and Secret Service giving you their update leading into the final night of the DNC. Maria will take a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back, everyone, here live now from Fox. Well, the stage is set. It is the final day of the DNC there, where Kamala Harris will give her speech. Of course, the keynote speaker tonight there, and we will be providing you coverage all afternoon and, of course, in the evening, bringing it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Well, I want to continue to talk about and give us a preview of this big DNC night. So I want to bring in our next guest here of this hour. This is Casey Myers, Virginia Tech professor of public relations. Thanks so much for being with us on Live Now.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so let's talk about it tonight. We have seen the buildup these last 3 days, and now Kamala Harris will make her case for Americans for the vote.
That's right. And one of the things that we're going to expect is to see what her vision is going to be going forward in the campaign. And I think it's going to probably coalesce around two major sort of themes. One is going to be the theme of Donald Trump and heavy criticism, which we've seen in the other speakers of him, and then also her own plan. I would expect to hear a lot about the economy in the speech, because we know that that is an area where she has some room to catch up with Donald Trump on in terms of favorability in the polls. Also, I would expect her to talk a lot about, values, also the ability to have abortion access and right to choose, because that is a major issue for Democrats that they have been successful in their campaigning, particularly in the last few election cycles.
Yeah, so very true. And tell me a little bit about this, because I feel like for some viewers watching the DNC these last 3 days, it almost seems like at times the Democrats are talking about, when they're talking about the economy and inflation, they're almost talking as if they're not in power right now when they do have the White House. So tell me how that role is going to be for Kamala Harris when she wants to talk about trying to lessen the grocery bills for people when she's in charge as vice president right now.
That's absolutely right. It is a very interesting strategy. If you watch the convention, it almost seems like they are the party out of power, and that Trump is the incumbent. And I think they framed that way because of the problems that Biden has had. Of course, Biden had a lot of unfavorables in the earlier part of this year, is one of the reasons he was sort of ousted as the nominee. So now we have a Democratic nominee who is really the incumbent, although she has distanced herself from Biden. And of course, Biden was on earlier this week, very late at night. So he is no longer part of the conversation, so to speak, in the convention. So they are running on the economy part to try to say, okay, this is what we're going to do in the next 4 years, as if that they're kind of challenging the incumbent president as if it were Trump. So that's a very difficult thing to do. I think it's strategically something they have to do, just given the fact that Biden has such unfavorability in that area, and the economy has had this massive inflation, which is a big issue in 2024.
Now, after the DNC, of course, it's always up to the candidate to try to continue that momentum that they had for these past 4 days. When do you think we will see Kamala Harris do a news conference setting? Because we have not had that really, where she's able to take multiple questions since the big announcement there that Joe Biden was dropping out. And I think a lot of people want to know just maybe her thoughts and what the timeline was like for her when she got the news that, hey, you're not the undercard anymore, you're the top of the ticket.
I think that's a great question that is in a lot of people's minds of when is there going to be this news conference or more accessibility to the candidate. I think from a strategic standpoint, probably what they think is that we have a momentum in the polls. We're ahead in some of these battleground states. And so why kind of, get in the way of that through having a news conference or something. But at the same time, the longer that this doesn't appear, the more of an issue it becomes. And I think eventually she's going to have that kind of interaction with the press. Now, post-convention bump is always something that we see in elections, that candidates do really well after their conventions in the polls. The sustainability of that is, it varies, but it's not something that's going to sustain all the way into the general election. There's going to be probably a decline. There's going to be new issues that emerge. And of course, we have the presidential debates, which will change the dynamic as well.
Yeah, and I think that is going to be, of course, the next big one that so many people are going to be watching. And when we try to tee up this upcoming debate in September, it is going to look pretty much, if you go back to 2016, where it was Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton facing off there, it seems like that will be maybe the same vibe going into this one.
I think so. It's going to be interesting to see what Trump does as a strategy. One of the things that is an issue for Harris is that in 2020, when she challenged Joe Biden from the left, she was in these debates and she made a lot of statements that she has now walked back from, particularly around fracking and some other issues around insurance and the border. So one of the things that we may see is Trump bringing those things back up in the debate. And also there's the element of, is it going to get personal in the debates? And this has been a very personal election. So it remains to be seen what the tone's going to be. But I'd imagine the issues for Harris in the debates are going to be her previous statements in 2020.
Yeah, so true. Well, it is going to be quite fascinating as we get out of the summer months and go into the fall. And it's time to buckle up there for everyone, because it should be quite the showdown going into the final months here. So, Casey Myers, thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
You take care. And we are going to take we'll take another 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in just moments on Live Now. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's take it back out to Chicago right now. This is part of the DNC Women's Caucus event. Let's listen on Live Now.
She is honoring my grandmother. She is honoring yours. So when I think about the future and our opportunity in front of us, the opportunity that we have is to tell the stories that matter to you. Tell people about your grandmother, your mother, your sisters, your friends whose lives will be changed. Follow the leadership of FLOTUS, Forever FLOTUS, and do something for freedom, for joy, and for our future. And as my sister Glenda said, take your sisters with you. Yes. Thank you.
I'm Alexis McGill Johnson, president of the Planned Parenthood Action Funds. And I woke up this morning thinking about freedom. Yeah. And the lyric that popped into my head is the only song that I have on repeat. Freedom, freedom, where are you? 'Cause I need freedom too. I break chains all by myself. I'm not gonna let our freedom rot in hell. We gonna keep running because winners don't quit on themselves. And I tell you, the path to freedom runs straight through Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. We have an opportunity. 2 years after the Dobbs decision, 22 states have banned access to abortion. Almost half of all women are living in states where they cannot get a full range of sexual and reproductive health care. More than half of black women are living in these states. So our bodies are on the ballot right now. Our freedom is on the ballot right now. And we have the incredible opportunity to elect the most pro-reproductive freedom ticket we have ever seen. I am so honored to be able to be here and witness history with you all. And we also know as soon as we leave tomorrow, the work is going to get real. The work is going to get real. The joy that we have in this moment, we are going to have to hold in our hearts because they're going to come after everything. They're going to come with the misinformation. They're going to come with the disinformation. They're going to come with the voter suppression. They're going to come with everything they can think of to stop this powerful movement. But I'm telling you, the only thing that Justice Alito may have gotten right in that opinion is that women are not without our political power. And we are going to show up on November 5th, and we are going to deliver Kamala Harris as president. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Sisters, are y'all in formation? Are y'all ready to go? Don't go yet. I got one last message. I'm going to really try not to get emotional here. In 2016, I was a delegate to that convention. Philadelphia. I was a delegate from Nevada, and my father was a delegate from Texas. And I'm going to read a letter from Hillary Rodham Clinton to the Women's Caucus. Dear Democrats, I am delighted to extend greetings to everyone gathered at today's Women's Caucus meeting. And I am thrilled to join in celebrating the remarkable energy emanating from Chicago. As I said on Monday night, something is happening in America. Something that everyone in this room has worked for and dreamed of for a long time. We are writing a new chapter in America's story. And together, we are going to make history in November by electing Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. As we face the challenging work ahead, I want to thank each of you for your decades of dedication to our party and to our country, and in particular, for everything you do to advance rights and opportunities for women and girls. In 2016, it was the honor of my lifetime to be our party's nominee for president. And I am grateful to you for honoring me once again at this meeting. So many of you have stood by my side over the years as we fought to advance our shared values. And I want you to know that it has meant the world to me. I also want to thank you, your chair, and my friend Lottie Shackelford, and acknowledge her trailblazing service in local, state, and national politics over the past 4 decades. Lottie, Bill and I are so proud of you and thankful for your friendship and contributions. 104 years ago this week, the 19th Amendment to the Constitution granted women the right to vote. Think of the progress we've made since then, and then think of the unfinished business that remains. We've put a lot of cracks in the highest, hardest glass ceiling. And now we have a chance to shatter it once and for all. So, over the next 74 days, let's commit to working harder than we ever have before. The future is here. It's in our grasp. Let's go win it. With warm regards, I am Hillary. Roll tape.
I accept your nomination for President of the United States.
Hillary Clinton became the first American woman to head up a major party's presidential ticket.
Hillary Clinton is the first woman in American politics to emerge at a national level in her own right with more power than any woman has had before.
Extraordinarily competent woman. She's very much on. She knows the issues better than anybody I know, including her husband.
No other person, in my view, has shown more courage during more adversity than the First Lady of this nation, and the greatest champion of health care in this country, Hillary Rodham Clinton.
We owe it to ourselves, as well as every parent, to make sure that every child has the kind of health care they need. So please help us achieve that this year.
Over time, she won significant respect from the country because people saw someone who really cared about children, who cared about families, who was focused on policies that made people's lives better.
Human rights are women's rights, and women's rights are human rights once and for all.
There were hints Hillary Clinton would be a different kind of first lady.
I suppose I could have stayed home and baked cookies and had teas, but what I decided to do was to fulfill my profession.
She was a serious person that had a future in politics.
I have known Hillary Clinton as a friend, a colleague, a source of counsel, and a tough campaign opponent. I am proud that she will be our next Secretary of State.
Tonight, we've reached a milestone in our nation's march toward a more perfect union. The first time that a major party has nominated a woman for president.
I know we have still not shattered that highest and hardest glass ceiling, but someday someone will, and hopefully sooner than we might think right now. Clinton is a role model for women and moms across the globe. She has had the kind of life that so many women admire, and what she's done with power when she's had it has really been to lift up all women. You represent the best of America, and being your candidate has been one of the greatest honors of my life.
I understand that Virgie Rollins has entered the room, chair of the DNC Women's Black Caucus. Black Caucus. Oh, did I said Black Caucus, DNC Black Caucus. When women win, we win. When women fight, we win. Freedom, freedom, where are you? Freedom to not just get by, but get ahead. Freedom to be safe from gun violence. Freedom to make decisions about our own bodies. Freedom to read the books we want to read. Freedom to have our children educated in a system that honors them and honors their culture and honors their parents and inspires them to be the best me's they can be, the best thems they can be, the best yous you can be. And then, as Cheryl Rafley said to us, you all know the song. You know the words. Sing it. Sing it each and every day. And as Michelle Obama reminded us, what did she remind us?
Do something.
What did she say?
Do something.
When something isn't right?
Do something.
When your neighbor is not voting?
Do something.
When you see your streets not like you want them to be?
Do something.
Somebody is elected to say, telling you what you don't want to hear.
Do something.
When you go to bed at night, each and every night, my challenge to you is ask yourself, did I do something today to make this world a better place? And did I do something today to make certain November 5th we will have victory? Because we will have a president, Kamala Harris, and a vice president, Tim Walz. We were supposed to have had an announcement to say at 12:30, you have the words? Okay, great. Because I was going to make them up but tell you where the real place was.
All right. Hey, y'all. So the Victory Fund is going to sponsor the We Choose Freedom Brunch, which is starting now at 12 noon, running until 3 p.m. At Carnival, which has up to 1,500 capacity. It's at Level K, right behind McCormick Place. And there'll be some special guests there, including First Lady of Minnesota, Gwen Waltz. I think Glennon Doyle and Abby Wambach will also be there. So it's like supposed to be a time. So if y'all want some food, especially because y'all know it's going to be a late night.
All right, so the DNC Women's Caucus are wrapping up there in Chicago just hours before Kamala Harris will be making the big speech tonight at the United Center. Live look right there at the stage as it is ready to go for later this evening. You are watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Coming up in just moments, we will have J.D. Vance campaigning out in Georgia. When that happens, of course, we'll show it to you from the beginning all the way until the end. Well, and that is going to do it for my time here on the desk, everybody. But after a 2-minute break, my colleague Stephanie Quinu will be with you for the next couple of hours, bringing you that J.D. Vance event and so much more, including Donald Trump at the border. We'll have that for you a little bit later on Live Now from Fox as well. We'll see you on the other side for a 2-minute break right here on Live Now.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Time right now is 12:56 Eastern, 9:56 Pacific, and you are taking a live look inside the United Center on this fourth and final day of the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. The theme for today, For Our Future. And tonight, Vice President Kamala Harris will officially accept the nomination to be the Democratic Party presidential candidate. My name is Stephanie Quinu. I will be here for several hours to bring you all of your live events, top stories, and headlines. And there is a live event happening right now in Georgia, as we are expecting Senator J.D. Vance to talk about immigration and border security there. And we do have a live look as someone is at the podium, not J.D. Vance himself, but there are a number of speakers who are speaking. We're going to pivot to that right now. Raise the audio and listen in.
Called Austin's Law. And Gus and Beth, from right here in Valdosta, many of you may know them. They're the salt of earth, best people you ever wanted to meet. They began emailing me asking what could we do to address the fentanyl crisis because their son Austin died from fentanyl. And I would forward those emails to the lieutenant governor, to his general counsel. And what we found out is these people that are selling these drugs in the streets, they were able to hide behind the fact of saying, oh, I didn't know it had fentanyl in it. Well, when over 70% of all drug-related deaths are attributed to fentanyl, you know that if you're selling illegal drugs, there's a good chance it could be laced with it. Fentanyl knows no socioeconomic status, no race, no gender, no political affiliation. Y'all, it's so bad that in the General Assembly, in both the House and the Senate, that law passed unanimously. And I'm pleased to report that I know for a fact it's been used over 4 or 5 times now since the bill was signed into law. That bill was signed into law right here in Valdosta. And Gus and Beth are making a difference. I love y'all. Anything that I could say to you today will not be as impactful as what they're going to say because they've lived it. Every town in this country has become a border town because of the policies that we're living under right now. Gus and Beth, if y'all mind coming up and say what's on your heart, and thank you for everything that you've done to make a difference.
Thank you, Russ. when he reached out to me about 36 hours ago, he said, "I'd like for you to come and speak to a group." I had no idea that this was going to be the group. I didn't know that until we walked through those glass doors. As Russ said, we, my wife and I, Beth, lost our son 3 years ago next month. And for the last 18 to 24 months, we've been working in the state of Georgia to get some laws passed to stiffen the penalties against dealers who actually cause the death of somebody from fentanyl. And because of Russ's help and the great people in the state of Georgia in the Senate and the House, we were able to make that happen. And we are absolutely tickled to death to be able to stand here today and say that law is in full force, and we are putting a stop to this. We realize that what we've done in Georgia is good for the Georgians, but we also realize that we've got a bigger problem. And the bigger issue is at the border. And under the current administration, we have no control. There's nothing happening at the border. My concern that I'm going to share with you today is that the border is really a two-pronged issue. We've got illegal immigrants coming into the United States in unprecedented numbers. There's thousands of miles of border that is unprotected, and that is a huge problem, and we've got to fix that problem. But the other problem that most people aren't aware of is that 90% of the illegal drugs that come into this country are coming through regular customs. They're coming through in individuals' cars. They're coming through in trucks. Just like Russ said, they found all that methamphetamine in a celery truck. And the problem with that border is that we've got the equipment down there ready to be installed, and it has been ready for 2 years. It has AI technology, and we could cut down by 70% the amount of illicit drugs that are crossing the border, but the Biden and Harris administration will not allocate the $300 million necessary to help fight that. We can't get those machines installed. They're sitting at the border in warehouses. And y'all, like I said, illegal immigrants are a huge problem in the United States. But illegal immigration did not kill 112,000 people last year. 112,000. Fentanyl did. 112,000 people. There's an American citizen dying every 4.5 minutes in the United States right now from fentanyl poison. There is a high school classroom of kids dying every single day. Fentanyl poisoning is the #1 cause of death over everything in the United States of Americans between the ages of 18 and 45. It's time that we put a stop to that. And we've got the resources. I'm gonna go offline just a little bit here. We have no problem at all sending hundreds of millions of dollars to Ukraine, sending hundreds of millions of dollars to Israel. And I personally believe that if Trump was in the White House, we wouldn't even be in those wars right now. He was a strong leader, and he didn't tolerate a threat to democracy around the world. And we've got to stand behind this new administration, Trump, Vance, and we've got to get them in office so that we can settle the score and we can start taking care of Americans. We need to be spending that $300 million in the United States to protect our citizens right here at home. I just want to leave you and say that I really appreciate the opportunity to stand up here. And like I said, my wife and I have done all we can do, and we're still doing more in the state of Georgia to protect the citizens of the state of Georgia. But we have got to get out a vote. We've got to get our voice heard, and we've got to get Trump Vance in the White House because we've got to fix the border problem on both sides. Thank you.
So we were hearing from a couple who lost their son to a fentanyl overdose, making it their mission to really enact stricter penalties to drug dealers and those who deal fentanyl. We are expecting Senator J.D. Vance to take to the podium any moment now to talk about the ongoing border crisis, to talk specifically about immigration and security. This visit marks Senator Vance's second trip to Georgia since former President Trump selecting him as his running mate. And so what we're going to do is we're going to hang on this shot. We're going to bring you all the remarks uninterrupted without commercial break as we do see some preparations underway, those American flags waving in the background. Now, while Trump has held several rallies in the area during his previous two presidential campaigns, this will be his and Vance's first visit to the area for the current election cycle. Immigration really top of mind for many voters here in America and specifically in Georgia when back in February, nursing student Laken Riley was murdered on the University of Georgia campus while on a morning run. The suspect entered into the country illegally in 2022. And we are expecting J.D. Vance to take to the podium any minute. What we're going to do is we're going to take this opportunity to take a brief 2-minute break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinue. Time right now is 1:07 Eastern, 10:07 Pacific, and we continue to follow a live event that is expected to get underway momentarily. You're taking a live look from Valdosta, Georgia, as you can see the American flags waving there, Secret Service agents in the background, as we are expecting Senator J.D. Vance to talk about the border crisis and security. And just a few moments ago, we were hearing from a Georgia couple whose son overdosed and died from fentanyl, talking about their mission to impose stricter penalties against drug dealers, talking about how the border crisis is no longer just at the border between Mexico and the United States, but in every state in America. And so we are expecting J.D. Vance to take to the podium momentarily. As soon as he does do that, we're going to bring you his remarks uninterrupted. This visit marks Vance's second trip to Georgia since former President Trump selected him as his running mate. Now, Trump has held several rallies in the area during his previous two presidential campaigns, but today's visit is going to be his and Vance's first visit to the area for the current election cycle. Former President Trump is also expecting to discuss the ongoing border crisis at a rally later today along the southern border in Arizona today. He will be talking about immigration and border security there. That is scheduled to start at 3 p.m. Eastern time. We will be bringing you his remarks uninterrupted once that happens. We also anticipate that there's going to be a camera available as he tours the border. So once we get a live look at that tour, we will also bring that to you. In the meantime, we also have a poll that we want to bring to our viewers right here. This has to do with the Democratic National Convention. Today is the fourth and final day of the DNC. So we want to ask you this: which DNC speaker are you most excited about? So all of these speakers are expected to deliver remarks tonight. And you can scan the QR code on the upper right-hand side of your screen right there to vote. We have Kerry Washington. She is going to be providing the welcoming remarks. We have Reverend Al Sharpton. Vice President Kamala Harris says she is expected to officially accept the nomination for the Democratic Party presidential candidate. We have Pink, who's expected to perform. And we have North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper, who was on Harris's list of potential running mates. And so we have these 5 options for you. We invite you to participate in this poll. We're going to be putting this up in just a short time once again and share with you who has won out. But these are the speakers, and some of them. There are many others that are set to speak at the DNC tonight, as today is the fourth and final day of the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. The theme for today is For Our Future. Last night, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz officially accepted the nomination to be the Democratic Party vice presidential candidate. So we do have some folks voting, and we appreciate you taking the time to do so right now. And you can see those numbers. This is happening live as we speak. We can see those numbers going up and down. And so right now, Vice President Kamala Harris is the front runner with about 60% of the vote. We also have a lot of folks excited to listen to Pink, maybe some nostalgia for some folks right there who grew up with her and her song. So we are going to just stay on this for maybe a few more seconds, as we do anticipate Senator J.D. Vance to take to the podium to talk about the ongoing border crisis. And so what we're going to do is we're going to pause this poll. It's still open, so you can also go onto our website also, livenowfox.com/connect, if you want to participate in this event. But we love that interaction with our Live Now from Fox viewers. This is something unique, and we really enjoy doing this live in real time. Also, we're going to take once again a live look at this podium there in Georgia. We don't see Senator J.D. Vance taking to the podium just yet, but we also have another look at this event right now, and I want to show you this. This is a camera right there zooming in. You can see snipers right there on the roof. The photographer now just panning away from the roof, but there are a number of Secret Service snipers on the roof of this building right here, and security top of mind, especially following former President Trump's assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania. We've seen a lot of security measures. Yesterday at Trump's rally, we were seeing that there was some ballistic glass, bulletproof glass, that shielded former President Trump as he delivered his remarks in the first open-air rally that he has held since that assassination attempt. So I did want to share that with you. The camera, of course, is now panned away from those snipers on the rooftop, but I did want to share that live look with you, as we do have several cameras on this live event. So this is the podium right there. We don't see any movement just yet. And because we are going to be taking Senator Vance's remarks in their entirety, we are going to step away for our final 2-minute break, or our second 2-minute break, I should say, as we do anticipate that he will be delivering those remarks shortly. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 1:15 Eastern, 10:15 Pacific, and we are awaiting Senator J.D. Vance to take to the podium here in Georgia. You're taking a live look right there as we are expecting him to talk about the border crisis and really talking about how the border crisis has now extended beyond the southern border. We were hearing from a couple whose son died of a fentanyl overdose, and they were sharing their unique mission in that, and now it is no longer a unique mission as many families have been really impacted by the fentanyl crisis, but talking about raising awareness and really imposing some stricter punishments against those who are responsible for dealing these drugs and also for these overdose deaths. So we're anticipating that J.D. Vance is going to take to the podium to talk about those issues in Georgia. He was scheduled to start talking at 1 p.m. Eastern, but as oftentimes happens, these things are just a little bit delayed. Georgia, particularly sensitive perhaps to immigration and the border crisis. Back in February, nursing student Laken Riley was murdered on the University of Georgia campus while on a morning run. The suspect did enter into the country illegally in 2022, and that really stirred up a lot of outrage in Georgia and also all across the United States. We also want to let you know that former President Trump is also going to be talking about the border crisis at a rally later on today at the southern border in Arizona, and he is expected to deliver those remarks at 3 p.m. Eastern time. He's expected to have a tour of the border, and if there is a live video stream of that tour, we will bring that to you, and of course his remarks once they happen uninterrupted. So we did want to share that look with you as we do continue to follow this. We haven't seen Vance exit, so we're really just hanging on this shot right here. In the meantime, we have another number of live events that we do want to get to. And we also had this poll before the break we were sharing with you, inviting you to participate in this poll. Today is the fourth and final day of the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. And there are a number of speakers and performers tonight. So we wanted to ask you, the viewer, which DNC speaker are you most excited about? And we do have this poll right here. We do actually see Senator Vance making his way to the podium, so we're going to pivot to that right now. As you can see, he's waving there to the crowd. And so what we're going to do is we're going to pot up the sound and listen in as he talks about the border crisis.
Our highways and bridges are falling.
How are y'all? Wow. Well, let's let our sheriffs get up here. I'm proud to be flanked by a number of great law enforcement leaders in the state of Georgia, because we're here today to celebrate law enforcement and to celebrate a president who has stood with law enforcement, and that's Donald J. Trump. Now, we ought to remember here that we have the best country in the world. We got the best workers in the world. We've got the best people in the world. We've got the most beautiful and most abundant natural resources in the world. But the one thing that we have got to do to fix this country is fix the leadership, because as much as we've got incredible blessing and incredible bounty, we have got a screwed up vice president calling the shots, and I think it's time to fire Kamala Harris, not to give her a promotion. Now, I don't know if you saw yesterday, but her VP nominee, Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, gave a little speech at the Democratic National Convention. I will say I appreciate the Democrats not being able to keep anything on time, because I think by the time that he spoke, everybody in the state of Georgia was already in bed. And if you weren't asleep at the beginning of the speech, you were sure as hell asleep by the end of the speech. Ain't that right? But look, it's interesting that they are running, trying to pretend to be tough on crime people. Kamala Harris says that she's now tough on crime. She's got religion. She found Jesus about being tough on crime, and she found it about a month ago when Joe Biden dropped out of the presidential race. Because the record of Kamala Harris and the record of her running mate is doing everything they can to make the lives of our law enforcement harder, to make it harder for them to keep our communities safe. Kamala Harris was the prosecutor in San Francisco, California. And if you think San Francisco, California has been well run from a tough on crime perspective, then I've got another thing to tell you. One of the most, by the way, a beautiful city, San Francisco, California, has been destroyed by the leadership of people like Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris wants to take San Francisco liberalism nationwide, and I think we are not going to let her. Georgia is not going to let her, and it starts right here in Valdosta. Now let's just run through the contrast a little bit, the difference between Kamala Harris's record on law enforcement and Donald Trump's record. Now Kamala Harris, she wanted to make sex crimes with minors a nonviolent offense, which means more of these sickos out on the streets of our country. Do we want that? Absolutely not. Kamala Harris wanted to defund the police. She said it on video. Do we want to defund the police? Kamala Harris wants to make it easier for soft-on-crime prosecutors to go after our law enforcement. Do we want that? So do we want Kamala Harris as the prosecutor-in-chief of this country? No, we want Donald J. Trump, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Now, as Kamala Harris was doing all those things, let's remember the record of Donald J. Trump. When Kenosha, Wisconsin, which I was at just a few days ago, Kenosha, Wisconsin was about to burn in a terrible riot. Donald Trump called the governor and affirmatively offered the help of federal officials to stop those riots and to save the city of Kenosha. Donald Trump believes that we ought to properly fund our law enforcement and make sure our police get the pay and the equipment that they need. Donald Trump believes that we ought to stop these soft-on-crime prosecutors. If the police bring in a bad guy, the prosecutors ought to throw him behind bars and keep him there. And most importantly, Donald Trump believes that we ought to make our law enforcement lives easier by closing down that southern border and getting the drug cartels out of our communities. Now, I have to say that Kamala Harris, given that she's so into soft-on-crime policy, she did select a good running mate in Tim Walz. They make quite a dynamic duo. If you remember the riots of summer of 2020 when $13 billion of damage was done to the city of Minneapolis, Tim Walz was the governor of Minnesota, and Tim Walz did everything he could to let those rioters burn down the biggest city in his state. And then Kamala Harris did everything she could to bail out the rioters out of prison, right? What a dynamic duo they make. A dynamic duo for people who don't like law enforcement, a dynamic duo for people who want to make our streets less safe. I happen to believe in a very common sense principle that we're going to back the blue and bring public safety back to Georgia and back to our country. Now, Tim Walz, I will say, I've been beating up on Tim Walz a little bit. You may have seen this, but you know, Tim Walz loves to go around and say that he carried a weapon in war. That's what Tim Walz says. And of course, all of the veterans out there will know that Tim Walz never carried a weapon in war. The closest he went to a war zone was Italy, which last time I checked was not a war zone. But in Tim Walz's defense, he did let those rioters burn down Minneapolis, so maybe we should give Tim Walz a little bit of credit. Maybe the combat zone he visited was Minneapolis when he was the governor of Minnesota. But let's hear now from a great leader in Georgia law enforcement, and I just want to make sure I get Ashley's name right here, but we have a great sheriff in Ashley Polk who has made this community safer. Thank you. And I know he already offered a few words, but Sheriff, if you would, come up and just say a few more words about why we got to back law enforcement. Here's Sheriff Ashley Polk. Give him a round of applause.
Kind of a tough job to follow a real Marine that went to a real war with a real gun. I mean, tough act to follow. As I said earlier, I said you couldn't find a better pair than we've got to save this country. They're very much pro-law enforcement, and y'all know how I feel about that, because we're there to work together with them. But we have got to get out and get these people elected, because it's the most important election I've ever been in my life. It's not even me on the ballot, but I want to. By the way, I did not recognize the person that can really get elected. Where's my wife for 57 years? That's who's always got me elected. Ginger, thank you for all you do. And you will be working for the party. But let's just all get together and get out and work and carry your neighbors to the polls, and because this is the last chance to save America we'll ever have. If we don't do it this time, we're going to lose it. Thank y'all.
Well, thank you so much, Sheriff, and thanks to your lovely wife for doing what you do. And look, it's very simple here. We have an ability to make this country much safer than it is today. We just need better leadership. We need better leadership at the federal level in particular, because it's the federal government that opened up the southern border and let all these drug cartels bring the drug and crime into our communities. And we're here, of course, not far from where Laken Riley was born and raised. A beautiful, beautiful young girl who would still be alive today if Kamala Harris had done her job and not let these drug cartels come into our community. And I'm proud, and I know President Trump is proud, to have been endorsed by local law enforcement here in Georgia, but we also got some good endorsements in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. Law enforcement knows that Donald J. Trump is the law and order candidate in this election, and you all have an incredible power to get out the vote, to drive people to the polls, and make sure he actually becomes the next president of the United States. So thank you all for everything that you're doing. Now, I want to take a few questions from the media, but before I take some questions from the press, I want to get a little bit personal here, because the sheriffs here did something for me that I've actually never seen. They took me in to the investigation room and showed me some of the stuff that they have interdicted over the last few months just here in this community. What, Valdosta is what, 50,000 people? Small town Georgia, you would not think is so close to the poison that the drug cartels are bringing into this country, but every town is a border town and every state is a border state because of the policies of Kamala Harris. Now, you've got sheriffs behind me who are doing everything they can to keep our communities safer, but they need a federal government that makes their job easier and not harder. And I got to tell you, I've got three little kids. I've got a 7-year-old boy, a 4-year-old boy, and a 2-year-old girl. And what they showed me were boxes of candy that looked like nerds, look like Sour Patch Kids, look like Snickers bars, and they're boxes of candy that are actually dangerous drugs. And why did the drug cartels manufacture them like that? Because they wanted to hide them from law enforcement. And we know what's going to happen is if a pack of that candy finds its way into our communities or into our playgrounds, some kid, through no fault of their own, is going to pick up a piece of candy and it is going to take their lives from them. And I don't want that to be my child, and I don't want it to be your child either. And that's why we have to fight to change leadership in this election. Think about how sick you would have to be to manufacture drugs that look like children's candy, and think about how sick Kamala Harris has to be to let those people do business in our country instead of throwing them the hell out of our country, which is exactly what we should be doing. This is a disgrace, ladies and gentlemen. This is a disgrace born of our own failed leadership, and we can do so much better. You know, one of my favorite speeches at the RNC convention, well, my most favorite speech was my wife's speech. I thought she did a hell of a job. Thank you. But beyond my wife's, one of my most favorite speeches, and it was a sad speech. She had a beautiful young mother talking about her handsome young kid, and he was maybe 14 years old. And this kid lost his life because he took something that he shouldn't have taken, but it was laced with fentanyl. And I remember watching this mom speak. And I remember thinking to myself that don't we want our kids to grow up in communities where they can make the mistakes that all kids make and they can learn from it rather than have it become a death sentence? Because we all know, we either have kids, all of us were kids at one point in our life. We all know that kids are going to get into stuff that parents and grandparents don't want them to get into. That's just a part of growing up in this country. But when I grew up, even though I grew up in a poor family, though I grew up in a neighborhood that wasn't always easy, I knew that if I made a mistake, the people around me that would take my life. And that's what the policies of Kamala Harris have taken from our children and taken from our neighborhoods. We have got to get back to the kind of country where kids can make childhood mistakes mistakes, and the Mexican drug cartels are not going to be there to take advantage of them. And I think that's what this election is ultimately about. We know that kids aren't always going to be perfect, but let's build the kind of Georgia. Let's build the kind of country where our kids can learn and grow. We're going to do it together, but only if you get us across the finish line in Georgia. This is one of the most important states in the union. It always has been, but especially in this election of 2024. So my request is very simple. Do everything you can. Get your friends and family and your neighbors to the polls. Remind that person who sometimes votes but sometimes doesn't that it's their time to get to the polls in 2024 and vote for Donald Trump. If you got a little extra time, thank you. If you got a little time, go down to the GOP headquarters, knock on some doors, make some phone calls. The people who determine whether Donald J. Trump becomes the next president, it's not the media, it's not the dishonest leadership of the Democratic Party, it is us. Donald Trump is the people's president, but only if we do the work to make it so. God bless you guys. Let's get to work. We got 75 days to make Donald J. Trump the next president, and we're going to do it together. God bless you all. Thank you. Now, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Now, let's take some questions from the media, and here's what I'd ask. First of all, if it's a fake news anchor, I'd appreciate y'all just letting them ask their question. It's okay. We can run them out of town after they ask their question. I'm kidding. But what I'd ask, first of all, is we start with local Georgia reporters because we want to make sure that the local reporters get an opportunity to ask some questions. We'll take a few from local reporters, and then we'll take a few from the national press pool, and then we'll go from there. So where we got local Georgia reporter, throw your hand in the air, and I'll call on you. Yes, sir. The question was, what are some policies that are going to affect rural America and certainly rural South Georgia? And I think, look, the first and most important thing is rural America has been affected by this terrible poison the drug cartels are bringing in as much as anybody. We have got to close down the border and stop the cartels from bringing this poison into our communities. We've got to re-implement basic law and order and public safety policies because, look, I believe whether you live in a big city or a small rural area, whether you're black or white, rich or poor, public safety is the birthright of every American citizen. And if we do that, rural America is going to benefit more than anybody else. And the final point that I'll make is, look, we know that our rural areas, our schools are overstressed and sometimes underfunded. Our local hospitals don't have enough resources. We've seen massive closures in rural hospitals over the past few years in this country. What makes rural hospitals not financially viable? It's when you bring in millions of illegal aliens into your country and you give them free health care paid for by American taxpayers. I want American citizens to benefit from our great health care system, and I want American taxpayers to support their fellow countrymen, not people who don't deserve to be here in the first place. Ma'am.
Good afternoon, Senator Vance.
Thank you. I can hear you. Yep. Yeah, ma'am, I appreciate that question. And for those of you who couldn't heard it, how do we respond to Democrats who say that they tried to pass a border security bill? My response, ma'am, is I was there in the Senate when they tried to pass that border security bill, and it had nothing to do with border security. It had to do with codifying a lot of the executive orders of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden that actually further opened the southern border. For example, the policy of catch and release. This is where a person comes into our country, they claim asylum, and then they're released into our country with no follow-up. Sometimes they don't come back for 5 years. Sometimes they don't come back for 10 years. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden implemented catch and release through executive order. Their so-called border security package would have made catch and release the law of the land. So even if you have a guy like Donald Trump come in, he can't undo it because Congress has codified one of the worst open border policies in America. Everybody knows, everybody with an ounce of common sense knows, when Kamala Harris became president, she said she wanted to, vice president, she said, I want to suspend deportations, and she did. I want to stop Donald Trump's Remain in Mexico policy, and she did. The reason why we have an open border is because Kamala Harris undid the policies of Donald J. Trump. We bring Donald J. Trump back, we bring those policies back, we will get border security, but you've got to have a president who wants to do this stuff. Thank you all. Georgia? Yes, sir. Please ask a question.
Thank you, Senator. Our station is aware of how the former president has come through here this last interview.
I don't think the microphone's on. It's okay. Just talk loud.
Sorry about that.
That's a Chinese-made microphone, actually. It's an American-made microphone. Well, first of all, why South Georgia? Because we love South Georgia. We got to do well in South Georgia. So we want the people here to feel a little bit of love and make sure that we're thinking about them, because we're not going to win without them, right? But I do think what is unique about South Georgia and the effect of the policies of Kamala Harris is the wide open southern border, because you have that intersection of I-10 and I-75 here. Very close by, it creates a lot of space for the drug traffickers and for the sex traffickers and the human traffickers. I mean, you have crime happening in this beautiful small town that would have never happened if Kamala Harris had actually done her job. And so I think that it's important to remind people that the wide open southern border has had a very direct consequences, even as far away from Texas as South Georgia. And I think it's important to remind people of that and to make the point that if we get the leadership of Donald J. Trump back, we're going to have a secure southern border. We're not going to have drugs in our kids' playgrounds that look like children's candy. We're going to have real law and order, but we've got to get better leadership in order to get it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, in the hat, all the way in the back.
What are your policies going to be toward veterans and the care for veterans?
Yes, sir. I appreciate you asking that. And you know, one of the most important, how many veterans do we have here? Let's thank the veterans for their service. Thank you all for being here. I know we got a lot of veterans. God bless you all. You know, one of the great policy achievements of the Trump administration that people don't talk enough about, but our veterans know exactly what I'm talking about, is that he promoted choice in the VA healthcare system. One of the main ways, when I got out of the Marine Corps, the main way that I had health care, because I couldn't afford it otherwise, was through the VA healthcare system. You've got great people working at the VA, but sometimes, especially in our rural areas, you've got a lot of veterans who are sitting on the phone for 3 hours trying to get an appointment, who can't get an appointment. Donald Trump changed that more than any president of my lifetime. He gave veterans choice in the healthcare system, and that was a huge achievement and something the media doesn't talk enough about. The other thing Donald Trump did is again, you've got 95% of the people in the VA who are great patriots who are doing a great job, and I think my veterans here would back me up on that. But like every bunch, you've got a few bad apples, and you've got to be able to fire the bad apples to allow the good apples to do their job. And what Donald Trump did is engaged in some real bureaucracy reform that made it possible for us to fire the small number of bad VA employees so that the good VA employees could be empowered to take care of our veterans. That's exactly how it should work, and Donald Trump deserves a lot of credit for that. We're going to go back to that, because I will say, I did a veterans event in Pennsylvania just a couple of days ago, and the biggest complaint I heard from those veterans was that under Kamala Harris's policies, a lot of that pro-veteran, pro-choice reform had disappeared over the last couple of years. Let's bring it back, give veterans more choice, shorten those wait times, and actually keep our promise to our veterans as we must. Maddie, you got a question?
Yeah, I would just say, Senator, first off, thank you for actually taking questions. Do you think that it's time for Governor Walz and Kamala Harris to actually do a press conference and do an interview with the media?
I think it's time. Don't you all? Look, it is such a cool thing to be able to run as Donald Trump's running mate and to be able to ask these wonderful people to be their vice president of the United States. It's an amazing honor. Aside from being a dad to those 3 babies and a husband to my wife, the greatest honor of my entire life is standing up here and being able to run to be the next vice president of the United States. But it is an awesome thing. It's not just a cool thing. It's not just a wonderful thing, though it is. I am asking you all for something that is quite profound. It's to be the vice president of the most powerful nation in the world at one of the most important times in our history. If you want to get that kind of job, and you're asking the American people to give you that kind of job, I think you ought to interview for that job, right? There are a lot of There are a lot of jobs that are less important than Vice President of the United States where we expect people to interview before they get a promotion. Kamala Harris is asking the American people for a promotion, but she refuses to actually talk to them before it. Think about it. Every single event that Kamala Harris does, she's got a teleprompter in front of her. And I think the reason is because Kamala Harris cannot explain why she wanted to defund the police. Kamala Harris can't explain why she suspended deportations on day one. Kamala Harris can't explain why she cast the deciding vote on the Inflation Explosion Act that made the price of groceries and housing so expensive for normal American citizens all over this country. And because she can't answer those questions, she is running from the American people. But my ask, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, whether you agree with Donald Trump on all the issues or most of the issues, or you disagree with him on most of the issues, is at least Donald Trump is who he is, and he respects the American people enough to go out and earn their vote instead of being expected to give in their vote. We'll just do a couple more. Any other Georgia folks who haven't asked a question before we go on? We'll do a couple national. Sir.
Senator, the former lieutenant governor spoke at the DNC, had some choice words about the former president.
I saw that too.
We also know that Brian Kemp has also had some tough things to say about the former president. What's your reaction to these top Republicans from the state having reservations about the president and telling other Republicans to dump Trump?
Well, look, first of all, of course, Tim Walz is going to attack Donald Trump because Tim Walz doesn't have a record to stand on. What I found very interesting, did anybody watch Tim Walz's speech? Okay, good. I was going to lose a lot of respect for you if you had said yes. If you watched Tim Walz's speech, it's part of my job, so I had to. You know what he never did? He never once said, I know we've got some train noise in the background here, so I'll try to be loud, but he never, it's the Trump train. That's right, ma'am. God bless you. What Tim Walz never once said is, Kamala Harris accomplished this thing that lowered the cost of housing. Kamala Harris accomplished this thing that lowered the cost of groceries. Kamala Harris accomplished this thing that made America more peaceful and more secure. And he couldn't say that because Kamala Harris has caused the very policies that have made Americans' lives worse over the last few years. Kamala Harris caused the open border and caused the inflation crisis. And so it is telling that a person who has been vice president for 3.5 years, her argument and the argument of her surrogates is, we're going to do things better when I get power. She's had power for 3.5 years and she's made everything worse. That is the most simple and obvious fact of Tim Walz's speech, is he can't run on a record because the record is bad. Now look, I actually talked to Brian Kemp very briefly earlier today, and yeah, you know, I read the headlines. Brian Kemp and Donald Trump have had some disagreements. I am 100% guarantee you that Brian Kemp is behind this ticket. He wants us to win because he believes the policies of Kamala Harris are disastrous for this country, and he's exactly right about that. So I'm glad to have the governor's support. I'm glad to have any Democrat, any independent, any moderate Republican or conservative Republican. We want anybody who believes in common sense to join the Trump train because that's what's going to save this country. And we'll do one more question from the national folks. Anybody else want to ask a question? Ma'am, please.
Thank you, Senator. I wanted to ask you, because another aspect of the DNC speeches yesterday was the kind of human aspect of immigration. They had one of the DACA recipients speak. As a husband of someone who is a daughter of immigrants, how do you look at the deportation plan that Trump has will put in place? Yeah. Specifically, the detention of families and children.
Well, so let me say 3 things about this. First, I am married to the daughter of immigrants to this country. I'm married to the daughter of legal immigrants to this country, people who respected the country enough to follow the rules before they came. And I think that's very important. And look, I love my wife more than anything in this world. I am so grateful that her family came here, but I'm also grateful that they came here in the right way and built a life in this country the right way. That really matters. You can't reward people for breaking the laws. If their first act of introduction to this country is to break the law, you can't reward them for that, or you're just going to encourage more law breaking. So this is my second point. You hear Democrats say this a lot, and a couple speakers of the Democratic Convention say that Donald Trump wants to separate families. And I don't know how they can say that with a straight face, given that I just heard from a sheriff earlier today that they caught 2 kids who were being basically kidnapped by the Mexican drug cartels to help those drug cartels facilitate the sale of illegal drugs into our communities. What happened to those kids? Where are those kids' parents? I guarantee our government doesn't know, because our government, under the policies of Kamala Harris, has lost thousands of innocent children to sex trafficking, to drug trafficking, to human trafficking. The party that believes in separating parents from their children is Kamala Harris, because that's what the open border has done. It's separated American citizens from their children. It's separated a lot of illegal aliens from their children. It's not good either way. Because the one group of people that I think we can all agree, I don't blame these poor children who are being sex trafficked and drug trafficked by the Mexican drug cartels, but I don't want to pursue policies that's going to make it easier for the drug cartels to take advantage of those children. We ought to pursue policies that's going to make it harder on the drug cartels. Go to war against those drug cartels. Don't facilitate their sex trafficking and their drug trafficking. And the final point that I'd say about this is, look, our message to illegal aliens who've come into this country by breaking our laws is yes. If you came into this country illegally, Donald Trump and I are going to work to send you home, because that's what is required if you want to have a real border policy. And our message to everybody who wants to come to this country is come through the right channels, because as soon as Kamala Harris is booted out of office, and it's going to happen in just a few short months, as soon as Kamala Harris is booted out of office, we are not open for business to illegal aliens or to the Mexican drug cartels anymore. That is our solemn promise to the American people, and we are very serious about it. So since that's the last question for the press, and I know we have to get on the road here, let me just say a word of gratitude to all of you and to our law enforcement. We really believe in what you do. We believe that your work is sacred and important. We are grateful to you for doing it. We're grateful to you for putting your lives on the line to make us safe. And in just a few short months, President Donald J. Trump is going to make your life easier, not harder. God bless you guys. Let's work to get it done. Thank you all, and good to see you.
So that was Senator J.D. Vance as he was talking about the border crisis and security there in Georgia. You can see that he's now shaking the hands of a couple of officials, specifically mentioning the nursing student, Laken Riley, who was murdered back in February on the University of Georgia campus while on a morning run. The suspect entered into the country illegally in 2022, specifically mentioning that to the attendees there in Georgia. As you can see, he said that he is continuing to hit the road right there. We also want to share this live look with you. This is actually at the border. This is the southern border right there of Arizona. And we are expecting former President Trump to tour the Arizona border and then discuss the border crisis and security. You can see that the podium is set right there, and on the left-hand side of your screen, that is part of the border wall. A live look in Arizona, as we do expect that to happen at 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. Former President Trump is expected to tour shortly before that. It's a little unclear as to whether there's going to be a live video stream of the tour itself, or if this is the live look of the podium where he will deliver his remarks. Regardless, when that happens, we're going to bring that to you uninterrupted right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we are going to step away for a 2-minute break. We're going to be right back. I'm Stephanie Quinu. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Much more to come. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and we are anticipating a number of live events to get underway shortly. This is a live look from Arizona as we are expecting former President Trump to touch down there, tour the border there in Arizona, and then deliver remarks about the border crisis and security. We were hearing just moments ago from Senator J.D. Vance, Trump's running mate, as he spoke at a rally in Georgia, talking also about immigration issues and the policies that former President Trump put in place when he was president and what he plans to do if elected again. That visit to Georgia marked Senator Vance's second trip to that state since former President Trump selected him as his running mate. Now, Trump has held several rallies in that area during his previous two presidential campaigns. This will be his and Vance's first visit to the area for the current election cycle. So former President Trump expected to tour the Arizona border right there and deliver remarks on security. Arizona, of course, one of 7 battleground states that will likely decide November's presidential election. Arizona, Georgia, which is where Senator Vance was just speaking, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. And no doubt we will be seeing many more rallies and events by both the Republican ticket as well as the Democratic ticket in the coming months, as these are likely the 7 states to determine the November presidential election. To talk more on that, Live Now from Fox host Michael Page spoke with S.E. Cupp, the host of Battleground, which is a half-hour show covering these 7 likely swing states. I do want to play that out for you right now.
And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Well, the stage is set. It is the final night of the DNC, and Kamala Harris just hours away from her big speech. And, of course, we'll have you covered right here on Live Now from Fox all evening long, bringing it to you from the beginning all the way until the end here. But we want to continue to preview the big night for Kamala Harris and the rest of the Democrats for this final night in Chicago. So I want to bring in our next guest here. This is S.E. Cupp, the host of Battleground. Thanks so much for joining us on Live Now.
Sure, thanks for having me.
All right, so obviously a big night for Kamala Harris here, where she'll be talking on a range of issues. But what issue or policy do you think for American voters is going to be the #1 thing they want to listen to tonight from her?
Yeah, she's got a couple of audiences tonight, right? I mean, there's obviously the audience in the room, and that includes Democratic delegates and people who are already obviously with Kamala Harris. There's also an audience at home, though, and that includes a lot of swing state voters who are still making up their minds. And while this isn't a State of the Union address where she doesn't need to get too far into the weeds on policies, there are some top-line issues that voters are really concerned about. I would be sure to mention some economic policy in her speech tonight. And again, it doesn't have to be weedsy, but it should acknowledge that most people do not feel good about the economy. Instead of saying that the economy is great and rattling off a bunch of numbers that don't make anyone feel better about, spending a lot of money on gas and groceries, I would acknowledge that the economy needs improving, and I would spend a considerable amount of time talking about that. She might want to include immigration. She might want to include women's reproductive rights. Those are top of mind for voters in all of the swing states. So it would be beneficial to her and wise for her to just hit those notes.
And it has to be just a surreal night for her. When you think back, if you look back just in May, she was slated to be the speaker yesterday as the VP slot, and now she's top of ticket. I mean, this has all come so fast.
It's a brave new world. I mean, we were talking about this, me and my producers at Battleground were talking about this the other day, that imagine if Biden had been the nominee still and they had these incredible speeches from people like the Obamas and Oprah Winfrey and the Clintons. And I mean, I think it just would have made the contrast even worse for Joe Biden, right? The benefit for Harris is she doesn't have to worry about any of that. She is a good speaker. She is captivating. People are there to see her. They are excited about her in ways that they just weren't as excited about Joe Biden. So she's set up for a much better night than I think he would have been. But yeah, I can't imagine being in her shoes because she wasn't guaranteed a shot at this at all. Even if, you know, there was another Joe Biden term, even if he had, you know, only one run once, she wasn't guaranteed this run. And so it must be a lot for her and her family.
Yeah, truly, truly. And when you look at the spectrum here, so you have, of course, Donald Trump and his supporters. You're always going to have those Democrats. Those supporters will always be there. But how does Kamala Harris tonight try to peel some of those people that are really on the fence and bring them to her corner and ultimately get the presidency? What does she have to say today?
I mean, we've talked about some of the policy, but there's another intangible that happens at these big nights, these convention nights where there's a lot of eyeballs from national audiences. And that's just like enthusiasm and excitement and momentum. When you're watching something, whether it's the RNC or the DNC, and you see people there who are genuinely excited, and I know people at the RNC were genuinely excited about that campaign as well, sometimes it makes you just want to be a part of it. And, you know, the policy questions you might have will get answered later. Sometimes you just want to be invited to the party. And I want to be with those people. I mean, you look at those people, they look really happy and excited. So that's a part of all of this. And that's why the stagecraft of the conventions is just as important in some ways as what they say and the policies they lay out and nominating, Kamala Harris. People watching, it can be infectious, it can be contagious. And so there's some of that happening at the DNC in a push for swing state voters as well.
Yeah, so true. And lastly here, of course, Kamala Harris, when the DNC is over, she'll want to continue to carry that momentum past the summer months and into the fall, of course. But, of course, as soon as this wraps up, there will be, again, growing pressure for her to do some sort of news conference or sit-down interview. When do you think that could possibly happen? Do you think we'll see it even before September?
Yeah, you're so right. I mean, right after this convention, it's going to get real tough, right? We've all got back to school. We're starting to think about other things. They've had a sort of dedicated and captive audience for the past couple of weeks. That will end. And so, yeah, she'll need to find opportunities to keep momentum alive. That can happen through interviews and big TV nights if she and Tim Walz want to do that. And it should happen. She should sit down with reporters. But I'm sure they'll continue to do rallies and sort of keep that kind of on the ground momentum going. But it's both a very short time till November and also a long time. And that long time leaves a lot of opportunities for mistakes on both sides. And they know that. So it's still going to be very, very interesting to cover what I'm sure will be a very tight race all the way to the end.
Yeah, all the way to the end. Buckle up, everyone, because we are just getting really started with the momentum here on both sides. So, S.E. Cupp, thanks so much for joining us, as always, on Live Now.
Thanks for having me.
No problem. And you can check out Battleground, the swing states here. It's a partnership between Fox television stations and is now airing on broadcast and streaming platforms across the U.S. You can scan the QR code right now on the screen for the latest updates and get even more information at battlegroundnews.com.
And we do thank Mike Page for that interview right there. This is a live look inside the United Center, and you can see some rehearsals underway for the fourth and final day of the Democratic National Convention, wrapping up tonight as Vice President Kamala Harris will officially accept the nomination to be the Democratic Party presidential candidate. The theme for today, for our future. There are a number of speakers that are going to be taking to the stage, and that is the center of our Live Now from Fox poll that so many of you have participated in. The question we asked was, which DNC speaker are you most excited about? So here are the results. Vice President Kamala Harris winning by 44%, but Pink, she's going to be performing tonight. 41% of you who voted in this are very excited and most excited to see her. Reverend Al Sharpton, Kerry Washington, and North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper also among the speakers and part of that poll. And of course, you can count on Live Now from Fox to bring you all of these speeches as they happen. Once again, this is a live look outside the United Center as thousands will be inside to watch Vice President Kamala Harris officially accept the nomination to be the Democratic Party presidential candidate. One of the biggest issues for voters continues to be the economy. And just a short time ago, the United Auto Workers and leaders, they gathered at a rally in Illinois to call on Stellantis to keep the commitment the company made to reopen one of their plants and invest in thousands of jobs in that community. On Monday, the UAW filed grievances with the company over their failure to keep their promise made in contract negotiations back last year. Once the grievance procedure is exhausted under the national contract, the union might authorize a strike. And so they were talking about all of that at an issue in an event earlier on today, just a short time ago. So we did want to play you those remarks as the economy, jobs continues to be top of the list for American voters.
Is everything else at a halt as far as
the Boston, New York, which is going to Fishkill, is the only mega or consolidation that there's been approval for any funding at all.
Oh.
I know there's talk of the Orlando location, but there's no funding allocated for that whatsoever at this point in time.
Okay.
So this is the Fishkill location is the only one. They were supposed to have a meeting here in August. It was pushed back to September for commitment for financial commitment for product and facilities, and like I said, that was pushed back. I'm still waiting to hear results to that and what it is. Again, I mean, I don't know how you're having a meeting about funding for something that should have already taken place here this year.
Right.
They've never had a desire to do anything here.
Well,
it's sad to say, but that's the truth.
That's true.
And I mean, we're going to force the issue, and we're going to make sure it's brought here the way we negotiated and bargained for. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Rep. Ever since I started here, it's been stressed that we should live on a 40-hour week pay, not rely on overtime. 40 hours is what we've been told to live on. With us being on sub, our pay's been cut by 26%. That's roughly about $250, $300 a week. You take that over a year, you're looking at $12,000 a year that you're missing out on. The state of Illinois allows us to work half of our unemployment, which is roughly $600. We could earn about $300 extra a week by going out and getting a part-time job. Unfortunately, the sub language, if you earn any extra money, they take dollar for dollar out of your sub. So it makes it basically pointless to go and get a part-time job. It costs Stellantis nothing to allow us to go get a part-time job and earn up to what the state will allow us to do. Is there any way to go to, we open up negotiations all the time, they keep pushing stuff back. Is there any way to go and see if we can get that lifted to where we can go get a part-time job and make up some of that money that we're losing? Yeah, that's a tough. I mean, it's a tough dilemma. I mean, the hard part of this is, the sub money's put there so that in the event of a bad circumstance, that it's a bridge for people to supplement unemployment, so that you get the percentage of pay. But to open up the agreement, I don't know that would be the right path to do it. I mean, every contract, I believe, when we bargain the contract, we should look at that. But the goal is to get people working. I mean, literally, the issue here is they didn't put the jobs here that they committed to. If they put the jobs here, we'd be putting people back to work already. And that's the point. You should already be back to work. And because the company didn't honor that, we're not. So, but I would have to get a benefit person up here to really talk further in depth about the sub. Sub is kind of a short-term thing to get through retooling and everything. Never was envisioned to go 3+ years. And that's, $36,000 if we go the 3 years that we're losing out on. Sub doesn't cost, if we took that out, it doesn't cost the company any money. It's not money coming out of their pocket. It's just removing the restriction of allowing us to go back to work and get a part-time job somewhere.
Yeah, and there are circumstances we are talking with the company still really about this situation in Belvedere because, they made commitments. So we're trying to, again, get them to do more for the people here. I mean, we did deal with some of the layoff provisions and all that so that, sub took effect and all that.
I can understand if it was costing them money, but this isn't a single penny coming out of their pocket. It's just removing a restriction, allowing us to go get a part-time job.
I don't disagree with you, brother. We'll keep talking, so for sure. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Wendy Fitzgerald, and 1268 is our home. And I wanted to thank you guys for saying that you're going to fight to get all of these guys their jobs back.
We're going to fight.
As the union here, it seems like we've always been overlooked because we're so far away from, like, the big three. And, I felt like we were overlooked when we got indefinitely laid off in 2022. Okay? Some of us signed up for transfers that never came. Out of all of us that are left that have the pension coming, 35, was it, Matt, people actually got a transfer, like, the early July, where you guys allowed our kids to just go. And what you guys said about Antonio Gaston, God bless you. But I'm telling you, I've been chasing this pension, and I'm now a member of the 1178. Don't know where that stands, but I'm going to tell you. Our safety, our quality, and a lot of times it's overlooked. And we allow it to happen because we just want a job. We want to work. So, you know what? I felt like, and I don't know all the ins and outs of this contract, but in 2022, when I got laid off, the following week I signed for a transfer to Toledo, okay? And I never got it. And I'm losing profit sharing. I'm losing all kinds of benefits. I got 4 years to go. I'm not even getting pension credits at this point because now I'm laid out of the 1178, and I can't even, go there. There has been no word for any of us here. And for the tier ones that were left here that need their pension, it's pretty damn sad that it doesn't seem like our international cares. And to hear you guys say you care, and you're going to back us, but we're out in 4 years. We're not getting bonus checks. We're not getting profit sharing. We're not getting all kinds of stuff. But raises, it's just sad. And I don't think that you guys as tier one should be overlooking that fact. Okay? And it's just frustrating to no end. But, I meant what I said. That Antonio Gaston, sad. I got tears here talking. It's just damn sad. And there's numerous people here that have been in the same situation, like you guys made that comment, how we're up in medical. People have gotten hurt in Belvedere even, and they have to keep working with broken legs, and then they can't sit out because, oh my God.
Look, like you, I hear your comment about Belvedere, and you feel like you're out. Look, I came from Kokomo, Indiana. It's the same thought down there. And you know, there was always this, you know, thought, I think, for people outside of Detroit that, you know, felt like we were kind of out on an island on our own. And I get the feeling. I mean, that's not the case. As far as 2022 goes, what happened with transfers, I'm not going to make excuses, but I wasn't involved in those decisions then. And I mean, but, you know,
But wasn't it part of the national contract that no full-time seniority employee should be sitting off indefinitely when there's temporary workers? And we're not talking Ohio.
No, I
we're
agree.
talking all over. My son got transferred into a PDC. Temporary